Kai's Vendetta by Trip Mayhew. Prologue. Lions and Wolves. Gulf of Aden, 7th of February 2021, 15:30 Greenwich Mean Time. The Sea King had been struck with an RPG several hours ago, and the damaged hull still spewed thick, acrid smoke. The choking cloud blanketed everything with its stench before drifting up to the naked blue sky in a lonely black spire. The dying yacht swayed gently beneath the blistering sun, like a forgotten bobber in a pond as nearby water rippled beneath an approaching gust. Stephen Erickson adjusted his hat and wiped his brow, grateful for the short-lived wind. It was followed by another gust, then another as the aimless vessel began to rock. Although the ship's increased motion made shooting harder, the salty sea breeze was a welcome relief from the sweltering heat and the smell of burning fuel and cordite. Stephen sat watching out over the starboard side of the craft. Their attackers surrounded them in smaller vessels, watching the distance like wolves. He figured that the only reason they had stopped firing was out of fear of sinking their prey before being able to loot it. Frankly, it was a welcome respite. Stephen's team of 6 was dangerously low on ammunition. There were 3 attacking vessels in total, with an unknown number of crew. They were all similar in build, so the team named them. Alpha was off the starboard side. Bravo was roughly to their port stern. These 2 had stayed within a kilometer for several hours. A third boat, Charlie, had retreated after the last firefight and remained 2 kilometers off the bow. Just a few hours earlier, the Sea King had been an impressive ship. Nearly 100 feet long, it had featured lavish appointments and was equipped with cutting-edge nav and comm gear. But most of that equipment had been destroyed during the initial attack, and the last contact the team made with the Navy was an hour earlier. Stephen turned towards the bridge from his low, prone position. "Hey Mac, what's going on up there?" "Nothing. There's no update," a voice yelled back from the navigation room, stationed atop the raised portion of the deck in the back of the ship. "The signal keeps going in and out. I can't figure it out." Since securing the ship and finally making contact with the Navy, there had been no support. They had been told early on that a package was being assembled, but aside from confirming their grid location, they had no evidence of anything actually being done. It didn't make sense. Worse, it stank. They couldn't have been more than 100 miles from the closest destroyer, the USS Ronald Reagan. They were out of radio contact for some time, and the ship had drifted aimlessly before the anchor had caught. But they weren't that far out of effective support range, especially not for aerial assets. "Erickson!" Judson Judd Myers called out from his perch on the bow. "You see this?" Stephen turned his attention back to the sea. The boat in front of him, Alpha, was about 500 meters out. It looked like a run-down fishing vessel, about 20 feet long and covered in more rust than paint. Some of their attackers had resurfaced aboard Alpha. He watched them through the scope mounted on his MK-14, desperately skinny. They were clothed in a variety of dirty but brightly colored civilian t-shirts and shorts. They would have been comical looking if not for the AK-47s. Stephen had been watching Alpha and the skinnies for just a few moments before he saw it. Another ship. "Shit! Yeah, I got him, Judd." He trained his scope on it. It was further out, just barely visible, but moving quickly towards them. "Who the fuck is that?" Judd grunted. "Hang on," Stephen squinted, trying to make out details. It was bigger than the other boats, that was certain. Its wake made its dimensions hard to make out, but it was not a Navy ship. It looked like another fishing vessel, only larger and painted black. Atop the superstructure was a fluttering black flag. He watched as it barreled towards them, and a few seconds later he confirmed his suspicion. It flew a black flag with a white circle in the middle. "We've got Indians," he grimaced, using the team jargon for Islamic State fighters. "Indians?" Judd repeated. "Are you fucking kidding me?" "That's what it looks like." A voice came over Stephen's earpiece. "What you guys got over there?" It was Murph. He was on the other side of the ship, near the stern. "We've got a black vessel approaching the starboard side, about 1 click out," Stephen replied. "It looks like they're running an Indian flag." "All right," Murph acknowledged. "I've got skinnies moving over here. They're up to something." "Yeah, we've got that too." "Let's put a few down range and get 'em ducking again." Murph said, his tone all business. "What are you looking like on ammo?" "Roger." Steven checked his remaining ammo. "I've got 3 mags left." "Roger," Murph acknowledged, his voice steady and professional. "Nothing else we can do. Make 'em count." Steven directed his attention back to the stationary vessel in front of him. He watched through the scope as one man held an RPG muzzle up while another loaded a rocket into the top of it. He calmed his breathing, allowed the gentle rock of the ship to carry his crosshairs over the target. A stream of stinging sweat ran into his eyes, but he kept focus as he waited for the shot. The moment came, and with his breath in pause, he slowly and gently squeezed the trigger. Crack! He closed his eyes to wipe the sweat off his brow while Judd announced, "That's a hit. Nice shot, buddy." Crack! 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 Those 3 shots echoed off the stern from Murph's position. Steven regained his sight picture to see the vessel's deck was now clear, its occupants back in their hiding spots. He looked up from the scope. The Indian boat was only 700 meters out now. "Hey Murph, these new guys are still coming?" "Check their brakes." Steven smirked. The Indians had passed Alpha and were now just barely 700 meters out. He aimed at one of the outboard motors attached to its stern and sent a trio of rounds downrange. Crack! 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 Nothing. The ship was now 200 meters off. Steven wiped another bead of sweat from his brow. "They ain't stopping." The approaching craft opened fire on them from an unseen porthole. The rounds whistled overhead and slammed into the yacht's once elegant pilot house, which was now holier than the Pope's skivvies. "Fuck!" Murph snarled. "Light 'em up!" Judd opened up with his M249. The rounds hit the small craft's bridge, but it maintained course and speed. It sped towards the bow of the Sea King while unleashing another burst of automatic fire. "Cover!" The rounds came in all over the place, spraying the whole deck, shattering the last of the bridge's intact plexiglass. Mac was in a bad spot. Judd rolled to his left and started crawling towards the front of the ship. Steven did the same. Murph came in over the earpiece, but Steven could almost hear his raised voice from the other side of the ship. "Stay in your lanes! I say again, stay in your lanes! Let them come around!" Murph was right, so Steven turned and aimed his rifle starboard. He felt a pinch in his arm. Fuck, he was hit, but it wasn't bad. The occupants of Alpha were standing again. They weren't just suppressing anymore. They were aiming. And a round struck the bulkhead 2 inches from his head. Shit! He hit the deck as dozens of impacts hammered into the bulkhead where his head had been. The stream of incoming fire climbed up the side of the bridge tower, which was Mac's nest. "Mac, get the fuck out of that tower!" "What do you want me to do with the captain?" Mac asked, no defiance or hesitation in his voice. He was tense, but controlled. Matter of fact, tactical. Every moment Steven spent with these men was an honor. "What's his status?" "I think he's alive, but still napping." The enemy fire abated. "Can you get him to move?" "I don't think so." "Then fuck him and get out of there," Steven snapped. "Cover me!" A fresh volley of fire slammed into the Sea King's pilot house. Judd returned fire from the bow with his saw, covering the Indians while Steven let off several more rounds towards Alpha. More rounds came back in response as Mac scrambled down the stairs and threw himself down on the deck. He crawled frantically towards Steven's position as Steven dropped a mag and loaded another, his second to last. Judd's saw went quiet. "They're pulling off," Judd reported a few seconds later. "Fuck, man," Mac said as he drew close to Steven. "Your arm!" Steven looked down at the blood-soaked sleeve and winced. "Yeah, I know. Where the hell are Lodge and Simpson?" he asked, referring to the other 2 members of their crew. Lodge had been hit hours ago, and Simpson, their medic, had taken him below. As if on cue, Simpson came over the headset. "What the fuck is going on up there?" Murph cut in. "Get up here, Simpson. How's Lodge?" There was a pause before Simpson came on again. "I'm moving up now. Cover me." "Shit," Mac muttered, sharing a brief but meaningful look with Steven. More gunfire erupted from the stern, a good mix of incoming and outgoing. "They're gonna make another pass!" Judd yelled. "Charlie's coming back too!" "Shit!" Steven and Mac said in unison. He looked at Mac, who knew the score as well as he did. There was no fear in his eyes. No distance from the moment. He was all there, right beside him, and Steven took pride in knowing they'd face these next moments together. "You ready?" he asked. Mac nodded. Alpha's steady burst of fire suddenly abated. Stephen moved to a kneeling position, now exposed above the bulwark. Mac followed suit. The yacht's deck was higher than the small fishing vessels, so they had a solid firing angle. 2 attackers opposed themselves on approach. Stephen opened fire, followed by Mac. Judd joined in a few seconds later, then Murph, and then a 5th, which must have been Simpson. They poured short, crisp bursts into their assailants, who ducked down and blind-fired their AKs like the amateurs they were. Pow! Stephen recognized an RPG-7's launch and ducked on pure instinct. The warhead tore into the side of their ship with an ear-splitting bang. He lost his balance momentarily as the ship rocked beneath him. Smoke poured from the fresh hole in the stern, and the sound of groaning metal was somehow audible over the gunfire. What the hell are they doing? Trying to sink the ship? He thought briefly about breaking for their Zodiac, but trying to climb down it now would leave them hopelessly exposed. They were cut off, surrounded, and quickly draining their ammo, but worse than that, they had been abandoned. There was no reason for reinforcements to be delayed this long. Someone had pulled their plug. Someone way the fuck up the chain. Shit! Keep firing! Someone yelled. Stephen was dry. He started loading his last mag. Pow! Another RPG, this time from Alpha. This one slammed into the starboard side. Bang! Stephen somehow ended up on his back. Blinking hard through the blotches in his vision, Stephen sat up. He could hardly breathe through the smoke. Mac was lying motionless on his back a few yards from Stephen, his torso slick with blood. Stephen grabbed the back of his collar with one arm and started pulling him towards the center of the deck, firing into the black haze towards Alpha with a one-handed grip of his weapon. Like a shifting tide, the team's fire slowed while the AKs intensified. Bullet holes appeared in the yacht's gunwales all around him. Stephen felt a round go through his shoulder, sending a numbing pulse down his arm. Shit. As hard as he tried, his hand would not maintain its hold on Mac's vest. He reluctantly started crawling backwards. He had no choice but to let go of Mac and move to his cover position. After a few seconds, he realized his rifle wasn't firing. A brass casing was lodged in the chamber. He dug at it with his gloved finger. The yacht was now listing badly to the starboard side. There was some mumbling over the headset, but he couldn't make anything out over the storm of fire all around him. Stephen finally got the casing out. It only took him 3 seconds to fire his last 5 rounds. More headset mumbling, then quiet. The enemy firing slowed. "Judd!" he yelled through the smoke. Nothing. He lay on his back and tried to catch his breath as a few more stray rounds came in over his head. He heard whooping and cries of victory from one of the skinny boats. After taking a moment to catch his breath, he realized he'd been hit in the chest. He pushed himself backwards as the ship continued to lurch to its side. The ship was half fire and smoke now, pouring 3 columns of thick, rancid soot into the air. Something exploded below deck, bucking the stern. The yacht was in its death throes. He keyed his headset. "Anyone on the net? I'm hit!" Silence. Stephen turned towards the bow. He might be able to reach Judd, or at least get out of the smoke. He crawled on his back, pushing mostly with his legs since he only had one working arm. As soon as he broke through the haze, he saw Judd, flat and unmoving on the deck. The attackers started firing again, and he was exposed now by the listing of the ship. Scrambling to his feet, he made a dash for Judd's saw. No surrender. He reached the weapon. He flipped the feed tray cover open and loaded a fresh belt. He knew he was hit again, but tried to ignore it. Lying on his back, he aimed over his feet and began spraying Alpha with fire. "Fucking bastards! Where the fuck is the Navy?" Pow! Boom! This one hit behind him, port side. The sudden pitch of the deck sent him sliding to the starboard. His finger never let up on the trigger as he slid. Assholes! His foot caught on a half-ruined bulwark, bringing him to a stop. He had to reach cover. He had to put every last round into these fuckers. What a shit show! Who the fuck pulled our plug? His vision narrowed and he tried to stand, but lost his balance and nearly fell over the side. He'd been hit again, this time center mass. It knocked the wind out of him. Trying to catch his breath. Just for a second. His eyelids drooped, but he held on to the saw. His body went cold, and he was vaguely aware of the bullets landing all around him. For a moment he forgot where he was and the world went dark. Just catch your breath, damn it! He dropped the saw and collapsed over the rail. Hitting the water jolted him awake. He felt cold as the ocean washed over him. A strange vision of diving the reefs with Kai and friends briefly ran through his head. The cold turned warm, like a long-lost lover's embrace. And 1,000 memorable dives from his youth flashed before his mind. They were good memories, and Kai was in nearly all of them. But the cold and dark slowly engulfed him, snuffing out even those fleeting memories one by one. And there, half a world from where his life's journey began, Stephen Erickson returned to the sea. Chapter 1. Kauai Island, Hawaii. 14th of February, 2021, 1600 Hawaiian Standard Time. The Hawaiian sea was calm, and the sky an immaculate sheet of turquoise. Streaks of pink and orange spread across the horizon, eager to accept the sun's daily embrace. Birds squalled beneath those clouds, as if to spur the heavens to their inevitable conclusion. But Kailani priest did not hear their call. He was beneath the sea, and completely at home. It had been nearly 7 minutes since he had dived, and the concerns of the surface were far from his mind. It was here, on the hunt, that Kai was most at peace. With his eyelids half closed to avoid detection by any vigilant prey, he swam into a narrow crevice between 2 jagged pieces of rock just between the brightly colored coral reef. According to his watch, he was now 64 feet down and the temperature had dropped to 71 degrees Fahrenheit. By his estimate, he still had 4 or 5 minutes left, including surfacing time, more than enough for a patient hunter. He moved slowly and with a fluid grace as he closed in on his target. Even the slightest disturbance of the sand would spoil the hunt. Kai had been diving since he could walk, and the water was even more comforting to him than land. It was simply part of who he was. His mother, Darcy, was a 2-time world champion freediver, and his father was the legendary Hawaiian waterman Dyson Priest, the only man to ever successfully swim the Molokai Channel twice in one day, all during a full-blown hurricane. If any human being in history had been bred for life beneath the waves, it was Kai. By the age of 17, and with the help of an invitation to The Late Show, Kai became known around the world for his incredible feats of endurance in the water. He had even been asked to participate in several university studies, none of which gave any full accounting of his abilities. His longest recorded dive was over 19 minutes. As one researcher at MIT put it, he was part amphibian, or at least part crazy. Continuing his hunt, Kai settled down on the bottom of the ocean floor and lay motionless at the corner of the reef. He was just outside the crevice where he had spotted tiny bubbles leaving the small outlet en route to the surface. Having reached his destination, he went into what his mother had referred to as flow. It was the science of motionless intention. Everything slowed until the world nearly stopped. His heartbeat, his muscles, his mind. He was motionless, part of the water. In a sense, he simply was. His eyes were practically shut, but they were of less use to him now than his other senses. The reef teemed with life. He could feel the fish move around him in schools, each of which charted its own course in the daily search for food and safety. The same eddies and currents which swayed the coral fingers and tufted anemones moved across his body, leading him in a dance as old as the tides. He allowed himself to melt away into the precious moment, which was rare even for one who spent so much time underwater. Suddenly his senses came into focus. His prey was near. In his right hand he clasped a 52-inch Koa Force 2 spear gun. His forefinger rested gingerly atop the 1-pound trigger. Just the slightest flinch would activate the release, or pull set, just like a good rifle. He watched through slitted eyes, patient and focused on the moment to come. Finally, out of the reef pocket came his prey, an unsuspecting eel. 4 feet long, it gazed around lazily with beady eyes, mouth ajar to reveal a set of razor-sharp teeth. Unaware of Kai's presence, it slithered out and stopped right in front of him. Kai could now see his pupils darting left and right in rapid motion. It almost appeared to be smiling at him. It had been nearly 9 minutes since Kai had dived. He lay on the ocean floor in his camouflage wetsuit, the object of his pursuit nearly at hand. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Kai nudged his trigger finger. The gun's band released, and the arrow pierced flesh. A perfect shot, right behind the right eye. The eel was his, soon to be part of a delicious roll of unagi sushi. Kai reeled in his dinner and began to place the blood-soaked creature into his net bag when an ominous shadow appeared. From the corner of his eye, he spotted a huge, striped and scarred 14-foot tiger shark. Seriously? I don't have time for this shit today. The fish was huge. Not just long, but as fat as a Volkswagen, with stripes from its nose to its caudal fin. She had deep scars and tears all over her dorsal fin and face, a testament to adventures and trials only fellow predators could comprehend. She took a quick inspection pass to analyze the situation. She was hungry, and she could smell the kill. It was said that sharks could also smell fear, but she would find none in Kai. Kai knew this particular shark very well. He and his family had been commingling with her kind on these reefs for the better part of 40 years. A mutual respect and acknowledgement between the two were apparent. To Kai, the shark was an aumakua, or deity. She was there to protect and inform him. Exactly what she was protecting him from, he was not sure. She was also there to see if any food was available. As blood slowly blossomed from the eel, Kai opened his eyes as wide as possible and stared directly at the shark as she circled back for a second pass. "Gypsy, thank you for your guidance," he thought reverently as she approached. "Today is not your day. You must find your own dinner." She turned her eye towards him, flashing her teeth while seeming to consider whether he was worthy prey. The moment stretched on, but Kai never flinched or broke eye contact. There was no fear in either of them, merely the cold, calculating consideration of the other. This was her world, and evolution had sculpted her line into the perfect predator for it. On any other day, she would have been the most dangerous creature on the reef, but Kai had been shaped by far more than simple evolution, and knew that even here, in her home, the odds would be even at the very worst. Seeming to arrive at the same conclusion, she made a deliberate turn away from him. A few seconds later, just as quickly as she had appeared, she was gone. He waited a few seconds before gracefully returning to the surface. As his head broke above the sea, he filled his lungs with the warm Hawaiian air. Swimming calmly, he found his anchored jet ski and climbed aboard. He removed his mask and placed his gun in the ready-made holster on the ski. With catch in hand, he set out for the boat landing. It was time for sushi. Chapter 2. Washington, D.C. 15th of February, 2021, 1200 Eastern Standard Time. Breaking news. 5 men killed by Somali pirates. A banner with those words ticked by on the bottom of the screen, taunting him from the small TV mounted on the wall in the corner of the meeting room. The story had broken that day. Gary Cofield drummed his fingers on the wooden conference table impatiently, waiting for the crisis team to arrive. He stopped drumming and smiled as Stacy Long, the White House press secretary, peeked into the door and entered. "Gonna be a good one," she said with a plastic smile. "Yep," he nodded. "Have you been watching the news?" "Yeah, there's already a lot of traffic on Twitter," she confirmed. As if to emphasize, she looked down at her phone and with her thumb began to scroll the news feed. Since Gary had been named chief of staff, Stacy was his favorite pick. Ambitious, polished, and just smart enough to stay ahead of the sharks out in the press pool. The perfect face. The crisis team finally arrived at his door, and they began to take their seats as he pressed. "Do you think we should call the Hawk? Nothing's trending yet, but I will send an alert to keep an eye out. Here." He slipped a note to Stacy, "in case it starts trending." She glanced at the note, which read, RIF. "No problem," she acknowledged. RIF stood for Reverse Information Feed. Highly classified, it had been implemented years ago to help boost the social media presence of the former president. Since then, it had taken on a more proactive form of message control. A small army of paid contractors bumped favorable stories, commented on message boards, anything to give them an edge in the 24/7 news cycle. Critics referred to it as astroturfing or fake news, but if one wanted to stay ahead of the curve, it was a necessity. After all, if their opponents did it, then why shouldn't they? They only had a few details regarding the report, nothing important. 5 Special Forces operators were killed off the coast of Somalia. 5 Special Forces operators were killed off the coast of Somalia during some sort of anti-piracy mission. Normally, this wouldn't have made headline news, but after everything that had gone on during the past week, anything pirates was red hot. Last week, Kate Ansari, the daughter of President Henry Ansari, had been kidnapped on the high seas while attending a yacht fundraiser. They were now calling it a cruise, which sounded a bit folksier. Their boat, the Sea King, had experienced mechanical problems near the Horn of Africa. They had been rescued from shore by U.S. Special Forces within hours. But what had followed were days of must-watch television as she made her way home and was dramatically reunited with her father, the president. He had soon after delivered a moving speech on the need to combat global poverty and increase military cooperation. But somehow, this story about these 5 assholes had stayed just above the horizon. There was some speculation about how this could be related to the Sea King. A few experts gave bullshit interviews, but nothing more than that. This was an inconvenience. But for now, nothing more. The channels would do a 10-minute segment every day and repeat it every hour until something else came up. The purpose of this meeting with the crisis team was to figure out what that something else could be. Gary looked around the room. All right, I think we have everyone. Assembled were Stacy, Eric Smith, the White House Communications Director, Karen Rice, State Department Press Secretary, Rich Simpson, Pentagon Public Affairs, and Noah Stevens, CIA Communications Lead. Gary gestured to the TV. I assume we all know why we're here. I thought we could start by reviewing the situation. Stacy had a notebook out, as if ready to write down his every word. The others ranged from moderately disinterested to downright bored. This story broke around 10 a.m. We all know the details of this incident are highly sensitive and potentially politically damaging, not to mention the security concerns. We're still trying to find out who the source was. They don't have any details aside from the size of the team and the location. The mission file is still classified, thanks to our friends at Langley. He nodded to Noah. So with that said, before we discuss a response, Noah, are we sure this thing is locked down? Noah nodded. We're sure. It's tight. Rich spoke up. I understand we've got some security concerns here, but I'm having a hard time understanding why we can't release the details of our investigation. I'm not blaming the White House. There were good reasons for the delay, and I'm sure there are equally good reasons not to share those with us. But the families deserve to know, and a proper investigation shows that we're taking this seriously. He paused for a moment. Unless there's some other angle that I'm not seeing here. It's not happening, Rich, Gary said flatly. It's as simple as that. He paused for a moment to let the comment resonate before continuing. All right then. I spoke with the president this morning, and we've decided to see if we can let this one sizzle out on its own before we draw any more attention with any kind of proactive response. The president said that? Rich pressed, a hint of incredulity creeping into his voice. The room was silent. Gary stared at Rich while others wiggled slightly in their chairs. A few others fidgeted with their phones. Gary eventually continued, in a hard tone usually reserved for rebellious congressmen or senators. This is direct from the White House. If you get any questions on this, the answer is that you cannot comment on classified information. What you can say is that these men were heroes who died during an important mission to protect American ships and cargo. We do not know of any linkages to the attack on the president's daughter at this time. A full investigation is ongoing. This incident is just another example of why Congress needs to act now and get our troops the support they desperately need, and approve the president's proposal for a standing United Nations military force. The investigation is finished, Rich mumbled. Gary's eyes narrowed. A full investigation is ongoing, Gary repeated. Are we clear? There were several nods as Stacy looked up from her phone. Is that the formal response, Gary? Run with it, he nodded. Got it, she confirmed. What about taking questions? Sure, a few, Gary allowed. You know the line. Things go wrong with these missions all the time. Bad weather, equipment failure, you name it. If any of you starts getting pressed on the details, you need to make it sound like they're questioning the professionalism and patriotism of these men. No, these heroes, he amended with false feeling. They were doing the job they signed up for and the mission went sideways. Shit happens. End of story. And if we can't find the source? Karen asked earnestly. We'll find the source, Gary said confidently. And it won't matter. As long as we're all on the same page, this thing will be ancient history in 2 weeks. The president's speech with his daughter was watched by 33 million people. 33, he jabbed his finger emphatically on the desk as he said the number, million. We finally got momentum on this, and I'll be damned if I let it fizzle. Do your jobs, and we'll be just fine. And what is our job, Gary? Rich said with a hint of irritation. Gary glared at him before speaking again, thinking of a dozen eager and willing replacements as he did. We meet in 1 week. We all have press events between now and then, so let's stay focused. I'm going to say it again. He held up his fist and started ticking off talking points with fingers. Heroes. No connection to Katie and Sari. Investigation ongoing. Classified. UN, UN, UN. Stacy was looking at him again, waiting for him to say it. He almost smiled at seeing her pent-up energy, like a jet on the runway spinning up its engines for takeoff. We've also booked the Jimmy Connell show next week, he said, causing her eyes to light up. They've agreed to have Stacy on. They already sent out the questions to review. Should be mostly softball stuff. We'll have them put something in about the president's daughter. If anyone has any concerns with this, I need it in writing by tomorrow. Stacy was beaming as everyone stood from their chairs. Too easy, he thought with a self-satisfied smirk. Chapter 3. Secret Bay, North Shore, Kauai. 16th of February, 2021. 1800 Hawaiian Standard Time. Kai idled his ski into the bay just as dusk was approaching. The winds were calm and the swell was modest, typical for the winter. As he entered Secret Bay, he saw a group of local boys surfing the evening session. He gave a quick wave as he made his way to the river inlet where his truck was parked. The surfers waved back, all smiles. He navigated the shallow waters with precision, the product of years of local knowledge. He was careful not to hit any reef on his way in for fear of damaging the fragile coral. He couldn't care less about what that might do to the hull of his ski. He beached his ski, grabbed his dinner catch, and made his way up to the truck. Kai was considered a local hero of sorts in the community. He was well known for his accolades underwater, but also for his record of service to his country, or at least those parts that were public knowledge.
"How's it, Kai?"
A young local asked as he approached.
"Some good grinds for dinner?"
"Hey, guy," Kai greeted. "When you gonna come dive and feed the family like me?"
"Shoots, man.
Kai grinned.
I like staying where I can catch the waves."
"You're missing out," Kai replied with mild censure, like an older cousin scolding a younger one for making the same mistakes he'd already made 100 times.
"It's 3 to feed and peeling, brah. You're missing out."
Kai just smiled at the young keiki and threw his catch into the cooler in the bed of his lifted 4x4. As he removed his dive skin, he thought, maybe he is right. Kai had missed many years of living on the island while being away. After 2 years in active duty army, he had been selected for special service and served 8 years under Special Forces Command with a Combined Arms Group, or CAG, known popularly as Delta Force. That had led to another 8 with Tiger Corps, a little-known military contractor. Kai was highly respected amongst the tight-knit circle of those who were known as operators. But after 18 years, 112 covert missions, 78 confirmed kills, and probably preventing a Third World War or two, he had decided it was time to trade in the UK-416 for a ukulele. It was time to go home. He was 36, and he wanted to see what peace looked like. How many swells had he missed? How many contests? How many parties with the crew? He had been gone from his family and the Aina for almost 2 decades. And what about the time lost with McKenna? After growing up together, he often wondered if McKenna resented the fact that he left. She never said anything directly, but he was no fool. After stripping down to his board shorts, he reached under his wheel well, grabbed his keys, and started the truck. He backed the truck to the shore and secured the ski to the trailer. As the sun fell slowly into the ocean, he took a minute to take in the beauty of the island. The ocean exuded a soft orange peace, just as it always did at sunset. The dark gray lava rocks had stood 1,000,000 years firm on the other side of the river and proceeded to wrap the island in its protection. The sand was a soft white with the occasional bit of driftwood, perfect for tonight's gatherings of drinking and music playing, which happened almost every night. I love this place, he thought with solemn conviction. He noticed a mound of plastic trash a few meters off to his left. A tangled mess of fishing wire, rope, a laundry basket, and other assorted junk from as far away as Japan marred the otherwise pristine sands. As he walked over to grab it, he noticed some tourists sunbathing and staring at him awkwardly. This was something that happened often. Kai was quite the specimen. A solid 6'1", he was upright and athletic. His shoulders were huge from his years of diving and surfing. He was lean, muscular, and tan. Unlike most of his family and friends, he had no tattoos. They were used as identifiers in war zones, and he never wanted the risk. He did have plenty of scars, which came in all shapes and sizes, from 6-inch scrapes to coin-shaped knots. So much for no identifiers. He gave a wry laugh as the tourists looked on. They all admired his physique, but the men's eyes lingered on the scars and cauliflower ears. The girls stared hungrily at his tan, confident good looks. He didn't mind the attention, but he didn't relish it either. It was just another part of the path he walked during his life's journey. He made his way over to the clump of flotsam and waved. "Aloha," he greeted as he grabbed a handful of the plastic trash. "Hey, maybe take some trash when you leave." It was not a question, and none of the tourists seemed to mind. "Sure thing, buddy," an overly sunburned tourist replied. Kai hopped back in the truck and plugged his phone into the charger. He turned on some Bob Marley and got started on the 5-minute drive home. He had been back for 4 months now and was just starting to settle into retirement. 16 years in covert work with over 100 missions, most of which were undocumented. He was really starting to appreciate his freedom. He relished the idea of barbecuing some fresh fish and playing music instead of getting shot at. Although he grew up here, there was definitely an adjustment phase happening. Unlike so many of his colleagues, Kai didn't suffer from PTSD, but what had changed was his heightened self-awareness of his surroundings. He could be somewhere as benign as the local fish market, and he would have 2 or 3 escape routes planned in case things went south. It was subconscious, but had become his nature. He'd given up trying to scold himself out of things like that. You can take the soldier out of the battlefield, but you can't take the battlefield out of the soldier, he had often heard. There was more truth to that than his younger self would have thought possible. The drive was pleasant and uneventful. He pulled into the long driveway lined on each side with palm trees and proceeded to the house. He passed the ohana where he stored his surfboards, dive gear, and about 10 or 15 of his preferred weapons. Bows, spear guns, blowpipes, basically any ranged weapon with a sharp tip. Wild chickens roamed the 3 acres just as they did throughout the island thanks to Hurricane Iniki back in '92. And hunting them was as much fun as duty, just like his earliest experience of the armed forces. McKenna's dog, Dojo, greeted him, tail wagging and grinning. He knew he would eat well tonight. He always did when Kai showed up soaking wet with the cooler in hand. He gave Dojo a quick pet, grabbed the cooler, and placed it on the lanai. "Hey, baby," he greeted McKenna as she stepped out front to greet him. "Hey, sweetheart." She smiled while offering an open, ice-cold bottle of beer. "How was it?" "The reefs are looking a little better. I went a bit deeper off secret for some uku," he said as he slugged down a mouthful of the frosty beverage. Kai didn't mention the fact that he had run into Gypsy, the tiger shark. McKenna knew Gypsy, but she got nervous and protective when she heard about the run-ins. After all, a tiger shark is still a shark. "I'll prep it," she beamed, every bit as excited and grateful for the coming meal as he was. She was an island girl to the core. In so many ways, she was home to Kai. She stepped out onto the lanai to take the cooler. Sitting suspiciously close to the open container was Dojo. "No, Dojo, you need to wait till dinner, boy," she scolded. He tilted his head sideways, drooped his eyes slightly, and proceeded to put on an Oscar-winning performance. It worked. McKenna just smiled back and let him be. "Damn dog, he is too cute." "Oh hey, did you talk to Uncle?" she asked Kai as she started to prep the fish. "No, why?" "He called and wanted to talk with you." "Why?" Kai cocked his head in surprise. "No idea," she shook her head. "Did he call you?" "I don't know, I didn't check." "It is a bit weird that he would phone the house, don't you think?" she shrugged. "He never does that." Kai looked around for his phone to see if Uncle Keikoa called. Shit, phone's in the truck. "Yeah, it is. I'll check," Kai replied as he stepped outside to grab his phone. Kai grabbed his phone from the truck charger and checked his texts. He had one alert from his uncle. Check the news. Talk soon. Chapter 4. Washington, D.C. 16th of February, 2021, 1300 Eastern Standard Time. Camera shutters and cell phones clicked as Stacy Long entered the room to deliver the State Department's weekly press briefing. She smiled as she approached the podium. Any second of this could be a front-page photograph, she reminded herself. She issued the same reminder each time she did one of these. Body language was key. She continued to smile as she arrived at the wooden lectern, adjusting the microphone to mouth level and ensuring she was centered with that world-famous crest affixed before her. "Good morning, everyone," she said with an even bigger smile as she opened her black leather binder. There were a few grumbled responses. "Well then, let's go ahead and get started. This was obviously a big week for us here at the Truman Building." She clicked the small remote in her hand and the screen behind her turned on, displaying an image of the president embracing his daughter. She paused a moment to let the image sink in. President Henry Ansari and his daughter Katie Ansari were dramatically reunited on Tuesday at Andrews Air Force Base. While speaking to the press after the event, the president outlined his gratitude to the men and women of the United States military for conducting the rescue. He also reiterated his continuing commitment to ensuring that the UN gets the funding it needs to adequately support global security. He insisted that the U.S. could no longer be the sole contributor to global peace, and renewed his call for Congress to approve his proposal to create a standing UN security force. Part of that security force would include a naval component designed to prevent these types of incidents. She paused, scanning the room and smiling. Some were taking notes, many simply recorded the briefings with their phones. "In other news," she continued smoothly, "the State Department is glad to announce the opening of its new assembly in Beijing. Chinese President Xi Jinping was present for the ceremony and extended his congratulations." As she continued with the briefing, she fell into the familiar rhythm of speaking that she had become accustomed to using since taking the position. It was like poetry or a marching cadence. Not quite monotone, but skipping unnecessary emphasis on certain phrases or sentences. Speaking in this way not only allowed her to move more quickly through the briefing, but it also made it easier to slip in more controversial portions and move through them quickly. As instructed, she had not mentioned the Special Forces operators, and as always made sure to end on a high note. "And we believe that increasing cooperation with the Pakistani government will continue to be an important pillar in the fight against international terrorism," she finished before drawing a breath. "Are there any questions?" Several hands shot up and she pointed at one. "Yes, Bruce." "Thank you, Stacy. Can you address the reports about the Special Forces men killed in the Gulf of Aden? Specifically, what was the White House's level of involvement?" She continued to smile, even though it was clear that Gary's avoidance strategy had failed, but she was as adept at information warfare as anyone in this room. To present weakness was to invite disaster, so Stacy leaned in, ready to give battle. "Well, Bruce, unfortunately the details of the incident are still classified, so I'm not really able to provide additional detail. What I can say is that these men were heroes, who, like all who serve this great nation, put their lives on the line every day to protect American lives and property." "Just to follow up," Bruce deftly riposted, "surely you can comment on the White House's involvement without providing any additional detail about the incident itself." "I'm sorry, Bruce, that's really all I can say," she said with a trace of false regret at being unable to give him what he wanted. "Marjorie, let's go to you." "Thanks, Stacy," Marjorie acknowledged briskly. "Just to follow up on Bruce's question, can you give any explanation as to why these guys were so isolated? What were they doing in the area? And could this be related to the attack on the president's daughter?" "Okay, everyone, as I said," Stacy projected calm control as she kept any trace of annoyance from her voice, "I cannot provide any details on this specific incident. At this time, we have no reason to believe this was linked to the attack on Katie Ansari. Let's move on." Several people spoke at once and Stacy spoke over them, picking one of the newer members of the press corps, someone less likely to follow the developing line of attack. "Erica, how about you?" "Thanks, Stacy," Erica nodded, but her eyes were hard as diamonds. Stacy knew even before she spoke that things were starting to unravel. "Could you at least give some detail about how these men died? Why wasn't there any type of support from the Navy? This was right around the same time as the attack on the president's daughter. Shouldn't security have been heightened?" Stacy's smile faded. "As I just said, I'm not going to comment any further on this. Does anyone have a question on a different topic?" She waited until a lone hand went up. "Yes, Richard." "Thank you, Stacy. My question is related to the attack on the president's daughter. We know that she was rescued on shore, but why wasn't there any response to the scene of the attack? How far away was the Navy? It must have taken them at least a few hours to get back to the shoreline from the location of the boat." Stacy began to shift on her feet before catching herself. "Body language, Stacy. Show no weakness." "Well, as you all know, there are a variety of factors that can affect response times. Communication, for instance." She fought to maintain the air of authority. "Bad weather can impact response times." She shouldn't have speculated. She knew her mistake as soon as it came out of her mouth, but pressed forward in her best effort to limit the damage. "Again, I cannot comment any further on the specifics of this incident, or any others in that area. Are there any other questions?" Half a dozen hands were up. She gestured to one, without speaking, smiling with confidence she no longer felt. Can you give any information on when this information is going to be declassified? When should the public expect to learn more information about these incidents? She felt her face begin to redden. Okay, everyone. I've said it several times now. If there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and conclude now. Thank you. Several voices called out. Can you say anything to the widows of the men? When will the information be made public? Is the president going to respond to allegations about the White House? Stacy closed her binder. Thank you, everyone. She tried to move quickly to the exit as several more questions were asked or repeated. Halfway to the door, she stumbled on a camera cord with her heel. Idiot! Body language! Body language! Chapter 5. Secret Bay, North Shore, Kauai. 16th of February, 2021. 1830 Hawaiian Standard Time. The White House interview snippet concluded on his laptop, and Kai was left in stunned rage. Like the 500,000 other viewers in 3 hours since it was uploaded, he normally would have laughed at what he'd just seen. But the men she had just talked about were professionals, supported by the greatest military machine ever built by man. He felt his anger rising as a question blazed in his mind. What the hell was that? Not only was the bit about response times complete bullshit, but weather? Really? He closed the page and opened a search window. Weather, Mogadishu. A few links down, he found the historical weather patterns for Somalia. He looked at each day in February. 79 degrees, 77 degrees, 80 degrees. Winds 11 miles per hour, 8 miles per hour, 12 miles per hour. Nothing. Lying bitch. He thought about the last time he was in Somalia. They could have crossed to Yemen in 4 hours flat, and that wasn't even moving fast. A Navy ship already in that area could have been there in less than 3. He had to get in touch with Steven Erickson. He would know what the fuck this was all about. After they had left Tiger Corps, Steven had gotten back into the Navy. He was part of something called SWCC, or SWCC as they called it. Special Warfare Combatant Craft Crewmen. They were essentially Navy SEALs, but focused on infiltration and extraction by small watercraft. Steven had begged Kai to come with him. Kai was born for that work. The last time they had spoken, Steven told him that they were mostly running pickups for SEAL teams that had gotten into trouble in Somalia. When things were slow, they supported anti-pirating efforts. If President's damned daughter had been attacked within 100 miles of them and a call had gone out, they would have been there. These guys didn't do slow. They didn't do communication issues. They operated. End of story. Kai closed his laptop. He had to talk to his uncle Keikoa and get in touch with Steven. Keikoa ran a bar just outside town, but he knew the operator life just as well as Kai. Kai dialed Keikoa as he walked out to his car. His uncle picked up on the first ring. How's it, Kai? Hey, Kai greeted. You see this shit on TV about Somali pirates? Some boys got into trouble. When's the last time you talked to Steven? Why don't you come by, Kai? We'll talk here. Kai felt a pang run through him. Yeah, okay. Kai started his truck and began the drive over to Keikoa's. He wouldn't acknowledge the fear. He had seen Steven shot a dozen times and drowned at least half as many. It couldn't be him. They had a couple of teams in that area. It was someone else. He turned off the street and pulled into the modest parking lot in front of Keikoa's place. Right on the beach, with a thatched grass roof and rustic lumber construction, it was the very image of a beachside bar. The problem was he'd built it 5 miles away from anything else, so it wasn't a great commercial location. In fact, there was hardly ever anyone at the bar, and only rarely was it someone he or Keikoa didn't already know. But Keikoa never had trouble with money, or at least he never mentioned it. He had built this place for him, and he belonged there as much as any of the koa trees that surrounded it. But where peace and serenity were his usual greeters upon arriving at Keikoa's, this time Kai was pissed. Keikoa knew something and had called him there for a face-to-face, which meant it was serious. If it wasn't Steven's team, it was definitely someone Steven knew. Those guys didn't work without radios. If they had responded, which they certainly would have if the call had gone out, then the Navy would have known about it. And no rag-ass bunch of skinnies from some junkyard would have waxed them before the Navy had 3 more ships pumping tomahawks up their asses. It just didn't make sense. Kai parked in the small lot and walked up the short stairs onto the bamboo-covered porch. Keikoa was sitting on one of the chairs, carving a piece of knotted wood with a small pocket knife. Sit, he said as Kai stood in front of him. Kai stayed standing. You know what's going on, Makua? I don't know much, but I do know you need to sit. Kai began to realize what was happening. It seemed surreal. He lowered into his seat, fighting against the urge to tense every muscle in his body. Okay. Keikoa looked at him, and in that moment, Kai accepted that it was true.
Steven is gone. His whole team. I'm sorry, Keiki.
What are you talking about? That's impossible, Kai demanded. But in his heart, he knew his uncle wouldn't lie to him. Where was the Navy?
I don't have many details. They were left 10 hours.
Kai buried his face in his palms as he struggled to contain his volcanic emotions. His hands curled into fists. After a moment, he raised his head. This is bullshit. Where the fuck was the Navy for 10 hours? Keikoa looked down at his carving.
I don't know anything else. I'm sorry, Kailani.
Kai shook his head as calm certainty overcame him. I'm going to find out who did this. Keikoa fixed him with a hard but sympathetic look.
There's nothing we can do for Steven now. It's over, Kailani. And it's time to grieve. He was my child as much as your brother.
Kai shook his head and stood. I'm leaving. I need to find a TV.
Kailani.
Kai was already walking back to his truck. He backed out the driveway as Keikoa watched from the porch. He didn't even remember the trip home. His body was on autopilot. Steven's blood was apart from Kai's, but he was still his ohana, his family. And in Kai's world, family never turned away from each other, not even in death. As he drove home, a burning anger overcame him, which just a few hours earlier he thought had become part of his past. That anger was a force of nature, a maelstrom descending upon him, moving and driving him in ways he knew from experience he could not suppress. So instead of suppressing it, or even containing it, Kai did the only thing men like him could. He channeled and focused it into an achievable objective. And that objective crystallized in his mind when he was halfway home. He would find the person responsible for this. And when he did, they would suffer the consequences for their betrayal. Once he arrived home, he reopened his laptop. The first search he performed was for which Navy ships had been in the Gulf that day. It took some time, but he found the USS Ronald Reagan, a Burke-class destroyer, was closest to the attack. The next morning, after making a few circumspect inquiries, he found the commander's name, Robert Carmichael. Wherever he was no longer the commander of the Reagan. After a few more minutes of searching turned up nothing, he turned the TV on again. The State Department was preparing for another press briefing. This should be good, Kai thought as his jaw clenched tight enough to crush a femur. Chapter 6. Washington, D.C. 26th of February, 2021. 1100 Eastern Standard Time. There was a still shot of Stacy's face from the press conference, looking particularly exasperated and unattractive. She locked her phone and put it in her jacket pocket. She had to stop reading the memes and comments. They would drive her insane. Her driver pulled beneath the White House portico and stopped it. It was the first time she had been brought to the literal front door, which was far from comforting. Time to face the music, she thought with no small measure of trepidation. The valet opened the door and she slid across the leather seat and got out. It was a particularly ugly February day, cold, rainy, and gray. Stacy pulled her coat tighter and made her way into the reception area. Once inside, a staffer took her to their meeting room in the West Wing. Gary Cofield was waiting for her at the conference table, and she greeted him directly. "Good morning, Gary." Gary nodded. "Stacy?" "Is he—" "The president won't be joining us," he said matter-of-factly. Stacy frowned. "Okay." It had been nearly a week since the press conference had taken place. Since then, the story had only grown. The Pentagon had revealed that the White House had known about the incident, which only fanned the flames. Rich Simpson had been let go, and it seemed the Secretary of Defense would be next if they didn't keep the story under control. Stacy had taken a week off due to illness, and the communications director, Eric Smith, had filled in. He would be on again at 1 p.m. It was already noon, but the lateness was intentional. This was damage control. The less time, the lower the chance of error. Stacy was here to meet with Gary ahead of her appearance on The Tonight Show with Johnny Connell this week. Gary was typing something on his phone. After what seemed like an eternity, he put it down and looked up. "All right, let's review this." "Okay." "What do they know?" he asked neutrally, his tone as patronizing as it was professional. She drew a short breath and replied, "They know how many men were killed, and where they died. They also know that the president knew." "What is your job?" She fought the urge to scowl at being treated with such condescension, but she was a professional. I explain why it isn't a big deal and don't reveal anything else. I'm not an idiot, Gary. It was a bad moment. I'll be fine. Gary quirked a brow, and an ominous silence ensued before his reply. This isn't going away anymore, Stacy. When you get back out there, you better bring your A-game. Did you see the news this morning? She had. The minority leader in the House was calling for an investigation of a possible cover-up. They wanted to know why the Navy didn't send help, and how involved the White House had been. They were trying to cripple the president's political momentum. With a majority in Congress, it seemed he was on the verge of enacting much of his platform. This story could be the proverbial wrench in the gears, and it was their job to remove that wrench. There was a knock on the door. Stacy jumped slightly. "Come in," Gary invited. Stacy looked at him with confusion, but Gary ignored her. The door opened to reveal a young man, dressed too casually for the White House. Stacy knew immediately that he wasn't from Washington. He seemed too modern. "Stacy, this is Aziz Cook," Gary introduced. "He's here from Bengal." Stacy nodded. "Hi there." Aziz smiled back at her, but the expression never quite reached his eyes. Gary gestured for Aziz to sit. "Aziz is here to talk to us about some of the things Bengal can do to combat conspiracy theories, such as the ones we've been seeing over the last few days." The Bengal representative opened a laptop on the table. "Exactly. So would you like to go ahead and get started?" "By all means," Gary confirmed. "Great." Aziz flashed another grin, this one both pleasant and predatory. "I think you guys are really going to like this. Let's take a recent example. About half a dozen sites have been reposting a story alleging that the Katie Ansari kidnapping was a setup by the CIA. He started typing, causing results to appear on his company's search engine, an engine responsible for at least 80% of all worldwide searches. "Now, obviously, something like that is false," he said with surprising poise and polish. "But let's say I've heard this version of events, and I go to a search window and type Katie Ansari setup CIA. He turned the screen to them. "Here's what I get. Now you can see the top results here. Conspiracy theorists target Katie Ansari. Katie Ansari and the CIA. Anatomy of a fake news scandal." But if I scroll down a bit, we still see some links to sites that are spreading the story. Did the CIA plan the attack on Katie Ansari? Insider claims CIA knew about the Sea King. He pulled back the laptop. Now, if I were to search for something more generic, I wouldn't get any of the fake stories. There's too much legitimate stuff being published by established sources, so our algorithms will automatically sort the credible sources to the top. The problem comes in when people start searching for more specific terms, like I just did. Of course, we had the legitimate stuff at the top, but right below it, we're still getting the fake stuff." Gary leaned forward. "So let me guess, you guys have something figured out for that." "You got it," Aziz nodded. "We're calling this our Safe Search feature. Essentially, what it does is filter out search results from a rolling list of sites that are known to be propagating fake news. The best part is that this is now the default mode for the search engine. A user can turn it off manually in the settings, but only 6% of users even know it's something they can toggle, and only about half of those actually turn it off." Stacy began to see where he was going with this, and decided to put her oar in. "So how do you determine your list of credible versus fake sites?" "That's a great question. Part of this is easy, and it just involves manually picking out sites that are obviously fake, or blocking sites that have IP addresses from certain known trouble regions. Of course, it's a bit more complicated than that, and it isn't really foolproof. Which brings me to why I'm here." He closed the laptop. "We want to initiate a partnership with the public sector to identify and flag problem sites more accurately." Gary smiled, and even Stacy felt a shiver at seeing the expression on his face as he asked, "How can we help?" Aziz leaned back in his chair. "Well, there are a couple of options. We know you can't spend all day searching for conspiracy theories on the internet. Thankfully, we already have analysts that do similar work. And we know you have law enforcement agencies that also do this type of thing. We would be willing to consider a variety of options, such as setting up a task force right here in our DC offices to work on this kind of stuff. We're flexible on the how, and we think there's a lot we can do if we just get the right people in a room together." Gary leaned back, mimicking the man's posture. "I see what you're saying. Stacy, what do you think?" She recalled all the memes of her tripping, fueled by partisan sites who never faltered in their attacks on the administration. "I think it's a wonderful idea." Gary nodded curtly. "I agree. Why don't we elevate this to the right people, And we can get in touch with some of your people and start to make something happen." Aziz smiled. "That sounds great." The three stood and shook hands, and the corporate officer packed up his things and left the room. Once he had gone, Gary smiled at Stacy. He seemed to be in much higher spirits. "Well, that was cool, wasn't it?" he said happily. "Yeah," she agreed. "If only we'd had that 10 years ago." Gary smiled, and another shiver went down her spine. "You see, Stacy, things are already looking better." Chapter 7. Secret Bay, North Shore, Kauai. 26th of February, 2021, 1400 Hawaiian Standard Time. It had been a week since the briefing, and Kai had hardly thought about anything else. After doing some more research, he had even sent an anonymous tip to the New York Times, as if they would do anything about it. But the truth was, he was powerless to do anything from the islands. Kai walked down the hall to his bedroom and opened his closet door. He unlocked a cabinet inside and retrieved a small black case. Placing it on his bed, he unlatched the fasteners which kept it securely shut and pulled the satellite phone from its padded cutout. Gunner's number was printed on a white slip of paper and affixed with clear tape on the back side. He dialed the number and waited. Gunner Davis was Kai's commander during his time with Tiger Corps. An old cowboy, Gunner had been through every branch of military service before they had finally managed to get rid of him. And he used his pension to start Tiger Corps, Tactical Insertion Global Response Corporation. Kai always joked that the whole thing was just Gunner's way of avoiding retirement. Technically based in Kenya, the small group made most of its play money by pulling security for state officials in Africa. The rest of the time, they got into whatever kind of trouble Gunner could dream up. Having connections with military and government officials in nearly every hotspot on Earth meant that he could dream up a lot. It also meant that he knew a lot. The ringtone had been beeping for nearly a minute before the line connected. There was a muffled grunt and then silence. "Gunner?" "Who the fuck is it?" came the thick, southern accent. "Gunner, it's Kai Priest." "Kai?" Gunner's voice was equal parts annoyance and surprise. "You know what time it is here?" "Yeah, I know." There was a pause and a sigh. "I know why you're calling me." "What happened?" "Listen, buddy, I can't say too much. All I know are rumors. You know how these things are. You gotta talk to Keikoa. He knows just as much as me, probably more." "He's not talking." "Well, he's your family, ain't he? He'll talk to you." Gunner groaned like he was sitting up. "Listen, I know you and Steven were real close. You relax a little bit. Have a couple of drinks with Keikoa and he'll tell you." He paused again. "I know it's hard, brother, but he knows you're pissing fire right now. He is too, deep down. It never gets any easier with losing guys. Never. Believe me." "This is different, Gun," Kai said with iron resolve. A brief pause. "Talk to your uncle. You hear him out, and if you still want to talk to me after that, you come pay old Gunny a visit. I'm getting fucking bored out here anyway." Kai almost smiled. "All right. It's good to hear from you." "You too, brother." Kai ended the call and tossed the phone down on the bed. As he did, he heard the front door open downstairs. He walked down the stairs and turned the corner. McKenna was in the kitchen, humming as she set down a bag of groceries on the counter. Kai watched her for a moment. The sun beamed through the kitchen window, and it brought out the mocha streaks in her dark brown hair. She turned and saw him, smiling as she took off her headphones. She only looked at him a moment and saw his brooding expression. "What's wrong, babe?" He almost didn't want to tell her. Her world was free of violence, free from loyalties to people halfway around the world. Her world was simple. But he loved her, so he didn't have a choice. Something's going on. "What do you mean?" Her brow furrowed in confusion. "Something's happened to Steven." "Steven Erickson?" "Yeah." He nodded but couldn't find any more words. "What do you mean something's happened?" He paused before exhaling with the words. "He's dead, McKenna." Her face contorted, and she brought her hand to her mouth, the new diamond ring on her finger glinting in the sun's ray. "What?" "I'm sorry," he said, but he was already miles down the coast from sorry. She shook her head in disbelief. "On a mission?" He nodded. "But there's more to the story, and I need to fix it." McKenna looked at him in silence. and her confusion slowly transformed into fear. "What are you talking about?" "I'm going to talk to Keikoa tonight," Kai replied. "Someone messed up and got Steven killed." A tear rolled down her cheek and she quickly wiped it away. "So what do you mean you're going to fix it?" "I don't know, McKenna." It was partly true. He didn't know how. All he knew was what. And in his world, that was usually enough. She walked over to him and put her hand on his arm. "Kai." He gazed into her deep brown eyes. He loved her more than he had ever loved anyone. He loved her enough to live for her, or to die for her. But for men like Kai, some things were more important than love. He knew she wouldn't understand, even if he somehow found the right words. So he said the only thing he could. "It'll be okay, McKenna." They stood there for a long, quiet moment, knowing there was nothing else to say. Eventually, he folded his arms around her and kissed her. After he pulled back, he met her beautiful brown eyes and said, "I need to leave for a while. I'm sorry." She wiped another tear. "Okay, I understand." He picked his wallet and keys up off the counter and walked out the door. McKenna had never understood Kai's desire to leave the islands, to join the military, any of it. They had tried to make it work, but eventually split for years while Kai bounced between the special forces and private contracting. It was during a visit home that they had finally reconnected, and Kai swore to her that he would leave Gunner's team and come home, and she swore that she would agree to marry him when the day came. He had made good on his promise, and she on hers. He and McKenna had gotten engaged the past fall, intending to settle into island life for as many days as remained to them. But that was before this. He hadn't asked for this, but it was here and there was no hiding from it. He had to deal with it. Once he was outside, he dialed Keikoa. He picked up and Kai began talking before his uncle could say anything. "I'm coming back over there, and you're going to tell me what happened. Listen to me, Makua. I'm going to see this through one way or another. You can either help me, or you can let me go alone, but it's done. You would have done the same for my father." There was a long silence on the other end of the phone.
"You come by tonight, and I'll tell you what you want to know."
"I'll be there." Kai hung up the phone. Chapter 8. New York City, New York. 27th February 2021, 2200 Eastern Standard Time. Johnny Connell live. Stacy had finally made it. Since she had started as a journalist at WPAC 47 local news, she had been waiting for this moment. At heart, all journalists were performers. They started young, each clawing their way through endless hours of weather reports and local fairs, traffic at 5, and more details at 11. This is what they were clawing for. A chance in the spotlight. A chance to be a beautiful and beloved personality. Johnny Connell himself had started as a cameraman, until they discovered he was better on the other side of the lens. He certainly delivered. He was stylish, he was charming, he was funny, he was good-hearted, he was an advocate for women, an advocate for immigrants, an advocate for every nice-seeming oppressed class. He was America's voice, or at least the voice for its better half. He was popular. To be on that level was what every journalist aspired to. Forget all the hard-hitting reports, all the juicy leads and shocking scandals. This was still the real top. Yucking it up with senators one day and pop stars the next. 10 million Twitter followers hanging on your every witticism. This is what being loved looked like. But for all her excitement, Stacy had never imagined that her moment would come like this. She never imagined that she would be trending on 3 platforms, in a bad way. Fox News pundit Sean Wallace's coverage of her press conference was now in the top 3 trending videos on YouTube for the week. Conservative news didn't trend. She had done that. When they had called YouTube, their analysts said their algorithm couldn't suppress this much real traffic. Humiliating. It was all she had just to keep it together. But it ended here. The memes of her tripping, the mockery, it could actually be good for her career. It was bullying. She was a victim of something now, an advocate. She just had to make sure that wasn't all she was. In the makeup room, she reviewed the list of questions sent to them by the show and ran through her talking points one more time. They would have to bring up the press conference, but it would be light. He would let her explain herself, clear the air. "We are protecting American lives every day," she repeated in her head. She would emphasize the words every day. "Is that good for your cheeks, Miss Long?" the makeup artist asked a bit too gently. She was sick of being tiptoed around, like she had some illness. A bit more blush, thank you. After a few more minutes, the producer came into the room. How do you feel? You ready? Stacy smiled. I'm ready. How's the crowd? He smiled back. Nice and warm. You'll be great. Another few minutes and she was standing behind the curtain. The lights already felt hot. She could hear Johnny introducing her. You all know our next guest as the President's press secretary, the lovely lady born and raised right here in New York, Stacy Long. The crowd whooped and cheered as she walked out to the stage. They looked like one big dark mass with the lights pointed at her. There he was, smiling right at her as she crossed the stage, carefully minding each step. As was so often the case, he seemed smaller in person. Stacy, welcome to the Tonight Show. He grasped her hand warmly. And I must say, you crossed that stage very gracefully. The crowd laughed. They were putty in his hands. Thank you, Johnny. I've been very careful lately, she said with a smile. Johnny looked out to the crowd. How about another hand for Stacy? More whoops and cheering. Stacy waved, smiling. Please take a seat, Johnny said as the cheers trailed off, gesturing to the red club chair positioned next to his stage desk. Stacy sat and looked at Johnny. She was more comfortable now. She was ready. So, Stacy, he leaned towards her. I just want to say, he looked to the side stage as if checking with someone. Can I say this? I'm a huge fan. Whoops and cheering, shorter this time. Well, thank you, Johnny. You know, I'm starting to realize more people watch my press briefings than I thought. Johnny let out a good-hearted laugh, and the crowd followed suit as he replied. So, if it's all right with you, let's talk about last week. The way I understand it, there was a power cord or something in the aisle? Yes, exactly, she said with a practiced sigh. We try to tell the camera folks to watch their cords, but every now and then one will get you. You just hope it isn't on national television. More laughs. This was going well. I can certainly understand that, Johnny nodded. So, I want to get into more details about the press conference. But first, I wanted to ask you about Katie Ansari. I understand you two are very close. How is she holding up? Yes, Katie and I have become very close over the past couple months, and I think she's doing okay. In fact, we talked this morning before the show because she was worried about me. Johnny chuckled and his expression softened as she continued. But you know, seriously, as you can imagine, what she went through was a very traumatic experience. I'm not sure you can even fully understand how something like that is going to impact you for a couple of months, or even years after it happens. She has been so strong. She's been talking to someone who specializes in dealing with these types of post-traumatic effects, and I think she's doing really well. Well, we're certainly all wishing her the best, Johnny said with a short nod, drawing approving sounds from the crowd. I'm sure you had a hand in shaping some of the president's remarks at Andrews Air Force Base. Why did he decide to speak there? Well, I think it really just goes back to underlining the message he brought to the campaign, she said, leaning into the moment with all her professional poise. This incident was obviously very close to home for him, but since the very beginning he has been out there saying that our military can't do it all. The time for the American military to go it alone in these areas of the world is coming to an end. It's about making the world a safer place for everyone, not even just Americans. The audience applauded as Johnny nodded. Well, I would probably agree with that. So, talking now more specifically about some of the things you were being asked about during this press conference. We all know the stories going around about the 5 actually, Special Forces operators who were tragically killed in some kind of ambush in the same area. It's been in the news a lot, and different people have been making a lot of claims about what did or didn't happen. I know a lot of the details are still classified, but I wanted you to have the final word. What can you tell us about that? Well, Johnny, like you said, most of it is still classified. And the investigation is ongoing, so we still don't have all the facts, she said with measured solemnity. But what we do know is that these men were not involved in the mission to rescue Katie Ansari, though they were in the same area. After they came under attack, there was some kind of delay in communication, probably due to equipment failure. By the time rescuers arrived, it was too late. Okay, so what do you make of those members of Congress now calling for hearings? Well, Johnny, I think it's sad. She infused her voice with sympathy and just a touch of condescension. It's sad that we've seen some members of Congress posting links to hateful conspiracy theories on their social media accounts. I mean, ultimately, they're trying to politicize the deaths of 5 Americans. We need to be better than this. It's unacceptable. More cheers and clapping from the audience. I understand, Johnny said with a smile as warm as the lights overhead. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with more of White House Press Secretary Stacy Long. Cheers and clapping. Stacy smiled and waved as the lights turned off. Chapter 9. Keikoa's Lair, North Shore, Kauai. 26th of February, 2021, 8:15 Hawaiian Standard Time. The sun was just beginning to set as Kai's truck made its way down the valley towards Keikoa's mountain. The road here turned to auburn clay, sticking out from the green foliage like a great big scar across the jungle. There was something spiritual about this place, and it was palpable even inside a car. He wasn't quite sure if it was because these trees held some special place in his memory, or if they had this effect on everyone. Regardless of the circumstances, making this drive had always calmed him down. But not this time. This time, Kai's mood was as dark as a moonless night, and nothing could brighten it. Warriors learned to expect the unexpected on the battlefield. They accepted the risk of encountering the unknown. Ops went bad all the time, and good men died when they did. But these ops didn't just go bad, especially not so close to the president. Someone knew what happened, and if anyone on the islands knew, it was Keikoa. The fact that Keikoa didn't give him the full story when he first told him meant it was something bad. Talking to Gunnar had confirmed it. Something was off, and Kai would find out what that was. The road got steeper and steeper until he finally reached the bar. As he got out of the truck and shut the door, the warm air rushed to embrace him. The heat of the day had not yet passed, but darkness was just beginning to overtake the jungle, the cicadas growing louder with each passing minute. Keikoa was sitting on the porch, waiting for him.
Come sit with me, Kailani.
Kai walked up the stairs and sat down in the rocking chair next to his uncle. The older man rocked gently, back and forth, back and forth. He was as much a part of the landscape here as a rock or a tree. Kai remained motionless and upright. Are you going to tell me what happened, Makua? Keikoa rocked in silence for a long while. Finally, he spoke.
Let me tell you a story, Kailani.
He took a deep breath and paused, long enough for Kai to wonder if he would continue speaking.
When you were a boy, I took you out to swim by Manako Island. But when we got there, it had started to storm, and the tide had shifted out, making the channel between the shore and the island impassable. But you were already in the water, and you kept saying to me, I can make it, Makua. I can make it, Makua. Do you remember?
Kai nodded. He had started to drown, and his uncle swam out to rescue him. It was one of the most vivid memories of his life, fresh in his mind as Keikoa continued.
During the time of our ancestors, there were many tribes on this island. From time to time, these tribes would make war between themselves. When the fighting began, the first 2 men to die on either side became mohai, a sacrifice to the gods. It was said that their spirits became waves, relentless spirits of the sea, never again to rest until the oceans themselves were destroyed at the end of the world.
Keikoa let his words linger on the breeze for a long while before turning to look at him.
You know, Kailani, sometimes I think you were born as one of these waves, never at rest.
Kai considered his uncle's words for a long while before replying. I spoke with Gunnar today. He won't tell me what happened.
Did it ever occur to you that he may not have told you because he doesn't know?
He said I should talk to you, Kai retorted. Keikoa smiled.
I'm sure he did. After the number of times I bailed him out of some kuke. Ask him about Rhodesia next time you talk to him. He likes to forget that one.
He was just as close to Stephen as I was, Kai pressed, unwilling to be thrown off track.
I know he was, Kailani.
Keikoa leaned back now and stopped his gentle rock.
I remember when I first met Stephen. He was just some jarhead Heole from nowhere. But he had no fear, just like you. Do you remember when he tried to do that dive with you?
Kai leaned forward. Please, Makua. I don't have time for this. I need to know what happened.
Do you remember?
Kai sighed in frustration. Yeah, I remember.
He almost ended up like you at Manako.
His uncle chuckled softly before all traces of mirth vanished and he fell silent. Kai felt Keikoa's unflinching gaze on him, which he met as his elder spoke.
The way we honor the dead, Kailani, is to remember them.
You honor him in your way, and let me honor him in mine. Keikoa shook his head.
There's no talking you out of anything. Just like your mother.
Kai stood. Fine. Have it your way. He had gotten halfway down the stairs when Keikoa spoke again.
This was a big one, Kailani. Big trouble.
Kai stopped, but did not turn, listening from the fourth step as his uncle continued.
That is why I'm worried.
The concern in Keikoa's voice was so unexpected that Kai turned and faced him in surprise. Who was responsible?
This was no operator stunt,
Keikoa said gravely.
This whole thing was from the top. But you know that already. You watch the news.
Who do I need to find? Keikoa paused and sighed.
There is a man named Mitchell Stevenson. He knows what happened.
Who is he? CIA? Keikoa nodded. You know I'm going to go, and you know I need your help. After another sigh, Keikoa rocked forward in his chair and stood.
Come with me.
Kai followed his uncle into the house, where Keikoa went to a simple table upon which rested a large black case. Kai thought it looked like a rifle case as Keikoa placed it on the bar, pulling a key from his pocket. He opened the padlock and undid the clasps holding the case shut.
Come around here,
he beckoned, and Kai came around to look over his uncle's shoulder. Sometimes he forgot what a small man he was. Keikoa seemed so solid that in Kai's imagination he always seemed about 6 inches taller until Kai stood next to him. Keikoa lifted the lid to reveal no rifle within, just a black duffel bag. Keikoa unzipped it and retrieved a black leather map case.
There's some old camera equipment in here,
Keikoa explained.
This is what you're interested in.
He pulled out a few metal rods and screwed them together. Then he pulled out another piece.
This goes on the end of the rifle. It needs a 7.62mm bore.
He pulled out another small case and, unzipping it, produced a small metal tip, not unlike those he had fired 1,000 times from bows or spear guns.
These screw on to the end of the spear. It will give you about an hour of sleep.
Kai nodded, partially in disbelief that his uncle had prepared all of this beforehand.
You fire it with a blank round,
Keikoa continued.
You remember how to make a blank round, don't you?
Kai nodded with only a hint of annoyance at the question. He knew his uncle was showing love the only way he could, but the form it took still managed to surprise him. Keikoa put the items back in the case and reclasped it.
Okay, there are a few more tricks to this system. I will show them to you later, but for now, I want you to go home. Spend a few more days with your woman, pack what you need, and then come back.
I will, Kai promised, glad to have his uncle's support in such a dark hour. Keikoa inclined his chin towards the door.
Now get out of here before I change my mind.
Kai nodded and turned to go, but it was no small effort to keep a smile from his lips. It was time to fix this. Chapter 10. New York City, New York. 28th of February, 2021. 0900 Eastern Standard Time. Leilani pushed through the revolving metal door and left the cold wind outside for the calm warmth of the New York Times lobby. It had been nearly 20 years since she left Hawaii for Harvard, and she thought at this point she would never acclimate to northeastern weather. On windy days, the gusts gathered force as they careened between the skyscrapers that lined the sides of every street, until they were nearly strong enough to blow her over on her walk to work. But the wind she could handle. It was the nightly dome of starlight she missed most. Still, the feeling of entering this building every day made any amount of bad weather worth it. The open office concept featured hundreds of desks lined up from wall to wall, where they met floor-to-ceiling glass windows that displayed the buzzing city below. It felt like a war room, placed right in the middle of the beating heart of American culture. She walked down one of the aisles to her seat, passing dozens of busy journalists and their staff. Setting down her coffee, she took off her jacket and unpacked her laptop, plugging it into the port at her desk. She pulled up her calendar to see what the day had in store. Another White House press briefing at 1 p.m. She was supposed to watch them all in real time, but she mostly used the time to eat lunch or catch up on emails at her desk. She could hardly blame herself, as they rarely contained anything interesting, or at least anything new. The last few, however, had been a bit more engrossing. Ever since Press Secretary Stacy Long had nearly fallen on her face after giving a series of fumbling answers about dead operators. Talk about shooting yourself in the foot. Kailani almost felt bad for her. The result was that Long had been kept off the air for most of the week. Kailani was confident today would be uneventful. The administration was being careful now, giving as little information as they could, trying to wait out the story. That was fine with Kailani. She had already done her share of reporting on war scandals. Having cut her journalistic teeth in Iraq on leads about Abu Ghraib, she had spent the better part of the last decade writing stories about dead soldiers and dead civilians. In her view, it was always the same thing. People wanted the military to always have everything under control. What people failed to realize was that the military, for all its supposed organization, was just another part of the government, subject to the same inefficiencies as any human enterprise. Their mistakes just cost more. In other words, she didn't believe in conspiracies, just humans doing human things. She had recently moved on to reporting on financial scandals. To her surprise and mild dissatisfaction, she found it remarkably similar to her previous work, except it lacked the human factor, which made it dry work from dawn to dusk. "Hey, Lay, did you see what I sent you?" asked Grant, another reporter on her team. She had gotten used to him finding a reason to stop by every morning. "No, I didn't see it." "Could be interesting. Some guy called in a lead about those dead Special Forces guys." "Okay, I'll take a look." She turned back to her screen. "Yeah, left a message, didn't leave his name. We tried to call back. Nothing," Grant shrugged. "He said they couldn't have been ambushed without the Navy knowing where they were, and was convinced they were responding to the Katie Ansari kidnapping." "I'm sure it was just some nut job," she dismissed while opening her email. "What did Ross say?" "I haven't shown it to him yet." Kailani flashed a smile. "I guess you should start there." Grant walked away and Kailani opened the email he had been referring to. It had little more detail than what she had just heard. The message told them to contact the commander of the USS Ronald Reagan, Robert Carmichael. Well, ex-commander now, she thought. Whoever had sent the message certainly valued their privacy, calling from a blocked number. Usually the people who called in were looking for attention, which was usually the first sign they were bullshitting. She thought it was odd that the pirates had been able to make it all the way to shore with the president's daughter before being intercepted. Still, she doubted it was worth her time. Ross Garrett, Kailani's manager, sent a memo asking to speak with her that morning. She wasn't sure why. He usually left her alone for the most part. So after she finished reading the news, she made her way down the aisle and up the stairs to his office. She knocked on the transparent glass door and he motioned her to come inside. "You wanted to see me?" Ross looked up from his screen, the white light reflecting off his glasses. "Yes, take a seat." Kailani walked into the small office and sat down across from Ross's imposing glass desk. He finished his work a moment later and focused his attention on her. "So, how are things? How's the research coming?" She was supposed to be researching for an article on bank fraud. Truth be told, she had hardly started. She was sure something was there, but just hadn't gotten around to the evidence part yet. "It's going well. I should have something for you soon." "Good, good. I actually wanted to talk to you about something different." "Okay, sure," she said in muted relief. "I'm sure you've seen the news the past few days about these dead men." She nodded that she had, and he continued. "Well, the White House is telling us that they are going to present some results of their initial investigation on Friday, and I want you to go." Kailani was shocked. "Really? Shouldn't that be Rachel?" she asked, referring to their White House correspondent. "Well, technically yes. She'll be there too. But we want you to go along. We've already cleared it. You obviously have a history writing about these kinds of incidents, so we figured it was a natural fit. We want you to do a story on it." "Okay, sure." Kailani paused for a moment. "Did you get an email from Grant about some guy who called in?" Ross frowned. "Yeah, I saw that." "You think there's anything there?" "I don't think so." For some reason, his demeanor hit her wrong. The reporter in her smelled something, and she found herself focusing on it as a result. "You don't think it's odd that it took so long for Katie Ansari to get rescued?" Ross considered his words before answering. "I don't think so. Between you and me, I've been talking to one of our sources at the CIA. They've assured me that this whole thing is just a big foul-up by the Pentagon, so I would start with that assumption and work from there. But honestly,
The White House is going to present a lot of good information, so I would make that the base of your story.
As he spoke, she realized what was going on. The White House wanted to borrow some of her credibility to float their chosen narrative. Fine. She would play ball, but now her interest was piqued. She wanted to know how this whole thing got bungled, and after reading the anonymous tip, she would start by searching for Robert Carmichael. Chapter 11. Secret Bay, North Shore, Kauai, 1st of March, 2021, 1000 Hawaiian Standard Time. When Kai arrived home, he parked the truck and walked over to the AG unit in the far south end of his property. Opening the doors, he shifted past the collected instruments of peace. The push mower, the gardening tools, old ski parts he kept on a workbench. None of it was important now. Way in the back, underneath a bag of dog food, he uncovered a wooden crate. He keyed the combination into the small travel lock and lifted the lid. He retrieved a green duffel and unzipped it. For the most part, it was ready to go. Several pairs of serviceable boots, socks, clothes, a few shamags, an assault pack, and a chest rig. He also dug out his tan tactical cap with the Hawaiian flag patch still on the front. He smiled and put it on. Kai unzipped the assault pack and pulled it open. Its crevices were still lined with bits of sand and mud, dry as bone now. The remains of nearly a decade's use, a few knives, some chem lights, an old MRE or two. He pulled out the small black leather case that Keikoa had given him. He unclasped the lid of the modified map case and checked the contents. Lined neatly in a row were about a dozen gleaming spear tips, which had apparently been Keikoa's own invention during his time in the field. Some were simple tranquilizers. Others were thicker and designed to be filled with smokeless powder. When ignited, they had various effects such as smoke or explosives similar to flashbang grenades, but smaller and designed to be fired from any working rifle. They screwed onto rods which could then be inserted into the end of a barrel. The best part was that they were completely inconspicuous. To the untrained eye, the box looked like it contained a spearfisherman's tackle. He returned the case to the pack and re-zipped it. He zipped everything back into the duffel and slung it over his shoulder with the strap attached outside. He shut and locked the crate and walked inside the house. "What's that for?" McKenna asked with concern. "Just looking through some old stuff," Kai replied, walking to the bedroom where he shut the door. Retrieving the sat phone from the closet, he dialed Gunner again and waited for an answer. It was already early the next morning there. After the second dial, he finally picked up.
"Go ahead."
"Gunner, it's Kai."
"Kai? Well, fuck me. That's 2 calls in a week."
Gunner sounded sharper than last time. Sharp was good. "Gunner, listen. I spoke with Keikoa. I'm coming out there next week." Gunner paused a minute.
"You sure?"
"Yeah, I'm sure. Can you get me a pickup at Jomo?" A brief pause.
"Email me the dates and I'll see what I can do."
"I'll send them over tonight."
"I thought the old man would have talked you out of it by now."
Gunner sounded legitimately surprised. "It wasn't for lack of trying," Kai said with a tight smile. "I guess I'm a slow learner." Kai could hear a car door shutting on the other end of the line.
"I gotta run, Kai. You think this over front to back. I know you got a good thing out there, brother. You start kicking over nests and you might just find yourself some hornets."
"I'll email you." The other end went dead. Kai packed up the phone and zipped it into his duffel, along with the extra battery. There was a knock on the door and it creaked open before he could answer. It was McKenna. "Kai," she stared at him, her face serious and grave. Kai said nothing and went back to zipping the duffel, stowing it under the bed for now. He needed to get back over to Keikoa's. "Kai," she tried again. He stopped and sighed. He owed her some kind of explanation. Anything. Even if what he could give wasn't what she deserved. "What is it?" he asked, turning to face her. "What are you doing?" The tension in her eyes, the uncertainty in her voice. It made Kai feel 3 feet tall, but there was no turning away from this. He had to do what he had to do, so he leveled with her the best he could. "I need to go away for a couple days next week. Gunner has some information about Steven. He can't tell me over the phone, so I need to go talk to him." McKenna crossed her arms, and her uncertainty morphed into anger. "Oh sure, you're just gonna fly to Africa or wherever on a whim? To see Gunner? Do you really think that's a good idea?" "I don't have a choice." "What the hell do you mean you don't have a choice? Of course you have a choice. Just like you had a choice 10 years ago. Just like you had a choice when we were teenagers. Do you think I'm stupid?" she demanded. "You think I don't know what you're going to do over there with that redneck idiot? You think that is going to bring him back? Do you? More people dead?" His heart clenched as tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't deserve this. It wasn't her fight. "You're right, McKenna," he said heavily. "I do have a choice. And it's my choice. I'm choosing to do this. You never wanted to leave here, and that's fine. But I did. I wanted to see the world. And guess what? I saw it." His voice rose on those last words, surprising both of them as he forcibly steadied himself. "Let me tell you something. The world is not anything like this island. It's a mean, dark place, filled with mean, dark people, filled with wolves," he said passionately. "More often than not, those wolves are the ones who win. They take what they want, they rape who they want, they kill who they want. You know who stands up to those wolves? You know who keeps this and every other place safe from them? People like Stephen." Even with tears on her cheeks and anger in her eyes, McKenna seemed to understand some small part of the anguish Kai had felt since learning of Stephen's fall. Kai had never really spoken to her about his life out there, about things he'd seen or things he'd done. But now, in this moment, he thought she deserved to know a little of it. "He went out there into that dark world full of mean wolves day in and day out, and he was meaner. He was a lion," Kai roared. "All of those guys were. They bled the ground red for this country, and what did they get in return? Some creep on Johnny Connell telling everyone they should have been more careful and changing the subject. That ain't gonna fly." He shook his head with grim conviction. "Not while I'm still on the right side of a rifle." A tear rolled down her cheek and she put her head into her hands. "I can't keep doing this." Kai stood there for a moment, knowing that no words were equal to the moment. At least none that he possessed. So he did the only thing he could. He kissed her forehead and walked out to the driveway, duffels in hand. He started the truck and Bob Marley came back on the radio. "How long shall they kill our prophets, while we stand aside and look?" It was getting dark as he pulled out of the driveway and headed towards Keikoa's. Chapter 12. Washington, D.C. March 11, 2021, 1500 Eastern Standard Time. The door to the meeting room slammed shut, and Gary Cofield made his way around the table and sat facing the man he had come to see, the FBI field director, Gerald Morgan. He was a slightly built man, his thinning hair combed straight back atop his narrow face. Gary felt like leaping across the table and taking a handful of that hair out by the roots. "Gerald," he said frostily as the other man ignored his loud entrance. "Look at me, Gerald." The man looked up, his expression one of practiced disinterest. "The Attorney General assures me that you are a very competent person," Gary said, glaring at the other man in brief but pointed silence before he continued. "So perhaps you can explain to me why the fuck you let this get out?" Gary slammed a printed article down on the desk, where the headline top spoke for itself. "Ex-commander of the USS Ronald Reagan found dead. Questions remain." Gary drew several short, hot breaths through his flaring nostrils before shouting, "Explain to me how a confidential investigation ends up on the front page of the fucking New York Times!" The field director remained silent. Gary closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. "Gerald? Gerald! You better say something, Gerald, or I'm gonna rip your fucking head off!" "His brother," Gerald finally replied. "It was his brother. We had to notify the next of kin. We told him it was under investigation, but someone must have gotten to him." Gary slammed his fist on the table. "I don't give a fuck about his brother! You should have had this whole thing locked down!" He thrust an accusing finger into Gerald's chest before pointing the same finger out the window. "I have 10 members of Congress crawling up my fucking ass, and you're talking about this fucking guy's brother!" Gary took a breath. "I want to know what the fuck you're gonna do about this!" Gerald shifted in his chair. "Just calm down, Gary. We're going to speak to the press today and let them know that—" "Suicide!" Gary screamed so loudly his voice broke. Gerald stopped speaking, a confused look on his face. "Suicide!" Gary repeated, this time with slightly more control. "You're going to tell the press that you think it was a suicide." "Well, I can't—" "Gerald, you really aren't listening to me!" Gerald's eyes narrowed. "I think I am." "No, you aren't!" Gary sneered, stopping to draw a handful of steadying breaths. "Let me explain something to you. I spoke at great length with the director of the FBI before coming into this room. What do you think we talked about?" Gerald cocked his head as confusion flitted across his features. "I'm not—" "It's a rhetorical question, Gerald," Gary snapped. "What I told him was that the president is very upset about the media attention the story is getting. And when the president gets very upset, he fires people. People like the director of the FBI. And if he decides to fire the director of the FBI, just how much fucking longer do you think you're going to last in here?" Gerald said nothing as his eyes snapped back and forth in silent calculation. Satisfied the other man was finally on the same page, Gary continued. Exactly. Gary pulled a manila folder from his briefcase. I'm going to slide this across the table. I want you to read it and then slide it back to me. Maybe it will help illuminate to you why this is so important. Gary pushed the folder across the table. Gerald opened it and began to read. Gary watched as his eyes widened. Finally, he stopped and closed the document. Gary gestured to him and passed the folder back. I'm entrusting you with this information, Gerald. I'm doing that because the director of the FBI and the Attorney General trust you. They assure me that you're the right man, a strong man, a man who should be allowed on the inside. Gerald sat up a bit as Gary put the folder back in his briefcase and continued. Now that we're finally on the same page, let's discuss how you're going to handle this situation. Gary grimaced. He hated giving away favors like this for what should have been nothing more than a single-cycle story about some morons who got themselves killed jumping into a situation they had no business in. But there was no choice. If he didn't get this contained soon, the shockwaves might become cataclysmic. Gerald cleared his throat and nodded. I understand what needs to happen. This was a suicide. All the indicators point to it. He had recently been relieved of command, he was unmarried, he was unhappy. Gary began to relax a little bit. Who's the first person you're going to talk to? We can do a press conference, Gerald said, stroking his chin in thought. We'll have the local sheriff give it after we've given him some talking points. Fine, Gary followed, but make sure this journalist... He paused, squinting to read the name of the article's author. Kailani Priest is there, or at least watching. You don't need to sell me on this. You need to sell her. Understood, the FBI director nodded. Gary still wanted to tear the man's wispy hair out by the roots, but he had no time, so he stood. I assume I don't need to say anything else. I'm trusting you to handle this. Don't let me or the president down. With that, Gary turned and left the room. He hoped the pencil-necked bastard got the message. The truth was that he would be watching very closely. They would probably need to send someone down to Texas. He could see it now. Some bumbling local sheriff getting his 15 minutes of fame with the press. They had to make sure this guy would stick to the script, whoever he was. This investigation was only part of the problem. Despite all of their efforts, the story had somehow gotten traction at every level of media. The ongoing conspiracy theory had started to solidify, breaking out of sketchy blog territory and into mainstream conservative news networks. A congressional investigation wasn't a foregone conclusion yet, but it was getting dangerously close to happening. The theory went that the White House had botched a Sea King rescue mission and was trying to cover up the details. An investigation would be nothing short of a disaster. There were already calls to declassify the full military investigation. The CIA had assured him that they were working to locate any and all sources that were feeding the stories. WikiLeaks had promised to publish an interview with an exclusive source, most likely the dismissed naval commander. There was no telling if they had gotten to him on time. Time would tell. Gary strolled down the long hallway and into the lobby, passing the FBI crest as he walked up to the security checkpoint. Hung high on the marble wall, polished and bright, its scales loomed over the place. His lip curled in contempt as he pushed through the revolving door and stepped out into the cold air of the city with one thought on his mind. Justice has no place in politics. Chapter 13. Keikoa's Lair, North Shore, Kauai. 9th of March, 2021. 2300 Hawaiian Standard Time. Kai pulled up to Keikoa's place in the mountains and killed his pickup's engine. His headlights stayed on for a moment, and he saw his uncle crack open the door and squint out into the glare of the headlights before going back inside. Kai got out and mounted the steps up to the porch as the headlights shut off and cast the place into darkness again. Inside, none of the lights were on, aside from the basement stairwell. Kai had never been into the basement, which had been locked during every other one of his visits, but now the door was conspicuously open, so he ventured down the steps. He found Keikoa at a computer in front of a row of lockers. There was a table behind him, spread with topographical maps. The whole room was lined with equipment, everything from gun barrels to surfboards and windsails of all sizes, along with several cases of gear Kai did not immediately recognize. What is all this? Kai asked, increasingly aware of just how much he didn't know about his uncle.
Take a seat.
Keikoa gestured to a chair beside the map table. Kai sat and looked at the chairs more closely. They were maps of Somalia and the Gulf of Aden, labeled with everything from major shipping lanes to the locations of significant military activity in the past 6 months. Keikoa swiveled around in his chair and faced Kai.
You know what you're looking at here?
Sure. Supply routes, airfields. Where did you get all this? Keikoa ignored the question.
You're going to do this with or without my help. That much is clear. So listen to me carefully, Kai. I'm going to help you. But once this is over and you have your answers, we never speak of this again. And you put this life behind you once and for all. I've seen many men who didn't know when to quit. And they all paid the price eventually.
Is that a reference to my father? Kai wondered.
Here you have a life.
He jabbed a finger onto the table, holding it there for a long moment before removing it.
That is all I'm going to say.
Kai nodded, acutely aware that his uncle seemed to have gained those phantom 6 inches of height for at least a moment. Okay, deal. Keikoa looked into his eyes until Kai finally looked away. After another moment, he spoke.
You're going to need papers to get into Kenya. Here.
He handed Kai a manila folder containing several forms.
You're an aid worker with a Christian ministry.
Kai opened the folder to inspect the documents while Keikoa continued.
I spoke to a contact in Somalia.
Kai didn't bother to try asking how Keikoa had a contact there.
He will meet you at the border and escort you as far as Mogadishu. The info is in that file. He doesn't get paid until the job is done, so don't worry about a shakedown.
Kai almost grinned. He rarely saw this side of his uncle. His elder's usual laid-back demeanor was now replaced with calm, laser focus. As he saw Keikoa in this new light, he grew uncertain which version of the man he preferred. Thank you, was all Kai could think to say.
Now listen to me,
Keikoa insisted.
You do what you need to do, and then you get out. Call me on the sat phone when you're finished, and I will arrange for a pickup. You're flying commercial into Nairobi. A bush plane will take you out to Gunners. The pilot will meet you there.
Did you talk to Gunner?
Of course I did. Don't let that cowboy sweet-talk you out there. He's going to want you to stay. You remember our deal. In and out.
I will, Uncle.
All right.
Keikoa handed him a slender envelope.
Here are your flight details. You leave tomorrow morning. You go home and talk to McKenna now.
Kai was taken by surprise. Did you buy these?
Don't worry about how I got them.
Kai nodded before his visage darkened. McKenna doesn't want to talk to me. She thinks I'll never come back. His uncle looked at him intently.
Is she right?
Kai had no answer, so he made no effort to give one. Instead, he stood, and his uncle did the same. Kai embraced him. Thank you. I won't forget this. With that, Kai walked back up the stairs and out to the truck. As he started it, he knew that morning couldn't come soon enough. McKenna would try to stop him, of course. She didn't understand. She couldn't. Once he arrived home, he walked around to the shed in the backyard. He grabbed his duffel of gear and tossed it into the bed of the truck. The dog whined as he came in the door. He always slept by the door. Good boy. Kai spent a minute scratching Dojo's stomach before he headed up the stairs. McKenna was asleep in the bed. He sat on the edge of it and she turned over, as if instinctively sensing something was wrong. He looked at her in the dark for a moment. She spoke first. You're leaving? Kai sighed. Yes. She sat up. He brought her close and she let out a few sobs, but then stopped. He kissed her. I'll be back soon. She said nothing. Kai stood up and opened the closet. He pulled out the black case that contained the satellite phone and walked out the door. Downstairs, he left an envelope on the counter. She would read it in the morning. A few hours later, he was at the airport. The sun was just starting to come up. He rubbed his eyes and started his long walk to the terminal. He had almost forgotten what it felt like to leave. In some ways, it was harder, and in some, it was almost something you got used to. He wondered if this really would be the last time. Once inside the terminal, he came out of his thoughts. The place was already crowded with people catching early flights. He made his way through security and down to his gate without issue. Once there, he took a seat and looked at the television they had turned on. It was tuned to CNN. It appeared to be some kind of press conference. Another press conference. The ticker read, El Paso Sheriff's Department speaks. The sound was muted, but the man speaking looked nervous. He wore a brown police shirt with brass stars on the collar, and he was leaning heavily on the podium. Kai had stopped watching the news, so he hadn't seen the latest development. After a quick search on his phone, he determined what was going on. John Carmichael, the commander of the USS Ronald Reagan during the Sea King attack, had been found dead in his apartment. Police were saying it was a suicide. He was surprised the news had even picked up on this. Maybe it was from Kai's tip to the New York Times. He smiled at that thought. In some ways, this man's death disturbed Kai, but in other ways it had simply made him glad he was watching it from an airport on the way to Somalia instead of from his couch. He would find out what the truth was, one way or another. But will that be enough, he wondered, suspecting he wouldn't like the answer when it finally came to him. Regardless of how far this trip took him, Kai would know the truth. He'd probably even find a way to punish some of those responsible, but would that be enough? His anger at the thought of Steven and his team being left to die out there on a sinking yacht had not abated one bit. If anything, it had grown stronger and more useful with each passing day, like brittle iron transforming into steel. His every thought was consumed with delivering vengeance for Steven's death, but Kai himself was no longer certain if simple vengeance would suffice. Even if he took down every single man responsible for abandoning Steven and his team, wouldn't they just be replaced by more like them? How many more Sea Kings did the world need to see before someone stood up for the fallen? How many more lions like Steven needed to die at the hands of these despicable fucking wolves? And how many men like Kai would actually stand up for what they believed was right? Right now, all Kai had were questions. But if his life had taught him one thing about questions, it was that their answers always came in time. But only if he tracked them down. It was time to hunt. Chapter 14. McAllen, Texas. 9th of March, 1200 Mountain Standard Time. Kailani thanked the cab driver as she got out and faced the McAllen Municipal Building. Tan and nondescript, its only distinguishing feature was its name, written in steel letters above the entrance. That and the American flag, which rattled against its pole in the hot desert wind. It had been years since her last trip to Texas. That time had been to visit a friend. This time felt like a punishment. Robert Carmichael's brother supposedly lived within driving distance of here, and she was going to this briefing about nothing. She had been strictly forbidden from going anywhere or calling anyone outside of this press conference, at least in her capacity as a journalist. It was a matter of national security. Ross had been very adamant, as if to say, don't drag me any further into this than I already am. No, she wasn't here as a journalist. She was here for damage control. Whose damage, she couldn't really say. All she knew was that she had ruffled some feathers by asking around about the Sea King story, and frankly, that made her even more interested, but she needed to be careful. It was clear that the administration was trying to cover something up. It wasn't that she disliked the president. After all, she had voted for him. It was that this whole thing was so stupid. Why not just come clean? He was only hurting himself, in her opinion, by clinging to the obviously bad cover story. But still, she had to be careful about making enemies in the wrong places. He stood a good chance to be re-elected, which meant a potential of 6 years until he was gone. That was practically a millennium in the press. Still, the story interested her. She knew something was there, so why not do a little digging? She couldn't publish anything, but at least it gave her something to do. Stacy Long had come out that week talking about how cloud cover had interfered with the response team's GPS devices, making it impossible for the Navy to locate them for several hours. Kailani had worn one of those all the time in Iraq, and knew from first-hand experience that cloud cover didn't make a damn bit of difference. She also knew that cloudy days were rare in the Gulf of Aden. With all that in mind, Kailani had decided to follow up on the tip they had gotten and call the commander of the Ronald Reagan. Officially, he had been relieved of command after the incidents in the Gulf and sent to the Naval Reserve Center in McAllen. She tried reaching him there and got nothing. Finally, she had found his brother through Facebook and tried reaching him. He lived in Dallas and told her that Robert had turned up dead that week. The brother said that the police had mentioned homicide. She could hardly believe it. She had impulsively written a story and gone around Ross to publish on the Times webpage. That stunt had landed her here, but she wasn't done. This was the first interesting thing she'd seen in years. She wouldn't let on to anything until she had something they had to publish. And at that point, if it really was that good, she didn't care if it got Stacy Long fired. She had made her way into the council meeting room of the municipal building, where the briefing was to take place. There was a lot of local press there, gathered in the back. She took a seat in one of the tan metal folding chairs. After a long wait, the sheriff, accompanied by several others, made his way into the room and got up to the podium. She couldn't really tell who was who. Presumably some were local officials, others were detectives, FBI or state police. It didn't matter. This whole lead was buttoned up tight now. Whatever Robert Carmichael knew, he took to the grave. "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. the sheriff greeted. "We're going to go ahead and get started." Camera shutters started flickering and several flashes went off. "We're here today to discuss the death of Navy Captain Robert Carmichael and put to bed any rumors that may have been floating around in the press. As we all know, Captain Carmichael was in command of the USS Ronald Reagan at the time of the kidnapping of Katie Ansari." He paused, clearing his throat and taking a drink from a glass of water. "Although this aspect of the story has gotten the most attention, this has very little to do with the actual story, which is about someone who likely suffered from depression for many years." More flashes and camera shutters flickering. The sheriff appeared to be sweating. He took another drink of water. "You know, anytime one of these big cases comes up, it's upsetting. The military is a big part of our community here." Leilani's mind drifted. Why would the captain of the Sea King be so close to shore? Didn't they have some kind of protocol around that? The details around this case have been subject to a lot of speculation. The details are frustrating. I'm frustrated. But we're going to get to the bottom. Who trained the captain? Who owned the Sea King? By the time the press conference ended, Leilani had already started searching her phone for more details on the Sea King. The Wikipedia page was brief, but it mentioned that the vessel had been owned by Mendillo Entertainment, a private entertainment firm based in the UAE. She headed back to the airport as soon as the farcical press conference concluded. She would check the recording of the press conference and mine a few quotes to write up in her repair story about it for Ross later. In fact, she had written most of it before coming. The flight home she had been dreading now filled her with new excitement. She needed time to research and learn more about Mendillo. Whatever happened that day, the group had to be in possession of more details. She just needed to find them. Chapter 15. West of Wajir, Kenya. 15th of March 2021. 1700 Eastern African Time. The plane's engine sputtered and then hummed to life. Kai watched from the circular window in the cabin as they rolled down the runway and took flight over the city. Soon the cloistered buildings of Nairobi were replaced by green and red fields, and eventually by vast stretches of shrub-speckled desert as they flew west. By the time their plane bounced onto the dirt landing strip and rolled to a stop, the sun was already beginning to set. The co-pilot opened the door and Kai was greeted by a wave of dry heat that rushed into the cabin as he stepped out. The place was abandoned save for a black Toyota truck parked just off the flattened surface. A man stood in front of the truck, dressed in tan boots, gray utility pants, and a black t-shirt. From this distance, Kai could just make out his face, stoic behind the aviator sunglasses. It was Gunnar.
"Back so soon?"
he drawled in gravelly Texan as Kai approached. "I'm surprised you all lasted this long without me," Kai retorted. The man grinned from beneath his gray mustache. The sound of the plane's engine broke the silence as it started up again behind them. Kai continued to walk towards the truck as the craft turned around and prepared to take off again. Once Kai reached the truck, the two men shook hands and embraced. Kai dropped his pack in the rear seat and got in the passenger side. Being here felt natural, familiar, right. They drove for a few minutes before either man spoke.
"We kept a few of your things in a locker,"
Gunnar eventually said. "Good. I won't need too much." They were silent again for a moment until Gunnar spoke a second time.
"I understand what you're doing. I do." He paused. "But you're gonna end up getting yourself fucking killed."
Kai smiled. "Good a way as any." Gunnar grinned again.
"Hell, maybe I'll come with you."
Kai laughed.
"So how's that crazy uncle of yours?"
Gunnar asked with a smile. "He's all right. Living good. Living good."
"He was always good at polishing a seat with his ass,"
Gunnar snickered.
"Next time you better bring him with you. It's been a while since he showed me some of that karate shit he's into. He's probably nice and fat now from sitting on the beach all day. I bet I could finally take him."
Kai just laughed again. They drove for some time, and the sun had begun to set as they approached the Tiger Corps compound. They pulled up to a steel gate which served as the entry point to the site, which was otherwise walled off with HESCO barriers. The gate opened and a man with a carbine waved them through. Kai didn't recognize the man, but the inconspicuous collection of nondescript buildings fashioned from the Connex containers were almost exactly as he had left them. It felt like a second home. Gunnar parked the truck and they dismounted and walked into one of the buildings which served as Gunnar's office. It smelled like old mud and contained the same decor, an old Gadsden flag and a pyramid of Copenhagen cans. Gunnar sat down in his worn-out office chair and Kai sat in the plastic chair next to the desk meant for guests.
"Let's take a look here."
Gunnar turned on his computer screen, which was large and fairly nice. almost out of place with the rest of the office. He pulled a new can of Copenhagen from his pocket and put a pinch behind his lip as the machine started up. Once it was on, he pulled up a satellite map with a military grid reference system, or MGRS for short, overlain onto the image.
You'll probably want to cross here, west of Wajir,
he gestured to the map.
Less border police there. I have papers for you. Bribe your way across and head to Bardera if you need to rest. I'd recommend keeping a low profile,
he smirked, then held an empty water bottle to his lips and spit. Kai knew Bardera. It was a shithole. Frankly, the whole country was a shithole. Outsiders generally didn't go to outlying towns like that, especially not alone, but it was a risk he'd have to take.
From there, it's going to take you 3 days to get up to the north coast where these shitheads launch from,
Gunnar continued, referring to the pirates. He spit again, and then set down the water bottle and opened a metal file drawer next to the desk.
Here's your boy.
He pulled out a folder and handed Kai a printed picture.
Mohammed Mombasi,
he said, pronouncing the name with his thick Texan drawl. He looked like any other Somali, but a bit fatter and with a receding hairline.
He runs all of the gangs up here. Declared their allegiance to Islamic State last year.
Kai took a mental picture as Gunnar spoke.
Now he ain't gonna be hanging around the fucking dock with these guys,
Gunnar warned.
You're gonna have to get creative. But he knows what happened. Nothing happens up there without him knowing it.
Kai nodded as Gunnar put the file back in the cabinet, and then picked up his spit bottle again.
You know, I really thought if one of us was gonna get killed, it would have been on the Baltic.
He smiled as he spoke, but Kai could see the emotion in his eyes. The last time they had been together with Steven for an op was on the Baltic Sea during a contract mission. Gunnar was right. It was surprising they had all made it out of that one. They had airdropped onto a Russian tanker using modified parachutes, which he'd later learned were partially designed by Keikoa. It had been a stormy night, as if the jump wasn't already difficult enough by itself. It was the first ever landing of its kind, at least to their knowledge. The jump itself was dangerous enough, and that was before they had to work through a ship filled with Russian security forces. Yeah, at least then we called our own shots, Kai said, surprisingly resentful at the wistful note in his own voice. Gunnar nodded.
Why don't you go rack out and we'll get your gear set up tomorrow.
Chapter 16. Mogadishu, Somalia. 15th of March, 2021. 1100 Eastern African Time. Income had been down for weeks, and Mohammed Mombasi was sick of excuses. The daughter of the American president, they said. Do this and you'll be set for life, they assured. Thieves and liars. Infidels. He should never have trusted them. Now he was stuck with a big problem. The American Navy was patrolling the entire coastline. His people could hardly even approach Somali vessels without being fired on. What should have been his greatest triumph had turned into an unmitigated disaster. One thing he knew for certain, this crew of his had to go. Good for nothing but excuses, the lot of them. There were other ways to make money. Foreign aid, government bribes, charging more for cot, anything. He looked out at the calm sea, and the breeze coming inland was refreshing. He hated going out there, but he was about to start taking boats out himself if things didn't improve. Pledging allegiance to the Islamic State had hardly done anything but give him more problems. He had been promised fighters, weapons, money. He had gotten nothing but endless email messages, some of them asking him for money. He had half a mind to abandon the jihad and pledge an alliance with the government. At least they paid some of the time. Things used to be simpler. Back then, when the Americans had gone, they were gone. Now, they never left. And along with them, he now had the Chinese and the Russians to deal with. Cockroaches, all of them. They made it seem as if they were doing him a favor by letting him alone in his own country. Who were they to be here? It was a shame he couldn't kill more of them. Self-righteous invaders. "Will there be anything else, sir?" the waiter asked in Arabic. "No," he replied without making eye contact. Soon, he would barely be able to eat here anymore. He almost laughed at the thought. He leaned back in his seat and pulled a box of matches and a cigar from his pocket. This hotel was a shamble. It wasn't always so bad. Not back when he was a boy. Back then there were more tourists, more whites, more easy money just walking in. Nothing came easy here anymore. Still, the covered patio where he kept a table reserved was a nice view. Relatively quiet, the place was situated on an overlooking hill. He could see past the shacks that lined the streets to the shore, down to the white sands and the ocean. On some quiet evenings here, when the sun was setting and he had a woman with him, he could almost imagine he was in Italy, Spain, or some other such place he had never been. Even if the hotel crumbled down to the foundation, At least he would always have the view. He checked his wristwatch and sighed in irritation. He was supposed to be meeting some of his local boys, the ones who ran the street operations along with some of his boats. They were always easy to impress, easy to scare. He enjoyed the meetings, at least more than the ones he had with those cockroaches from the government. Just as he began dreaming up inventive punishments for the tardy group, it finally arrived. His guards brought them to the table and they sat down without a word. They looked around uncomfortably. He flashed a pearly smile at seeing their nerves on display. He missed his days of running around like they did. In some ways, he even envied them.
Hello, boys. How's business?
One of them spoke up.
It's good, boss.
Good, he repeated with feigned disbelief.
I don't think it's very good. You aren't bringing me enough money. How do I know you aren't pocketing it, huh? Maybe I should have one of my guards over there cut you open and see if you're hiding it.
Their mild anxiety turned to abject terror.
No, boss. Business is bad this month. We're barely eating, we swear.
One glance at their softening middles and full cheeks gave the lie to their words.
I don't care,
he snapped, flashing his teeth in a shark-like grin.
Let me tell you something. I have been good to you, boys. I have made you something, and this is how you repay me? With excuses?
Mombasi paused to let his words take effect. As he did, he noticed a man walk onto the patio. A white man, or at least whitish, with confident good looks which no doubt served him well with the ladies in whatever soft-bellied country had spawned him. Mombasi smiled at his good fortune. Had Allah heard him after all? The boys had said nothing, so he spoke again.
I think today is your lucky day, my boys. On your way out, I want you to look at the man sitting over there.
He inclined his head towards the newcomer.
That looks like a great business opportunity to me.
They all turned around at once. Idiots.
Fools! Look at me!
He sneered, causing them to turn.
Is this your first day? Should I have you all killed and start fresh?
He asked, careful not to let the mark see his emotions.
I think maybe I should. Listen to me. You need to get more aggressive. You need to follow him and see what he is doing here. Do you understand?
They looked unsure until one of them finally spoke again.
I don't know, boss. Whites like that have security. You don't know that,
Mombasi snapped.
Besides, it doesn't matter. You all owe me, and I am not going to forgive your debt lightly.
He pulled on his cigar, letting the smoke roll from his mouth and drift slowly upwards.
But boss, what if he has guards? Do I have to explain everything?
He growled.
You kill whoever gives you any shit. Anyone else, you tie up and bring to me, alive.
Where should we bring them?
The taxi lot on the other side of town, he replied. I will take it from there. I gave all of you bullets last month. You better not have wasted them. You think they came for free? No, boss. Good. Whites like this might look scary, but let me tell you something. They are all afraid to die, even more afraid than you.
He smirked with a contemptuous shake of his head.
You put that gun right in their face, kill one or two if you have to, and the rest will give up. Do you understand?
The boys nodded. They were nervous. Mombasi raised his hand and snapped.
Waiter, bring these boys some cigarettes and basto. He smiled. Do your jobs, and we will all benefit from this good fortune.
Chapter 17. Mogadishu, Somalia. 16th of March, 2021, 2200 Eastern African Time. Kai had arrived in the city a few days ago, and he was getting impatient. The locals had not even tried to jump him yet. They must have really been spooked after the events of the last few weeks. He decided to take a walk to the hotel bar again, where some local fighters might still be hanging out. Keikoa had made good on his word to set him up with a contact. The man, a local who went simply by Ace, had driven him all the way from the border, even gave him a place to stay. Since arriving, Kai had made himself conspicuous, purposefully trying to attract some attention, and Ace had been getting increasingly worried about him. Kai tried to reassure him, thanked him, and told him that he would not be staying much longer. But he was starting to wonder if that really was the case. As he walked down the street, he watched two dogs chase each other, careful to jump over the little rivers of refuse that made their way down the sides of the street in this part of town. It was dark now, but hardly any cooler. He swatted at a mosquito. With no streetlights, few were out past dark. The streets took an eerie silence in places like this around this time. He had left most of his gear at Ace's house, a small two-room place with a little yard where he kept his car, an old red Mercedes. Assuming the hotel didn't pan out after he arrived in another 15 minutes, he'd head back to Ace's for the night. Suddenly, headlights appeared behind him. He turned and saw a truck. His heart began to race as he realized what was happening. He stood, feigning stunned surprise as he watched the vehicle approach. The driver slammed the brakes and skidded a bit on the dirt street. He stood there for a moment, staring into the black windshield. Their hesitation told him they expected him to run. Finally, the door opened and a man emerged with a Kalashnikov in hand. "Don't fucking move!" he screamed in a thick accent, brandishing the rifle like he expected it to intimidate Kai. Kai stood motionless, watching the other man's body language. He reeked of desperation, and his bloodshot eyes suggested heavy stimulant use. "Don't fucking move!" the Somali repeated, his voice as tight and loaded as piano wire. Kai slowly put his hands up, hoping to calm him. The man, who was really more of a boy, walked up to him. Without warning, he slammed the butt of the rifle into Kai's nose. "Asshole!" Kai thought as he fell to the ground. Just like that, 3 of them were on top of him, tying his hands with twine. They dragged him to his feet and put him onto the bed of the truck, which had an RPK mounted to the roof of the cab. Kai snorted and blew the blood out of his nose. Idiot kid. The driver slammed the gas and they rode off into the night. After about 30 minutes of frantic driving, they pulled into the gated compound with about 24 taxicabs parked outside a warehouse-type structure. He could hear waves. They were near the coast. The boys hopped out and dragged him out of the bed. One of them held each arm and they half-assed frog-marched him into the warehouse. Once inside, Kai saw rows of stacked crates, sacks of rice, fishing nets. The place must have been a collection and distribution operation, and they put Kai down in between a pair of loaded pallets. The boys laughed and talked happily amongst themselves in Arabic as the minutes began to pass. Kai remained silent, observant. After waiting for what felt like hours, a man finally came through a door in the back and approached them. The newcomer spoke to the boys in Arabic. It was hard to tell in the dark, but Kai thought this was the man from the restaurant. It's him all right, he thought after catching a clear profile view. After speaking, the boys left, and 2 other armed men approached Kai and prodded him towards the room the man had come from. It was a small office. They sat him down in a dirty folding chair. There was a fan, an old computer, and a box of cigars amongst other articles. The guards remained until the man entered and signaled them to wait outside. "Hello, my friend," the man greeted. Kai said nothing. "I am sorry about your nose. My boys get a little scared sometimes. My name is Mohammed. What is your name?" "My name is John," Kai replied in a soft voice. "John Stewart." The man smiled. "John Stewart, what brings you to my country?" "I work for the State Department. They're going to know I am missing." The man sat back in his chair. "My boys told me you were alone. Not very safe, John. Didn't they tell you that at the State Department?" Kai said nothing. The man looked at him for a moment, like a butcher eyeing a side of beef, before he summoned the guards. They dragged Kai outside to the warehouse and took him to the back, where there were a few cages large enough to hold a man. They put him inside one and locked it, walking away. The other cages were empty aside from one. Kai's fellow prisoner looked like a local, dressed in a dirty suit and sleeping on the ground. Kai sat down facing the cage door, leaning back against the bars. He started twisting his wrists until the twine came loose. The pain of the twine biting into his skin was considerable, but he ignored it. After a few minutes' effort, he was able to slip a hand free. He used it to wipe the sweat from his brow and some of the blood from his nose and mouth. He returned his hand to the loosened cords, pretending he was still bound as he scooted towards the front of the cage. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and let out a primal scream. He started kicking the bars of the cage, rattling them all. He waited for a moment. Nothing. He resumed screaming and kicking, even more energetically than before. After a few more moments, one of the guards finally came around. He pointed the gun at him, cursing at him in Arabic. Kai ignored him and continued his antics, even after the guard brandished the rifle in what he probably thought was a menacing fashion. Finally, the guard approached the cage and unlocked the door. He raised his rifle and swung the butt down at Kai. Swiftly, Kai grabbed the rifle and pulled the man down, using his own momentum against him. The guard screamed in surprise as Kai got on top of him and drove his boot into the man's head several times. Kai managed to rip the rifle from the guard's hands before any rounds went off, and he promptly finished the guard off by driving the rifle's butt through his nose. Kai could hear footsteps coming his way. He moved out of the cage and crouched in the shadows just across from it. The first would-be reinforcer ran up and stopped in front of the cage. Before he could turn, Kai put the buttstock into the back of his head and he fell against the cage. The previously sleeping prisoner was now standing in his cage, watching with wide eyes. Kai needed to move quickly. He moved around the edges of the warehouse until he reached the door of the small office. He took a handkerchief from his pocket, pulled the door open, and saw Mombasi standing 2 steps from the door. The self-styled warlord moved to snatch a pistol from the nearby desk, but he was out of shape in practice. Kai intercepted him, grabbing Mombasi by the neck, and slammed him onto his face. He sank one arm around Mombasi's neck and shoved the handkerchief into his mouth with the other. The man struggled wildly at first, but Kai subdued him with several sharp punches behind the ear. He then used the twine to bind his hands behind his back. Holding him around the neck with his left arm and aiming the rifle with his right, he made his way to the warehouse's entry. The men at the front of the compound were probably still unaware of his escape, but discovery was only a matter of time. Mombasi struggled, but a hard thrust of the rifle's muzzle into his back took the fight out of him. They waited in the windows for a few minutes until a car pulled up. It idled as a couple of guards walked over. Finally, someone got out of the passenger side and the guards walked with them into the warehouse. Mombasi started to struggle as they passed, and Kai squeezed him tighter. This was their chance. They would have only seconds. Once the men passed, Kai stood up and approached the car with Mombasi. He ripped open the driver's door and pointed the rifle towards the man's face. He got out of the vehicle. Kai opened the rear passenger door and pushed Mombasi in. The driver ran towards the warehouse and shouting arose from the warehouse door. The gig was up. Several men ran out with rifles. Kai fired 6 rounds. 3 of the men fell. He got into the vehicle and put it into gear. He pulled back up the drive as he heard more shooting behind him. A few rounds hit the trunk. The guards were yelling as he approached the gate. Kai stomped the gas and ducked as automatic fire hammered into the car. Weapons fire continued behind him, but he was already through. Mombasi kicked the window, but failed to shatter it. Kai jerked the wheel hard, tossing him against the far door's metal handle and opening a long gash across the top of his head. "Stay down!" Kai barked as Mombasi bled all over the back seat. Though the wound was superficial, the amount of blood gushing from it had a calming effect on the bound and gagged warlord, which made Kai's job that much easier. They sped through the city, and Kai kept his bearing west. Eventually, he was able to slow down a bit, and soon they had reached a more remote area. After driving for almost an hour, Kai pulled off the road. Once they appeared to be out of sight from any kind of settlement, Kai stopped the car. Mombasi had spit out the rag a few minutes earlier, and relocated his nerve. "You would be dead for this!" Kai got out of the vehicle and opened the back door. He dragged Mombasi out onto his knees in the sand. Kai hit him several times to soften him up. Then he gripped the furious warlord by the collar and fixed him with a hard look. "You're going to tell me some things about your attack on the Americans, or you're going to die." "Fuck you!" Mombasi snarled in his thick accent. Kai looked at Mombasi. The man was bleeding from more than just his head. He was bleeding from just below his ribs. He must have been hit during the escape. "Damn!" Kai grimaced. He didn't have long, so he untied the man's hands. Dragging him back to the car, he opened the back door and placed Mombasi's hand inside the latch, holding him down with his boot. Kai slammed the door against that hand 4 times, crushing bones with each blow and causing Mombasi to scream like a stuck pig. Kai gripped him by the collar and gave him the same hard look. "Next is the rest of your arm." Mombasi screamed and struggled defiantly. Kai pulled the other man's arm further into the car to make good on his threat, but Mombasi suddenly ceased to struggle. "Okay," Mombasi pleaded with wild eyes. "No more! Please! What do you want?" "The day you kidnapped the president's daughter," Kai said, turning the other man's face up towards his own. "Why were you that far off the coast? Why were you outside of a shipping lane?" "You told me to," Mombasi said in what seemed like confusion. Kai sneered and pulled the man's arm towards the door again. "Please, please," Mombasi pleaded. "What do you want? I'll tell you anything." "What the fuck are you talking about?" Kai demanded. Mombasi's eyes clarified, like he suddenly realized something important. "Who are you? You're CIA?" "Yeah, I'm CIA," Kai lied. "Now answer my question. Why the fuck were you out there?" "You told me to go out there!" "We told you?" Mombasi's eyes widened. "You're not CIA." Kai kicked him several times in the gut and ribs, dropping him onto his side until Mombasi was dazed and gasping for air. He needed more information before moving on. "What did the CIA tell you?" Kai demanded after Mombasi finally drew something resembling a full breath. "You fucking Americans," Mombasi began, only for his words to become a primal scream when Kai stomped on his hand. Do you want to die? Kai asked, his voice grim and flat.
You told me where to be, Mombasi repeated. You told me! I went! I didn't know about anyone's daughter, please!
This doesn't make any fucking sense. Kai shook his head. The ship that you took them from, what happened to it?
We sunk it!
Why would you go back? Kai pressed.
You told us to be there! You said we will make a deal! You said no military!
Who said that?
You did!
Mombasi repeated again. This wasn't going anywhere. Kai opened the driver's door and pulled out the Kalashnikov. You have one more chance, Mohammed, Kai declared with finality. Tell me who told you to be out there. Who told you they wanted to make a deal?
You did! CIA did!
That's as good as you're going to get from him, Kai thought. Fine. Kai leaned down. Let me tell you something, asshole. You killed my best friend out there. His name was Steven Erickson. Mombasi's eyes widened as Kai brought the rifle up between them.
You told me to! You told me—
Kai fired a single round which echoed across the desert, and Mombasi fell silent. Chapter 18. Mogadishu, Somalia. 23rd of March, 2021, 1600 Eastern African Time. The crackle of gunfire echoed through the narrow streets. It was getting closer. Speed up! Get us onto the highway! Mitch Stevenson placed his hand on his service weapon. The city was in chaos. Mohammed Mombasi had been missing for a week and was assumed dead. Two rival factions had emerged and were now fighting openly for control of the capital. No one had seen this coming, not even the CIA. It was a complete embarrassment, a disaster. Mombasi had been an invaluable asset whose contributions were vital to virtually every operation in the area. They had finally achieved some semblance of stability in the region, and now it was back to square one, assuming he survived. More gunfire erupted, closer still. Get us onto the fucking highway, he snapped. The driver threw his hands in the air, exasperated. Muhammad al-Wahushi, who represented the jihadi sect of Mombasi's former organization, was making a play to wipe out his rival, President Abshir Abdullahi, who now commanded the moderate faction of Mombasi's militias along with the government army. The militia had backed Abdullahi because they thought he had the advantage. But now, if he couldn't hold the city, they would be expelled and everyone in their families would pay the price in blood. To Mitch Stevenson, the outcome looked like a foregone conclusion. Al-Wahushi had already taken the government quarter and the government troops were now fleeing into the desert, or taking off their uniforms and hiding. He needed to get a small army of private contractors in here or they would lose the city, a loss that would set them back decades. Their SUV skidded as it lurched around a turn. From the back seat, Mitch could see the highway entrance come into view, and that view made his stomach sink. His heart began to race as he watched men unload tires off the back of the truck and onto a burning pyre in front of the exit. Thick, black smoke billowed from the pile and sat heavy in the air. Mitch could already taste the burning rubber, they were so close. He drew the pistol from his waistband. "Get us out of here!" he hissed. "Head west!" Mitch's assistant, a new agent, looked at him nervously. Poor kid. "Get your weapon out!" Mitch grunted. The driver turned their vehicle and started down a street parallel to the highway. The men building the fire pointed at them. One pointed his Kalashnikov in the air and let out a burst of fire. Mitch flinched. Nothing about this situation felt organic. It stank of an op gone bad. Mombasi had been untouchable. That had been made clear to every intelligence agency west of the Baltics. The Russians or the Chinese had to be involved. No one else could pull something like this right under his nose without him catching so much as a whiff. But why? He found himself wondering even as his driver slewed down the street with staccato gunfire all around. And why now? Nothing they had seen over the past year indicated anything like this, and there was no immediate incentive to destabilize Somalia. Stranger still, the night Mombasi went missing, he had personally called in a pickup for a State Department employee, John Stewart. A little digging had shown there was no John Stewart, not even on paper. By the time they had called back, Mombasi was already gone. Mitch had put out a surveillance order for any non-government foreign nationals in the country. After analyzing the list, they had come up with a few names. The most promising had been one out of Hawaii, a missionary who entered through Kenya. The whole identity was fake, but beyond that they knew nothing. They needed to get out of the city and head north towards the border. There they would rendezvous with their private contractors and try to salvage the situation, and if Mitch was lucky, his career. Suddenly, there was a horrendous noise under the hood of the vehicle, like spinning metal and snapping cables. "What the hell was that?" "We hit something," his driver replied. The vehicle had slowed, and now it sounded like they were dragging something. "Don't stop!" Mitch barked. The young agent seated next to him looked like he was going to pass out. There was another sound, more spinning and snapping. "Step on it!" The engine growled in protest, and the vehicle began to slow. Finally, they came to a rest. Mitch raised his weapon, staring nervously outside. They were still near the highway, where it was a bit more open, but for now they were sitting on a 2-lane road with buildings on either side. The area looked to be commercial and seemed quiet. He opened his briefcase to pull out the satellite phone. They needed an extract. There was a sound like a hammer hitting the roof. The young agent screamed and grabbed his face. "Shots!" Mitch crouched behind the driver's seat. The young agent groaned. Blood poured heavily from his shattered jaw, seeping through his fingers as he tried to cover it. "Just stay calm. We just need to—" Mitch was interrupted by more blows to the roof, and a window shattered. Mitch knew immediately the kid was already dead. Mitch opened the door and crawled out. The driver's door opened and the man started running down the street. "Idiot!" Mitch seethed, hoping to locate his assailant when he killed the driver. 2 shots rang out in rapid succession. The driver dropped before Mitch could even try to locate the source of the rounds. This is no Somali gang. Mitch set his jaw, crouching behind the ruined car. Has to be the Russians. It's always the Russians. Mitch looked into the vehicle. His briefcase was on the seat, just within reach. He had mere seconds. He dove for it as 2 more rounds pierced the roof, but he reached it and scrambled back onto the street. Dropping the pistol and ducking his head, he unfolded the phone and started dialing. He heard approaching footsteps, sharp and crisp. The phone started ringing as a shadow appeared on the other side of the vehicle. "Pick up!" Mitch's nerves began to fray. "Pick up!" "Drop it," a calm voice commanded in perfect English as the speaker stepped around the rear of the SUV. He was tall and tan, dressed in tactical gear and holding a rifle. Something protruded from the end of it that almost looked like a bayonet. "Fuck you," Mitch quipped. "You'd better kill me and get the fuck out of here while you still can." Mitch heard the line connect. "Yes." Before Mitch could speak into the line, his attacker fired the rifle. Mitch felt the wind leave his chest. The shot was loud, almost too loud for an AK. He looked down in stunned horror to see a metal shaft protruding from his chest. Not a bayonet, he realized in bewilderment as the phone slipped from his fingers. A fucking spear gun? "You asshole!" Mitch tried to speak, but it came with great difficulty. "What the hell?" The man said nothing and watched him with steady eyes. But those eyes were not the cold, professional windows he expected to see from a contractor. They shone with anger that bordered on hatred, and not the blind hatred of zealots which Mitch had seen too many times in his career. No, this was something different. Mitch's eyelids began to feel heavy as he drew short, labored breaths. It was so hot. He heard more shooting, but it sounded far away now, as if through a tunnel. The man started towards him, and the world faded into darkness. Chapter 19. Mogadishu, Somalia, 23rd of March, 2021, 1630 Eastern African Time. Kai stood over the man as he collapsed. He had been holding a sat phone when he lost consciousness, so Kai knelt down and shut the device. He ended the call and threw it onto the roof of the 2-story shopfront building next to him. He didn't have much time, and would have even less if he didn't get out of the hot zone. Kneeling down once more, he lifted the stout man whom he had shot with the tranquilizer and hoisted him over his shoulder. Before walking away, Kai took one last look at the vehicle. He considered burning it, but that would take him at least 2 minutes and time was already against him. Security would arrive at any moment, so he had to move now. Just before he turned away, something caught his eye. A black briefcase on the seat. Kai grabbed it and fell back to a side street where he had parked his own vehicle. He loaded the unconscious spook into the trunk, hearing gunfire in the distance. It was time to go. Kai put the vehicle into drive and pulled around the corner. This chaos was his friend, but he needed to get out of this part of the city, to someplace he would have some time and would be able to cover his tracks. He identified a little building near the pier that would do the trick. Far enough from the fighting and looting to give him some privacy, but close enough that it would be abandoned. He bounced through some back alleys and tried to avoid main roads or anywhere he could see smoke. The old jalopy he had commandeered had no AC, so he was driving with the windows down. It was hot that day, and every smell intensified in the dense humidity. He neared his destination and pulled the car into a large lot which sat across from the pier. Some gulls squawked overhead. There were some parked cars, but the place seemed empty. He needed to get set up. His passenger would come around soon. He parked, shut the engine off, grabbed a roll of duct tape from the glove box, and collected the briefcase. Opening the trunk with supplies in hand, he found the man in much the same state he had left him, except he was now sweating profusely. Kai ripped the G-Man's suit jacket off and removed the body armor, tossing both in the dumpster next to the lot. He then went to work with the duct tape. Once he was satisfied, he pulled the man from the trunk and set him next to the car. A short burst of gunfire sounded in the distance, followed by a longer burst in reply. Kai hoisted the man over his shoulder again and made his way across the street to the small blue building he had marked. It sat at the end of the loading dock, so beneath it and beyond was the sea. The windows were opaque from years of unchecked exposure to salt and sea foam. Kai kicked the door near the handle, and it burst open. He placed the man on the ground and looked around at his surroundings, finding nothing inside but a few ropes. He looked down at the man again. This was Mitchell Stevenson, all right. Kai had been able to case him easily, all things considered. Somalia had precious few nice cars, so one could only do so much to stay under the radar unless you lived like a local. Kai deduced that this spook was either a senior agent or the station chief. He would find out as soon as the G-Man woke. In the meantime, Kai pulled over a stool and started working his way through the briefcase he had found. There were a few files, mostly just schedules and briefings on locals, nothing interesting. It also contained a laptop, which aligned with Kai's expectations. He wasn't sure if there was a tracking device on it, but there wasn't much he could do about that. Some of these agents had tracking devices in their shoes, or if rumors were to be believed, even in their bones. But tracking device or no, the agency would triangulate him sooner or later. He just needed to be gone when they did. Of course, the laptop was locked. There was only one piece that really mattered, and that was the hard drive. Kai took a small penknife from his pocket and used the screwdriver to remove the computer's backplate. He pulled the thin component out of its position, and after wrapping it in plastic, placed it in his bag. The rest of the computer was useless, so he left it where it was. Shattering one of the windows, he knocked out the frames until there was a man-sized hole. He chucked the computer out and sat back down next to his quarry. Minutes ticked by, and as they did, he started to get more nervous than he would have liked. He needed to get this over with. The minutes felt like hours. He wondered what McKenna was doing. It was still the previous night there, so the sun would just be setting, probably making dinner, giving the dog too many scraps, he thought with a wan smile. After a few more minutes, the bound spook began to stir. Kai stood up and gave him a strong kick to the gut. He gasped and was instantly awake. "Fuck you!" the man rasped before drawing even half a breath into his spasming chest. "Listen, Mitchell, I know who you are," Kai said matter-of-factly. "You don't know who I am, but you do know how this goes. Half of the questions I'm going to ask you, I already know the answers to. You're either going to talk and tell me the truth, or I'm going to kill you." "Fuck you!" Stevenson spat. "You don't know anything!" Kai gave him another few kicks, breaking at least one of the spook's ribs in the process. "You can kick all you want," the G-Man sneered. "I'm not going to tell you shit. You might as well kill me." "Tell me why you planned the attack on the Sea King," Kai said with forced calm. Memories of Steven flitted through his mind, and he felt his nails dig deep into his palms as he fought to maintain composure. "Who gave you the orders?" The man gave a mocking laugh, so Kai went to work on his face with a dozen punches and elbows, one of which laid Stephenson's nose over against his cheek with a thoroughly satisfying crunch. He grasped the spook by the back of the neck and inclined his chin towards the pier. "You're about to go for a swim, Mitchell. Make your choice." The man spit out a mouthful of blood, but his contempt in his sneering face seemed even stronger than before the impromptu nose job. "You killed Mombasi! You're the guy he called in before he disappeared!" He gave a dark, hollow laugh. "I hope you like pain, because you're going to spend the rest of your miserable fucking life in a little box in the desert." More gunfire erupted outside, long and sustained bursts this time. The fighting was coming this way, and it was coming fast. "Why did you order the attack?" Kai demanded. "Why didn't you send help to the ship?" "Help to the ship?" Mitch laughed. "If I remember correctly, we did send help. That idiotic response team who got themselves killed." A high-revved vehicle pulled up to the building, either a truck or an SUV. It sounded like they were coming inside, which meant the interrogation was over. "Time's up, Mitch," Kai said as he lifted the spook over his shoulder, eliciting a grunt of pain from the man's broken rib. Kai walked over to the window overlooking the ocean and unceremoniously tossed him through. Men were shouting at each other outside. Once Mitchell hit the water, they got louder. Kai climbed onto the windowsill and looked down. It was hard to tell how deep the water was, but he had no choice now. It was about 40 feet down from the window, which he could manage with his eyes closed. Pushing off with his feet, he felt the wind brush the sweat from his face as he fell. Gunshots cracked off behind him, one after another. The water hit him like a cold wall, cleansing away the stinking heat and shocking his senses into focus. He found Mitchell with one look around, still bound with the duct tape. He was struggling to swim to the surface. He was loud and unnatural in the water, like a whipped engine spinning a bent prop. No grace, just a lot of unnecessary motion. Kai made his way over to him and grabbed him by the collar. He dragged him down, easily thwarting the spook's clumsy effort to reach the surface. They descended together, deeper and deeper into a world as dangerous and foreboding to humans as any on Earth. After a minute or so, the spook began to struggle more frantically. Kai held him and continued to swim deeper. Still relatively close to the shore, Kai could now see the bottom. It was dark here, and much cooler. Kai almost wished he could stay. Stephen was at rest in a similar place not far from here. Kai had once heard an old sailor's story that those who died at sea were given vision of all the ocean's secrets in the afterlife. A pair of steel-jacketed bullets fell lazily down to the ocean floor a few inches from Kai's face, and in that moment, he wished that Stephen could see him as he struck back against the men who had taken his life. Mitchell stopped moving coherently after less than 2 minutes, and his body spasmed a few times before it finally surrendered to the watery grave. Kai let go and briefly watched the dead man float into the darkness before he turned back to the surface. Chapter 20. Washington, D.C. 5th of April, 2021, 1300 Eastern Standard Time. The train screeched on its rails as it began to slow, and Kailani felt her weight press into the seat as it came to a stop in front of the station. She looked out the window at the terminal. Thousands of white tiles lined the surface of the brightly lit section of the tunnel. The staircase to the surface teemed with people coming and going. Coming here had been mostly on a whim, and it was risky. Ross would go ballistic if he found out what she was doing, but it was the weekend, so she doubted he would find out soon enough to slow her down. In the days after the sheriff's press conference, she had begun to dig into the Sea King story, and the more she dug, the stranger it got. The yacht had been chartered from an Italian entertainment company, a company which had now been shuttered. Vita Fuga was the name, and it had taken her almost a week to find it. Vita was a private company, so it had no public filings. It was a dead end, but her curiosity was now in the driver's seat. She had called a close friend who worked for the IRS, and practically begged him to see if he could find anything. He had called her and told her to come in person to review his findings, which was the reason for the trip. It all felt very exciting, like something out of a spy film. She made her way off the train, up the stairs, and into the busy subterranean world of shops and restaurants that lined the hallways of the metro station. It had been an interesting week in the news. Mohammed Mombasi, the Somali warlord who planned the attack on the Sea King, had turned up dead. The White House was claiming credit, which made little sense. Somalia was in total chaos after Mombasi's death, with gunfights in the streets and brutal beheading videos popping up on the web. Why would the White House want to claim direct credit for causing all that misery and suffering? Still, bagging a notorious terrorist was always good politics, no matter the collateral damage. It just made little sense militarily, and even less politically. Why now, after all that had happened, would they want to stir up more trouble in Somalia? The world wanted places like that stable and predictable, even if the men in charge were ruthless sociopaths like Mombasi. After all, stability was good for both appearances and profit. Regardless of their reasons for getting embroiled, the White House seemed to support Somalia's incumbent president in the escalating conflict, who seemed to be losing decisively, which was yet another bizarre wrinkle to this already confusing story. Kailani disembarked the train and made her way to the surface. She navigated between stopped cars as she crossed the busy road and made her way to the taxi she had called. It was a cold day, but winter had started to break, replacing weeks of deep freeze with bright sunshine and chilly breezes which blew between the gray stone buildings. Her IRS friend, Brian, had told her to meet him at a small restaurant in Georgetown. She could only imagine why he insisted on meeting in person. Might be trying to sleep with me, she thought bemusedly. She got into a taxi and began the final leg of her journey. By the time she arrived, she was already about 20 minutes late. She thanked the driver and made her way into the small pub. Walking through the door, she immediately saw Brian sitting at the booth, beer waiting. "Hey there," he called out as he saw her enter. They hugged and she sat down. "Thanks for making the trip down on such short notice," he smiled warmly. "Are you going to tell me why I'm here?" she countered warmly. Brian's smile widened. "Sure, I looked into Vita Fuga for you." "And?" she asked impatiently. He chuckled. She started wondering if this really was just a ploy to sleep with her. "Well, I have to admit," he began, hunching his shoulders and leaning forward. "When you asked me to look into this, I sort of thought you had gone off the deep end. Maybe you'd gone stir-crazy after one too many insider trading stories," he said, lowering his voice as he spoke. "But I have to admit, I think you might be onto something." There was a bag sitting next to him, which he unzipped. From within, he produced a manila folder. "Now you really can't show this to anyone, but here's what I found." He opened the folder and removed the top sheet of paper. It was a long list of some kind. "What is this?" She took the paper from his hand and began to scan down the list. "That is a list of all the assets owned by Segway Capital," Brian explained. "I did a query search from Vita Fuga and it came back with this. It looks like Segway acquired them a couple years ago and just recently dissolved it." "Who are they?" "Well, technically speaking, they're nothing," he said dismissively. "They don't do anything. They just own bits and pieces of other companies. It's a private investment firm." "So you dragged me all the way down here to tell me that?" Brian grinned mischievously. "Not quite. I couldn't send this over email. But it turns out that Segway Capital actually manages assets for some of the wealthiest politicians in the country. Kind of like a family office." He paused, waiting to see if his words would take effect. Needless to say, they have some pretty interesting clientele. Kailani wished he would stop dancing around. "Who?" "Some very well-connected people in the Ansari administration. Segway manages money for a lot of them," he said before leaning back in triumph. "Their largest single account, however, is with Henry Steinway." "Henry Steinway?" Kailani was still trying to figure out where he was going with this. Brian beamed, as if he had revealed a great secret. "Yes, so what all this means is that Henry Steinway owns the company that chartered the yacht." Kailani thought for a moment. It wasn't entirely unusual on the face of it. Steinway was a major Ansari donor, so the connection made sense. Donors often gave their political allies and protégés access to their best toys. "And here's the weird thing," Ryan continued. "Segway only purchased the company 2 weeks before the attack. After this whole incident happened, Segway dissolved the company. It held it for less than a month and never even made an insurance claim after the incident." He shook his head. "If not for the tax record, there might be no U.S. record at all of this company. And they chose not to depreciate the cost of the purchase. They just claimed the whole thing as an expense. A $10 million expense. Very strange for an investing firm." Kailani could see where he was going. It was all a bit too convenient. It was almost as if the firm had bought the company for the purpose of this trip, and then covered all traces of it when things went south. And there had been nothing in the news about any of this connection to Steinway. But why the secrecy? What were they hiding? Kailani finished her beer, thanked him for the tip, and placed a $5 bill on the table. She had work to do, and was both surprised and mildly disappointed that Brian never did make the anticipated overtures before she left. Chapter 21. Unnamed Ridge, west of Hart Butte, Montana. 14th of April, 2021. 0700 Mountain Standard Time. The sun was coming up, its happy yellow rays starting to penetrate the dark rows of tree trunks which lined Rick Grassley's view to the west. It was still a bit chilly in the morning during this time of year, but the ground's frosty covering was quickly receding. Rick had moved out to Montana years ago, and he had never looked back. He stood now on the porch of the small cabin he had built, drinking his morning cup of coffee. To him, this was paradise. The home stood amidst the trees, but when the sun reached over those trees, the angle was just right to soak his solar panels for about half the day. That was usually enough. The only problem that could find him out here was boredom, but even that seemed like a distant memory since he had gone fully self-sufficient. His daily routine now included tending to his plants, feeding the chickens he kept in a small coop, or working on the house, completing one of the odd jobs which never seemed to be in short supply. The only time he ever went to town was for a client, and he was choosy about who those were these days. He ran a dog training program, part-time out of a borrowed facility in town. Rick gave the owner a cut and he didn't ask a lot of questions. During his time in the service, Rick had been an expert in using canines in a tactical environment. Now he mostly dealt with prepper enthusiasts, or the occasional townie who had finally gotten sick of their animal trying to steal food off the table. There weren't any landlines out here, so he used a simple flip phone to take client calls. Most of the time, however, it stayed turned off in his bedroom. He turned it on every few days to check messages and call people back. He did have one other phone, an old satellite phone that he always kept on. There were only about half a dozen people who knew the number, but when they called, it was for a good reason, good or bad. It had a slow two-tone ring, which made it sound like an old arcade game. As Rick stood on his porch drinking his coffee, waiting for his daily dose of sunlight, that two-tone sound made its way softly from the bedroom inside. It took him a minute to realize what it was. Once he did, he put down the coffee and quickly went to the source. Holding the thing in his hand, his memory of that time came back. No memory of any event in particular, just a feeling, one that he hadn't felt in a long time. It was still ringing when he made his way to it. He pushed the accept button. "This is Rick." There was a muffled sound on the other end, like someone had dropped the phone. Finally, a voice. "Rick?" Rick said nothing. He had not been able to make out the speaker until he spoke again. "Rick, this is Kai. Kai Priest." Rick almost laughed out loud. "Kailani Priest? Waterman?" He could hardly believe it. "What in the world are you calling me for?" Kai didn't sound as excited. "I wish it was on better terms, buddy." Rick's smile vanished. "What happened?" "I got some bad news. Steven Erickson is dead. I know you don't follow the news much, but it was political. They responded to a call and got left. It was a high-level decision, and now there's a cover-up." Rick said nothing. He was ashamed he could not immediately recall the last time he had seen Steven. Kai continued. "There's more. I was sick of hearing the bullshit, so I went to find out what happened. Gunnar helped me. I'm in Somalia now." "You what?" "Yeah, I know." Kai sounded resigned, like a teen who dented the family car on a joyride. "I found the guys who were responsible. I took care of it." Rick tried to absorb all of what Kai was saying. Wild, man. "You can buy me a beer later and I'll tell you everything," Kai said hurriedly. "Listen, I know I'm throwing a lot at you, but I have a favor to ask." This had to be good. "And what would that be?" "You remember that op in Ukraine?" Rick remembered. He could still feel the scar on his left shoulder. "Yeah?" "You mentioned a contact you had, a WikiLeaks guy. Where is he going with this?" "Yeah, sure, I remember." "I have some information." Kai sounded relieved. "It's on a hard drive. I took it off some spook over here, and it's got more information about what happened to Steven." "Kai, are you sure you should be getting into all of this?" "This is my fight, Rick," Kai said adamantly. And even over the line, he could feel the other man's pain. "I've got to finish it." Rick thought about the WikiLeaks contact. "It's been a long time since I was in that world, Kai. I don't even know if this guy will remember me." "I know. Just give it a shot for me." "Does Keikoa know you're doing all this?" "Yeah. He thinks I'm coming back to Hawaii after I get done here." Rick laughed. "I guess that's out of the question." "Listen, Rick. Give that guy a call for me," Kai pressed. "Call me back if you can reach him. And do me one other favor. Keep an eye on the news." Rick smiled. "You know I don't watch that crap, buddy. It's bad for you. When are you coming out to Montana?" Kai gave a chuckle. "Too cold out there for me, brother. No women, either." "Well, we got a few good-looking bears." Kai laughed louder. "I'll take your word for it. I gotta run, pal. I'll talk to you soon." "You got it." The call disconnected and Rick looked outside. The sun had come up over the trees. It was still tranquil outside, but Rick's peace had left him. There were times when he still thought he would walk away from his old life clean, like a chapter that had closed or a play that had ended. But some time ago, he had realized that no one ever walked away from this life, no matter how far they went. It was always a part of you. It was a part of your body. It was a part of your mind, even part of your soul, like your spirit had melded with something greater. Steven had been a part of that greater spirit, and Kai a part of it too. Rick wasn't sure how, but he knew he would get Kai what he needed. Chapter 22. Washington, D.C., April 20, 2021, 1100 Eastern Standard Time. Gary Cofield watched as his phone vibrated on his desk. The screen read, "Private number," but he knew who was calling. He sighed and picked it up. "This is Gary?" He listened as the caller spoke firmly and quickly. "Yes, Mr. President. I understand. We're getting close to a solution." More questioning. Gary's ears began to burn. "That won't be necessary. I appreciate your concern." Lecturing. Gary fought to keep his teeth from clenching. "Yes, Mr. President. You'll know as soon as I do. Thank you, sir." He hung up and let an angry hiss of air through his teeth. Swiveling in his chair, he dialed another number on his desk phone. He leaned back and waited while it rang. While he waited, he looked at all the pictures on his wall. Dozens of photo ops with politicians, bureaucrats, soldiers, businessmen. He almost likened it to a visual representation of all he had achieved over the years. People are often obsessed over institutions, police, rules, laws. But the truth was that all of that was meaningless. Human inventions? They meant nothing. The strongest constitution ever written could be unwritten with a stroke of a pen. The only thing that mattered was people. They were the source of these delusions, and by manipulating them, one could manipulate the very laws of the universe itself. Finally, the line went live. "Noah Stevens." "Noah, it's Gary," he greeted. "I just heard from the president about the investigation. I'm going to see if I can talk to some people in Congress and figure out how long we can delay this thing. I just want to make sure things are locked down on your end." Noah had assured him that the CIA had disposed of all sensitive correspondence and files relating to the Sea King incident. "We're looking good. One small issue. Don't know if you've heard." Gary rubbed his temple. "I don't need any more issues, Noah." "Mitch Stevenson, our station chief in Somalia," Noah explained heavily. "He handled this whole thing. We found out this morning that he's missing." Gary couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Missing? What the hell do you mean he's missing?" "I don't have a lot of detail yet," Noah said flatly. "It's pure chaos over there since Mombasi was assassinated. We think Mitch was killed in the fighting somehow, but they haven't been able to find a body. His laptop is gone too." "God damn it." Gary closed his eyes and set his jaw. "Yeah, I know. But listen," he paused. "Is this line safe?" "Yes, it's my office." "We think there might be some link between the Mombasi assassination and Stevenson's death," Stevens explained. "We've been casing a suspicious person. Some missionary who entered the country through Kenya. One of Mombasi's guys called up a coordination line before everything went down and said they picked up someone from State. Only thing is, State never lost anyone. The whole thing smells like an op." "An op?" Gary's blood ran cold as his mind began to race through the implications. "Who's op?" "We don't know, but I think we might get a second chance at this. This just keeps getting better. We put out word for any suspicious activity from Somali vessels and got something back from a freighter in New York," Noah said with confidence. "Captain says he thinks someone broke in and stole some supplies from a locked room. Looked pretty professional. Perp was gone by the time they noticed. Could be a really smart Somali, but something tells me it was our missionary. There have only been 6 flights out of that country since ship popped off, and we've placed every passenger on them. How else would he have gotten out?" "How long ago was that?" "Last night. Who knows where he is now? But if he has that laptop, he might lead us right to him. The hard drive has a signaling code in it. If it hooks up to anything with an internet connection, we've got an instant homing beacon. We've got open lines of communication with SWAT commanders throughout the city. If that signal goes live anywhere in the metro area, we won't be more than 8 minutes out." "All right," Gary grimaced, grateful for at least that last bit. "Let me know as soon as you know something." "You'll know it as soon as I do," Noah interrupted. "We need to prepare something for local law enforcement in case he slips through the net," Gary said, unwilling to underestimate this missionary for even one moment longer. "Make this guy out to be an international terrorist, armed and dangerous. Whatever it takes to dial the boys in blue up to shoot on sight. Know what I mean?" "I can do that," Stevens agreed. "Keep me updated," Gary commanded before ending the call. It baffled him how this thing had gotten so far away from them. Every minute spent dialing with issues like this was a minute wasted not moving their agenda forward. They needed to get off defense and back onto offense. Opportunities to reshape the world came once in a generation, and he would be damned if he let his slip away. Fortunately, the Bingle search optimization tools seemed to be working well. They were also using similar features with other major outlets like Facebook and Twitter. YouTube was always a bit harder, but Bingle assured them that they were getting things under tighter control every day. The more he thought about it, The more he liked the new media, it was far more effective. It was self-correcting, self-perpetuating, easy to control, and most importantly, it was impossible to avoid. Every day their message went straight into the hands of every single person in the country. They had to read it. There was no option to turn it off, at least not if you wanted to be connected to the world. And every day they made sure there was less and less world anywhere outside of that connection. He would need to check in on Gerald Morgan again soon. The FBI had done a nice job squashing any inquiry over the Texas incident, but Gary didn't want to rest on their laurels. As far as he was concerned, he couldn't be careful enough. If there was one thing he had learned over the years, it was that a sloppy cover-up was even worse than no cover-up at all. And this one was getting dangerously close to sloppy. Chapter 23. New York City, New York. April 27, 2021, 1900 Eastern Standard Time. Kai pulled his ball cap a bit lower as he made his way down the busy street. It had been nearly a week since he had spoken to Rick about where to meet his contact from WikiLeaks, and Kai hoped that no details of the planned meeting had changed. He knew very well he could be walking into a trap, but he had little choice. Without the information on the hard drive he carried in his jacket, he was at a dead end. It was sure to be encrypted, so there was no way to do this without an expert. He hadn't been to New York since coming here for a field trip as a boy, and now he was reminded why. Everything that Hawaii was, New York was the exact opposite. Where Hawaii was warm, New York was cold. While Hawaii was natural, New York was man-made. And where the islands were welcoming to all, this concrete jungle was unfriendly, bordering on outright hostile. Still, there was something vaguely attractive about the anonymity here. So many people, so many nooks and crannies, it seemed someone could disappear around any corner. It would be a different kind of disappearance than removing to somewhere remote, but one would be just as well hidden. He pulled his luggage bag behind him as he made his way to the other side of the street, weaving around a speeding car as he crossed. The hotel was just down the way, the Bentley. Kai had scouted the location before arriving. Located directly next to the East River, the hotel overlooked the 59th Street Bridge. It was out of the way and close to the water, just as he wanted. The front of the hotel was covered by a modern-looking metal overhang. Kai made his way in through the automatic doors. The lobby of the hotel was nice but inconspicuous, containing the check-in desk, a small bar, and some lounge chairs. Kai approached the clerk. "Hello," he greeted. "I'm checking in under a reservation for Adam Hancock." He waited while the clerk typed. He had been instructed by the contact to proceed directly to room 601. However, he had reserved a room on the top floor as well, for his own purposes. "I'm staying here with my brother," Kai lied. "He is in room 601. Could you tell me if he already checked in?" The clerk typed for a moment. "Yes, sir. He checked in last night." Bingo. The clerk gave him a room key and Kai walked past the elevator, making his way to the stairwell. Inside was a relatively simple layout. The shaft was about 10 feet by 10 feet. He lifted his bag and made his way to the 6th floor. Reaching the door, Kai took a deep breath and knocked. There was some movement from inside the room, and finally the door latch turned and the door cracked. "I didn't order anything," the man said, his Ukrainian accent betraying him. "This is on the house," Kai replied as he had been instructed. The door swung open. Before him was a slim but fit, pale-looking man, with beady eyes and hair pushed to the side and extending down to where it met a neatly trimmed beard. He extended his hand. "Nice to meet you. I am Yanni." "Likewise. I'm Kai." "Come in," Yanni gestured invitingly. "Shall we get started?" "Sure. Did you bring the papers Rick sent you?" "Yes, they are here." The man reached into a bag and retrieved a manila folder sealed in a Ziploc bag. "Great." Kai slid the packet into his luggage. Reaching into his jacket, he retrieved the hard drive. "Here it is." Kai paused a moment. "I just want to make sure you know what you're getting into here." The man smiled. "I am sure I have been into worse." Kai wasn't sure he agreed, but he nodded and handed over the device. Yanni unwrapped it gingerly and placed it on the desk near the wall. Then, reaching into his bag again, he retrieved a laptop computer. He also produced a small device that resembled a credit card reader, which he connected to his laptop with a cord. "Here we go." Yanni took the hard drive and carefully inserted it into the device he had connected. Kai waited nervously as the man pulled up what looked like a command prompt window and began to type. "Password and card protected, of course. I will need to get around this," Yanni said dismissively. "This should only take a few minutes." Kai watched him work for a few minutes and then looked outside. It was raining lightly, and it looked like it would be dark soon. Yanni spoke again. "Almost done. And we are in. Let me see if I can access any files. He typed for a few more minutes. Okay, here we go. Did you bring a flash drive? Kai reached into his pocket and retrieved the flash drive he had purchased earlier that day. Excellent. I will transfer the files I can find, Yanni explained. What you do with it from here will be your business. What are you going to do? Kai asked. I will submit files to my boss, and he will decide what to do, Yanni replied. If there is anything of interest, we will publish. All of it. There had to be something on here. Mitch Stevenson, the CIA station chief, had been the one who had organized the entire attack with Mombasi. That was huge in and of itself. And if he had done that, he had certainly known about the CAG team response and communicated with someone about it. At the very least, there had to be something explaining why the op had been planned, and who Stevenson would have contacted once the CAG team showed up. That was all Kai needed. Kai couldn't wait to watch them trying to explain this away. Kai watched as the file transfer began and the loading bar slowly filled. 1%, 5%, 10%. There was a sudden, loud bang in the hallway. Yanni and Kai looked at one another in mutual understanding. How much longer? Kai pressed. Just another moment, Yanni said hastily. Were you followed? No. How can you be? Kai held up a halting hand and whispered. Be quiet. Kai looked at the loading screen. 70%. He walked over to his bag and unzipped it. He removed the AK-47 from inside and inserted the magazine. Here we go. Chapter 24. New York City, New York. April 27, 2021. 1945 Eastern Standard Time. The van skidded to a stop and the door slid open. The team jumped out, one by one, each checking their MP5 carbines as they exited. They switched off the safeties and went into the low-ready position. One of them held the automatic door open as the others rushed in. Several squad cars pulled in behind them, with their uniformed officers running towards the door. The headset squawked. Bravo team is covering the rear exit. All teams are go to initiate contact. Room 601, 2 targets. Several members of the team approached the clerk as they entered the lobby, guns raised. Once the docent was bound and gagged, the engineers had finished cutting the elevator line. Delta has the south stairwell covered, breaching north stairwell. They entered the stairwell and began to clear upwards, leaving someone at the entrance to each floor as they went. Once they reached the top, they stopped. Alpha is in position. Delta is in position, reported Yannick, the team leader assigned to secure room 601. Copy that, breach teams. Targets are assumed hostile. Weapons free. They pushed open the doors from the stairwell and entered the hallway. The engineer team was in tow with the door ram. The units moved down the hallway slowly. The door opened to their left. A female civilian began to walk out and froze when she saw them. One of the engineers tackled her, dropping the ram with a loud bang as he did. We're compromised. Hasty breach! Hasty breach! They quickened pace down the hallway. Room 601 was on the left. Someone finally got the ram off the floor and they stacked onto the door. The team leader gave the signal and the breacher bashed the ram into the door. Nothing. He bashed again and the door swung open. Flash out! Yannick commanded, and his men threw 2 stun grenades through the opening. After a second, one of the grenades came back and struck the far wall. Cover! Yannick was cut off mid-word by the flashbang. Open fire! He bellowed, and they poured fire into the room. The hallway rattled with lengthy bursts of 9mm MP5 fire. 2 seconds into their fire, thick smoke billowed into the hallway, filling it with surprising speed and snuffing out the light. Whose fucking smoke is that? Someone screamed. Gunfire erupted from within the room. It was full auto, and not 9mm. Shots from inside! Shoot the fucking walls! Yannick snarled. The smoke was choking them now. Several of the men went down from a mix of smoke and enemy fire. We need the fucking standby team! Breach the fucking room! Yannick barked. They waded through the smoke, one by one into the room. One of the team shot the windows and the smoke began to dissipate through the shattered glass. Team leaders, status report! They tried to take stock of the room. Shell casings littered the floor. A man lay motionless on the floor, the top of his head a gory mess. His blood was already soaking the carpet. A laptop was at his feet, hooked into a corded device. Check him and secure that item, Yannick ordered. Team leaders, what is your status? We have 2... Check that, we have 3 friendlies down, Yannick replied, seeing at least one of his men would be leaving the scene feet first. 1 hostile is down. We need assistance. How copy? How copy? There were more shots outside the door, down the hallway. Who's doing the fucking shooting? Yannick demanded.
We have a hostile in the stairwell. We have multiple hostiles in the stair... The line cut mid-sentence. They ran out towards the sounds. Stay together! Yannick bellowed as he ran down the hallway. Tighten up! They reached the stairwell, and an officer was already down. What the fuck was that? One of his men asked in unvarnished horror as his eyes fixed on something protruding from the downed man's neck. It was long and slender, like an oversized arrow. Stay quiet, Yannick snapped. Move, move, move! Delta, proceed to the roof. Alpha, cover the ground floor. Yannick led his men up the stairs, where they kicked open the door. Shit! The hallway was filled with more smoke. It was even thicker than before. Something was moving through the smoke, barreling clumsily down the hallway. Engage! Yannick barked, and his men opened fire. 9mm casings splashed on the ground as round after round went down the hallway. There was a scream and the lumbering figure fell. But Yannick's men were panicked and they continued to fire. Cease fire! Cease fire! Yannick snapped, backhanding one of his men behind the head when he failed to comply. When his men had ceased fire, he moved up the hall. Keep moving! They came to a body on the ground, face down. Team leaders, what's your status? Second target is down, one of his men replied, drawing a wrathful glare from Yannick for usurping the chain of command. Confirm, second target is down? Flip that fucking body over, Yannick grimaced, gesturing to the far end of the hall. Cover the end of this hallway. Confirm, second target, Caucasian female, is down, one of Yannick's men reported. Negative, team. The second target is Polynesian male. Yannick's men couldn't see each other in all of the smoke, but they all heard the resumption of gunfire. 9mm extended bursts. Shooter, what is your target? Get up the stairs, Yannick ordered. Keep clearing the stairs! He knew they would have to clear every room at this point. There were several more shots, louder than the 9mm, followed by screams from the far stairwell. Team leaders, recent check-ins in rooms 706 and 302. Proceed to rooms. They moved towards room 706, right side, the remaining team members stacked on the door. Get the door down, Yannick barked. Shotgun! Someone ran forward with the shotgun and blasted the handle and hinges. They kicked the door over and cleared into the empty room. This whole op had gone from bad to worse. He'd be filling out paperwork for a year and be lucky to keep his pension if the downed woman was a civilian. Room 706 is clear, he seethed. We've got nothing. The window's open, one of his men reported. They all looked at the blown-out window. Confirmed. We've got an open window, Yannick reported. He moved over to the window, clearing the concrete ledge before looking down. There was nothing outside but the 59th Street Bridge, and about 8 stories of air between him and the water. No one could survive a jump like that, he thought with conviction. Outside, the night was cold and filled with the sounds of sirens, their red lights flashing off the surfaces of the surrounding buildings. Team leader, what are you saying? Did he commit fucking suicide? One of Yannick's men asked in bewilderment. Yannick shook his head grimly, his thoughts turning to his wife and children, whose father would probably lose his job over this fucking mess. But there was nothing for it now, so he drew a steadying breath and gave what might be the final tactical report of his career. We have one open window, and no visual on the target. I repeat, the words tasted like ashes as they passed his lips. We've lost the target. Chapter 25. New York City, New York. April 27, 2021. 20:30 Eastern Standard Time. Kai lost his breath as he hit the water beneath the 59th Street Bridge. Damn zipline cable, he thought irritably. He had fired the zipline from the 7th floor. It looked like a good contact with the bridge, but when he had swung out, it hadn't held for more than a few seconds. Damn close call. Still, it was enough to get him to the water. Another gift from Keikoa. Yanni, the WikiLeaks contact, was dead. Shot in the head by the SWAT team. Kai had to get out of the area. Soon they would have the banks of the river lined for miles. He took stock of himself. He had burned his right hand on the barrel of one of their carbines, and he had been shot in the left leg. It was a through and through and didn't seem to be bleeding too badly. Other than that, he was okay. A good outcome considering the circumstances. He started to power stroke towards the center of the river. It was dark now, but he could see the lights of a vessel coming his direction. It approached, and he was able to grab one of the docking bumpers hanging from the tow rail. He took several deep breaths and calmed his heart rate. He would need to conserve his strength, and he needed to dress his leg. Some time passed as his unwitting taxi carried him upriver, and once the lights of the city began to fade, he released his grip on the bumper and swam towards the shore. It was a longer swim than he had expected, and by the time he finally reached it, he had to drag himself ashore. He lay for a moment, feeling uncomfortably cold. He felt for the flash drive in his pocket, still there. He had been forced to abandon most of his equipment, but he still had a few spear tips and his satellite phone and his waterproof clamshell he would need to resupply. Pulling himself up, he limped farther from the water. He looked to be in a residential neighborhood. He was probably in New Jersey, another place he had no desire to visit. Selecting a house that appeared empty, Kai lifted the garage door and looked inside. No car. He knocked on the door. No movement inside. Once he was satisfied, he stood on his left leg and kicked the door open with his right, wincing in pain. He made his way down the hall towards what he presumed to be the kitchen. There were some photos hung on the wall. It looked like an older couple. It was a quaint, homey place decorated with little stone rabbits and pictures that said family is everything. These were good people. It was a shame to ruin their door. Inside the kitchen, Kai managed to find some rubbing alcohol in a medicine cabinet. He couldn't find any gauze, but he did locate some hand towels and an ace bandage. That would have to be good enough. He ripped the towels into thin lengths and went about fixing his leg. Once he was done, he made his way upstairs and found some dry clothes. He folded the wet ones and placed them neatly in a box at the back of the closet. He paused for a moment and thought. His stomach ached with hunger. He went back to the kitchen and found a full jar of peanut butter. He pulled a spoon from a nearby drawer and ate about half of the jar, putting roughly 4,000 calories down as he contemplated his next move. He needed to get out of New Jersey and find a computer. He thought for a moment. Maybe. He left the peanut butter on the kitchen table and walked into the den. Bingo. There was an old desktop computer in the corner, set up on an old desk set with a bookshelf. There were a few pictures of the old man with some younger people set on top of it who looked like his relatives. Sitting down, he turned the computer on. It took a moment to boot up, but once it did, there were two accounts, Jim's PC and Guest. Posing as Jim, he logged on without need for a password. Now the moment of truth. He removed the flash drive from his pocket and inserted it into the tower. After a moment, the system recognized it and he was in. There were dozens of folders, and surely each contained hundreds of files. This could take hours. He tried to think how to narrow things down. He sorted by recently altered. The most recent folders were labeled Photos, Archive, and Langley Updates. Kai selected the latter. It was filled with Word documents. He opened the most recent, scanning the contents. Government bargaining positions appeared to be weakening. We fear conflict is imminent. Troops are inadequately prepared. We are requesting immediate supplies of heavy machine guns and grenade launchers, along with any private security that is available in the region, ASAP. Kai wondered if Gunner had gotten the call. He smiled, imagining the Texans' reaction. Kai went back out to the other files. Most of them were named by the date they were written. Kai searched back to February. We were aware of VIP civilians on board, but unaware that the daughter of POTUS would be present. Stand-down orders were received from an executive-level source and carried out before this information became known to us. Need full briefing on undisclosed details of this op. He clicked through more files and continued to read. All details of the unplanned response have been classified top secret. Navy Commander Robert Carmichael spoke with someone in White House and is threatening to go public. Unpredictable variable. The farther he went, the more he found. Every time he thought he was at a dead end, he found something else that spurred him on. Captain Carmichael confirmed dead this morning in Texas. FBI sources affirm the job was carried out by members of the Sonora Cartel. The investigation is being handled by FBI agent Gerald Morgan. We are continuing to monitor the situation but consider the incident tied off due to removal of hard sources. Kai read, and read, and read. There was nothing more about why the response was called off, why the team had been left. He could hardly stand to read anymore. This would not stand for as long as he still drew air. Robert Carmichael had known why the response had been delayed. He had been killed for trying to share it. Now the truth lay with those who had arranged his murder at the hands of Mexican thugs. Mitch Stevenson was already gone, but this FBI agent, Gerald Morgan, was still out there. Kai looked at his watch. It would be light in a few hours. He could do nothing more with these documents, this final hard source, but he knew someone who could. Chapter 26. Louisiana-Texas border. May 1st, 2021, 1830 Eastern Standard Time. Gerald Morgan's car sped along Highway 9 as he crossed into Louisiana. He rolled the window up and cranked the air conditioner. Damn place was so hot, even the wind was hot. Only a little while longer here and he would be called back up to D.C., with his obligatory field service under his belt. For now, though, the comfort of D.C. seemed like a distant fantasy. The longer this investigation went on, the more nervous it made him.
Matters like this, where the press was all over everything they did, where politicians were calling his office, where he had to give daily updates to the Justice Department. It felt like a bomb waiting to go off. Something would blow up eventually. He just hoped to not be around when it did. He looked out the window at the country rolling by. Long stretches of flat swamp, a carpet of tall reeds laid across the boggy earth like a vast rug. The next day, he would meet with investigators from all over the southern region. They would all share updates about their respective investigations, offering each other tips and questions, but the main focus, like always, would be on him. What happened in Texas? It nearly made him sick thinking about it. Since the Carmichael affair had begun a few weeks ago, he barely had a chance to breathe. Technically, the investigation was still open, but there hadn't been any new developments since the press conference they held after it was opened. He had been asked to take on several other new investigations since, but the majority of his time was still spent answering inquiries about Carmichael. When will you release the autopsy? When will you release photos of the home? Have you reached any family members? It never ended. He remembered being a new agent. He would have killed for a case like this. Had he only known what it would really be like. No freedom, no right answers, unbelievable pressure. Now all he wanted was a cushy desk job back in D.C. where he could ride it out until retirement. This was far too risky. He was smart enough now to know to avoid jobs like this. He had picked Eastern Texas because it was far away and nothing ever happened. It was supposed to be in and out. Simple. Clockwork. But it had all gone to shit. He could almost laugh at his unlikely misfortune. Almost. Carmichael had most certainly not committed suicide, and whoever had arranged for his death most certainly had their reasons. But that was of little concern to him. As far as he knew, the guy had it coming. Gerald just needed to keep this thing under wraps for a few more weeks until it blew over, or they assigned the case to some wide-eyed chump. He finally reached his exit and pulled his silver Buick around the bend. He came out on a smaller road and continued east. He would stay tonight at the Venton Marriott before continuing towards the field office in Baton Rouge the next day. Venton hardly qualified as a town. It came up out of the wetlands like a ghost of some forgotten place and disappeared just as quickly. He stayed there because it happened to have a decent hotel about halfway between Houston and Baton Rouge. But he never stuck around very long to sightsee on any of his visits. This time would be no different. After another hour, he pulled into Venton and found the Marriott. Pulling into the parking lot, he shut off the car and waited, sighing while rubbing his temple. He tried to decide if getting a drink was worth the trouble of making small talk with the bartender. Maybe later. He took his suitcase from the back seat and made his way to the check-in desk. He got his keycard and made his way to his room. He stayed in the same room every time. It was predictable. Clockwork. Just the way he liked it. He unlocked the door and threw his suitcase on the plush chair in the corner. Unbuttoning his shirt, he sprawled out on the bed. He lay there a moment and then got up to use the bathroom. He opened the bathroom door and cried out, falling over backwards. There, wearing a black ski mask, was a man standing in the bathroom. "No, no!" Gerald stammered. "Please!" This was it. This was how it ended. Killed by some cartel thug in the middle of nowhere on the order of someone a rung or two up the ladder. He scrambled towards the door, but the thug was on top of him before the second step. Gerald fought viciously to escape his iron grip. The thug landed 2 hard blows to his head. "No, no!" Gerald panicked. "Not like this! I'll pay you anything, please!" Gerald cried out as he felt the tears welling up in his eyes. "Please!" The man said nothing. He struck him again, and then pulled a white rag from his pocket. "No!" Gerald screamed louder than before. The man hit him again, harder this time. Vertigo washed over him in unrelenting waves of sickening darkness. The rag was over his face before he regained his senses. Gerald tried again to struggle free, but his muscles failed to respond. The room was spinning harder now, and the fear left him as all went to darkness. It was dark when he awoke. "What happened?" he thought groggily. "Am I in the hotel?" He tried to move and realized he was bound. There was something covering his mouth. He began to panic, kicking and trying to sit up. He was in some kind of box. "Oh God, I've been buried alive!" He struggled harder and tried to cry out. Suddenly there was a bump, and he realized he was moving. He was in the trunk of a car. He felt a split second of relief and then another wave of terror. "Where are they taking me? Why me?" He continued to kick for a few minutes and eventually gave up. It was useless. He began to cry pitifully when he felt the car lurch around a bend. They must have been on gravel now. He had to get out of here. He couldn't even imagine where they must have headed. He tried to feel his pockets. Nothing. They were empty now. He tried to remember something from his training.
Anything. All he could bring to mind were endless slides about how to report a suspicious person. Shit, I'm going to die. Every few moments, a new wave of panic came over him. Suddenly, the car lurched again, then a second time. Before coming to a halt, he heard the door open again. This is it. He felt his guts tighten. Chapter 27. Marshlands, somewhere south of Port Arthur, Texas. May 1st, 2021. 0400 Eastern Standard Time. Kai exited the car and looked around. Cicadas chirped in the night, imbuing the swamp with their melodies of life. A quick look around confirmed the place would serve its purpose. He had taken a bus from New Jersey and then lifted an old beater car from somewhere in New Orleans before grabbing the agent at his hotel. It had been a long day and his leg ached from the gunshot wound back in New York, but he was finally back on track. By the looks of the guy in the trunk, this wouldn't take long. He had been easy enough to find and even easier to ambush. Kai wasn't sure what they were teaching at the FBI, but the agent had stayed in the same hotel room every few weeks for the past year. Kai had expected a tougher case from a federal agent, but he had simply staked out the room and waited for him. It was cooler at night, but still muggy. The heat here was oppressive, with no ocean breeze to soften it. Kai heard Gerald struggle in the trunk of the car. He opened it and looked in. He almost pitied the man, who looked as if he might die from sheer terror. Kai went to pick him up and Gerald began to writhe uncontrollably. Kai gave him a few jabs to the nose and he calmed down. Kai put him over his shoulder and walked a short distance into the woods. Seeing a suitable tree, he dropped the man with a thud. Then, positioning him up against the tree, Kai took out a roll of duct tape and began to bind the man to the trunk. He went around and around until the roll was expended. Once he was done, he removed the tape from the man's mouth. Gerald immediately started screaming. "Please! Please! No!" "Stop screaming," Kai said flatly. "No one can hear you." "Please don't kill me! Please!" Kai smacked him. "Stop screaming." The man surprisingly went silent. He looked like he would cry, and smelled like he might have already pissed himself. Kai knelt down and spoke again. "I need some information from you," Kai said calmly. "You're going to give it to me, or you're going to die. I will know if you're lying." The man's eyes bulged and he started to struggle against his bindings. Kai popped him a few more times before speaking again. "Stop and listen to me. You're not getting away," Kai said matter-of-factly. "I don't want to kill you, but I will. All I need is information. So you're either going to work with me, or you're going to die out here." The man looked at him, terrified. "What do you want to know? Is this about Carmichael?" "Yes." "I can't tell you anything. I can't." Gerald frantically shook his head. "I'll end up dead." "You don't really have a choice," Kai shrugged with genuine indifference. "You're going to end up dead right here unless you start talking." Something in Gerald's face changed, and his resolve seemed to melt away. "What do you want to know? Why was he killed?" "Please just let me go," he pleaded desperately. Kai hit him again, sending a dribble of blood out of his nose. "You have 10 seconds. "I don't know," the agent squealed. "It was some kind of traitor." "Who ordered the killing?" Kai pressed. "I don't know." Kai hit him a few more times, feeling the man's nose crunch beneath his knuckles on the last punch. "I don't know." Gerald's voice was wet and congested as blood flowed freely onto his shirt. "I swear I don't know. It was arranged." "Did the Attorney General know about it?" Kai demanded. "Did he shut down the investigation?" The pitiful man looked miserable, broken and bleeding, but he made no verbal reply as all he could manage were whimpers. Kai stood up. Of course he did. And the Attorney General got his orders from someone too. After all, why would he care about some rescue mission in Somalia? He wondered aloud as he fit the pieces together in his mind. A cleverer man might have done it weeks ago, but Kai walked his own path to the truth. He looked down at the bound and bloodied agent, nodding in growing conviction as he continued. Robert Carmichael knew something about the whole thing, and whatever he knew was big enough that someone who can order around the Attorney General had him killed over it. But what did Robert Carmichael know? Gerald shook his head. "I don't know. I swear I don't know." Kai believed him. This guy wasn't a mastermind. He was part of the cleanup crew. Whoever orchestrated this whole thing was in the White House or had sway over the president. Maybe it's the president himself, Kai wondered with sudden, jarring alarm. "This meeting you were going to," Kai began in dawning realization at the magnitude of what he had walked into. "Was the Attorney General going?" "How do you think this works?" Gerald blurted incredulously. "He doesn't attend our meetings. I'd never even talked to him before all this." "The office in Baton Rouge." The gears of Kai's mind had already begun to turn in producing a new plan. Would they have a copy of his travel schedule? I don't know, maybe. How do I get in there? The man said nothing for a long while until Kai broke the silence. Gerald, start talking or this gets worse. You need a badge. The agent shook his head. They look at your face. You can't get in. This was going to be complex. Kai would need some support. This whole thing was getting deeper and deeper. But he was down the rabbit hole so deep that he couldn't turn back. And he wasn't even sure if he wanted to know what was at the end, or if he would be able to turn back if he found out. He sighed and began to walk back to the car. Gerald yelled out at him as he walked away. Where are you going? I'm leaving. What about me? The bound agent asked in a half-demanding, half-pleading tone. What about you? You can't just leave me out here, please! Kai turned to make unflinching eye contact. Let me explain something to you, Gerald. Robert Carmichael, a ship's captain in the U.S. Navy, was murdered for trying to expose a cover-up. That cover-up was about why 5 American Marines and sailors were abandoned and left to die during a routine rescue op. You willingly lied to millions of people so that the deaths of those warriors could be swept under the rug. His voice broke with emotion as he finished. Those warriors were my friends. They are this country, and you betrayed them. You are a traitor. The color drained from Gerald's face as Kai made his way to the car. The cicadas were beginning to quiet and give way to the chirps of morning birds. He turned the ignition and pulled out onto the dirt road. Dust kicked up as he drove away, and soon Kai could no longer see Gerald Morgan. Chapter 28. New York City, New York. May 10, 2021. 0900 Eastern Standard Time. When Kailani arrived at the office that morning, the package had been on her desk. In a padded manila envelope, the address was hand-scrawled. She had opened it, finding nothing inside but a small, black flash drive. There was no note, no return address, nothing. Now the drive sat on her desk on top of an envelope, otherwise untouched. She sat staring at it. From a policy standpoint, she should either dispose of it or send it to the leads department to be vetted. However, looking at it now, she could not bring herself to do it. There were too many questions, too much curiosity. What could it be? Her first thought had been that it was a virus sent by some creep who had read one of her articles or watched too many YouTube videos about the liberal media. But if that was the case, why wouldn't they have tried to make it easier to trust? Some compelling note or an invitation to a lead. The fact that they hadn't left a note made it seem like the person sending it trusted her to view it. Could it have come from Brian in D.C.? Something more about Segway Capital that he had left out? If she used her work laptop to open it and something went wrong, she could compromise the whole network, to say nothing of the disciplinary consequences. But if she used her personal laptop, the worst that could happen would be a broken laptop and a lesson learned. It was using that logic, which was admittedly far from foolproof, that she decided she would use her personal laptop to view whatever was on the drive or otherwise. But she would do it at home, far from prying eyes. Once the weight of the decision had been lifted, she felt giddy and could hardly wait to get started. That evening, she took the subway home an hour early, practically running the 2 blocks to the metro station from the office. The weather was starting to get warmer now, and the smells in the tunnels were beginning to get stronger. She fought her way through the sea of commuters and managed to make it onto the first train. Moving through the seas of people every day had never been her favorite part of the city, but it never made her nervous until recently. It seemed like there was another terrorist or extremist attack just about every week now. Just a few days ago, there was a shooting at the Bentley Hotel. Some lunatic WikiLeaks hacker had shot a bunch of civilians and then a bunch of cops as they tried to stop him, before they finally killed him. The news was still going on about it, replaying the whole gun control debate again. Depressing. Arriving exactly 17 minutes later at her stop, she worked her way through the same crowd in reverse and up to the street again. The neighborhood around her apartment took on a new life in the spring, and the whole place felt cheerier. The sapling trees that lined her street had produced bright pink flowers and were already beginning to show their summer leaves. Their smell reminded her of home, so far away. Once inside her apartment, she took off her jacket and shoes and went straight to work. Carefully unpacking the flash drive, she inserted it into the slot on the side of her computer and waited. Sure enough, a file window opened. She clicked through the titles, careful not to open anything too hastily. The first thing she noticed was the sheer number of folders and files, titled in every possible way from dates to names to arcane monikers such as C2 logs. She scrolled for a few minutes before noticing the obvious. There, at the very top of the list, with a timestamp only a few days old, was a text document named "To the New York Times." Hesitantly, Kailani opened it. Kailani, These are all the files found on Mitchell Stevenson's computer before his death. The truth lives or dies with you. Who was Mitchell Stevenson? Kailani opened a browser window. A quick Bingle search returned the result. CIA confirms 3 agents killed in Somali fighting. She felt the excitement of new discovery come over her. However, it quickly turned to impatience as she realized there were hundreds of files to go through with no obvious indications of what she was looking for. What did this person want her to know? How was she supposed to comb through this much information? After a few hours, she began to make some progress. The whole thing was just a file dump from someone's computer, presumably Mitchell Stevenson. Most of it was just garbage. Everything from mundane emails to pictures of him at the beach with what looked like his boyfriend. But eventually, she had found the daily situation reports that he had been sending back to Langley. This was where it started to get interesting. It was nearly midnight and an order of Chinese food later before she began to put the pieces together. She stabbed at her General Tso's chicken with a chopstick as she finished writing up her timeline. She had started with a blank piece of paper and summarized everything she knew. First, the attack on the Sea King had clearly been planned before with knowledge of the CIA. However, it appeared that the plan had gone badly sideways as they were unaware that the president's daughter would be on board. Where it got even weirder was that it looked like orders to delay their rescue efforts, or stand down, had come from the White House. That didn't make any sense. The Special Forces team that had arrived at the ship must have been unplanned, which is why they were abandoned. The Navy commander in the region, Robert Carmichael, must have received the stand-down orders himself directly from the White House, and after the Special Forces operators had been killed, tried to go public with details about what happened. If that wasn't bad enough, then there was a cover-up. Robert Carmichael hadn't committed suicide. Someone had ordered him murdered. The why was clear to her now, but who had given the order, and how had it been carried out? Then there was the whole piece about Henry Steinway. His company, Segway Capital, had purchased the yacht company that chartered the Sea King just a few weeks before the incident happened, and then liquidated the company afterwards. Clearly, this was all organized as part of the planned attack. When things went wrong, the company had been liquidated in an attempt to cover all this up. But why would Henry Steinway be working with the CIA? Henry Steinway was one of the largest personal donors to the Ansari campaign. The clear answer was that someone in the White House must have involved him, not the CIA. All signs pointed to this cover-up originating in the White House. But why? The implications of all this were staggering. Once she realized the scope of what she was dealing with, it began to dawn on her that she was in great danger. Robert Carmichael had been killed over what he knew, and now she knew nearly as much. And whatever the cause, Mitchell Stevenson, a CIA agent, was now also dead. She could not publish any of this without corroborative evidence, and more importantly, a path to her own safety. Moreover, she was still baffled by who could have sent her this information. Was this some kind of loyalty test? Should she contact the FBI? Who did she know in Somalia? Of course, there was one person she knew that may have been somewhere like that, but they hadn't spoken in years. It can't be. She thought as a seed of doubt sprouted in the back of her mind. Can it? Chapter 30. Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Galveston, Texas. May 2nd, 2021. 10:00 Central Daylight Time. The sun was now starting to get hot, and in combination with the ocean breeze, its rays felt like a warm embrace. It had been far too long since AG Larry Handler had been on vacation. Since becoming Attorney General, it had been nothing but work and travel, but seemingly never to anywhere nice. DC had barely shaken the winter frost, but this place seemed to be in the heat of summer already. He leaned back in his seat and let the warmth wash over him. "Your breakfast, gentlemen?" One of the vessel's staff placed their omelets on the small table, located on the stern side of the yacht. "Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Handler?" "Very much so, Antonio," Larry replied to the yacht's owner. "Thank you." "I'm glad, but perhaps we can return to what we were discussing last evening," Antonio Bendejos urged. He was the chief financial officer of Petrobras, a Mexican oil conglomerate. A rather joyless man by Larry's estimation, but perhaps with good reason, given his company's financial situation. "I spoke with Mr. Cofield again this morning," Larry explained. "He has assured me that everything has proceeded as we discussed. 3 large investments over the next 6 months. "I understand," Antonio said flatly. "But in regard to what we discussed regarding certain investigations?" "I will see what we can do." Larry took a sip of water. Antonio leaned forward, clearly agitated. "You must understand. We were assured of this before the agreement took place. We must follow through. We rely on these forces for our protection, and simply paying them will not be enough. Unless, of course, you are able to provide us with this protection.
Perhaps you should speak to your own government about protection from criminals, the Attorney General said dismissively. We have upheld our end of the agreement. I will see what I can do regarding these investigations you speak of, but I can assure you that the United States government, the FBI, and this administration take the war on drugs very seriously, and we cannot simply turn a blind eye.
Mr. Handler, please, Antonio cut in tersely.
We're not asking you to turn a blind eye. 20%. A 20% reduction in confiscation for this year will be enough.
I am at liberty to consider a 15% reduction, no more, the AG easily retorted. One of the staff came over to the table, but Antonio ignored him as his expression grew furious.
I apologize for the interruption, sir, the crewman said urgently, but I wanted to make you aware of a security concern. It appears a small craft has been following us for some time. We're going to stop and direct them to leave the area.
Antonio waved him away like a fly.
Fine, take care of it. Do not interrupt us again. I apologize, sir.
Larry looked behind the yacht and shrugged. Probably just some tourist.
Antonio shook his head dismissively. Mr. Handler, you must understand that our original agreement was for no less than 30%. 30%.
Don't tell me what I must understand, Antonio, Larry quipped. I was not involved in the original agreement. I have a job to do. You must understand that. Now please. He gestured to the untouched plate before his host. Let's finish our breakfast. Perhaps we can still discuss some exceptions. Antonio grudgingly took a bite, and they ate for a few moments in silence, silverware clanging against their white porcelain plates. Antonio snapped at one of the waiters.
Take these drinks and bring us another round.
The waiter complied. After a few minutes, he returned with the drinks.
What's going on?
Antonio demanded.
When are we going to move again?
We sent a vessel out, sir, but they have not returned yet, a crewman replied uncertainly. It appears that the occupant of the craft has gone into the water and has not surfaced yet.
What? Antonio snapped. Is he a fucking diver?
I do not know, sir, the crewman replied.
Fine.
Antonio turned back to the Attorney General.
You know you will have me killed. This is all a game to you. But you will not be so happy once you no longer have anyone to work with.
No one is going to get killed, Antonio, Larry said with patronizing calm. Have you ever considered other options, such as coming to the United States? I'm sure we could enter you into a witness protection program. You could rid yourself of all these parasites once and for all.
Witness protection?
Antonio sneered.
And what of my family?
Well, sure, they could come too.
And our home? Our possessions? Could those come too?
Antonio spat.
Please, Mr. Handler, let us stay on the matter at hand. I need 20% or I cannot say what the consequences will be.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Larry asked measuredly. There was some yelling from the bow of the yacht, distant and indistinct. Antonio seemed not to notice the commotion as he replied.
It is by a very thin leash that these people are contained. We must keep our word. We will both suffer from a betrayal of these people.
Listen, the number is 15%, Larry said irritably. If we can work out some kind of deal for a high-value target, I can go higher. It's that simple. There was more yelling, and then a scream.
What the hell is going on up there?
Antonio looked around for a waiter.
Crack! Crack!
The percussion echoed across the water. Gunshots. The color drained from Antonio's face as he stood.
Do you see what you have done now?
Larry stood as well, wondering if Antonio was right. One of the staff came running past, and he grabbed the man by the arm.
What the fuck is going on up there?
Larry demanded, as a note of panic entered his voice. For obvious reasons, this visit wasn't on his official schedule, which meant he had no protective detail other than Antonio's men. He suddenly realized just how vulnerable he was as another gunshot rang out from the yacht's forward deck.
Get us out of here!
Larry released the man, who ran inside the vessel. Antonio followed him, and Larry came behind them, shutting the door. Chapter 31. Gulf of Mexico, off the coast of Galveston, Texas. May 2nd, 2021. 10:30 Central Daylight Time. One of the ship's security guards ran towards him, pistol drawn. Kai raised his own and squeezed off 2 rounds. Crack! Crack! The man fell. Several of the ship's waitstaff scrambled towards the back of the ship. Kai paused, regulating his breathing, bringing huge gulps of air into his lungs. He had been underwater for nearly 5 minutes and needed to replenish his muscles. He peered around the corner and made his way after them. The small dinghy that had come to investigate his jet ski was now barreling back towards the yacht. As they got closer, Kai aimed the 9mm Glock he was carrying, using the ship's bulwark as a rest. As they came within range, he opened fire. Crack! 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 The small craft stopped. After a moment, it came about again to pull away from the yacht. Kai reloaded the pistol and prepared to breach the inside of the yacht. There couldn't be much security left. Kai looked the part of a passable cartel member, with his sunglasses, black ski mask, and tan skin. The disguise was intentional, and it was already working to his advantage. He tested the main cabin's door handle. It was unlocked. Slowly, he opened it and stepped in behind his pistol. Someone came at him from the right corner, behind the door. Kai tried to turn, but it was too close. The man came down on his right shoulder with an asp baton. Kai winced in pain and dropped the pistol. The man was on his back. Kai stepped behind him with his right foot and threw his weight against the man's torso. He tumbled over Kai's foot and Kai brought down several strikes. Rubbing his shoulder, he picked the pistol back up and continued. Making his way towards the bridge, he found the captain on the radio. Once he saw Kai, he dropped the transceiver. "Step away," Kai instructed. The man did as commanded. Kai smashed the transceiver with his heel. He pointed the pistol at the man again. "Kill the engine. Do not call anyone or you'll die. Do you understand?" "Si." Kai watched as he worked the controls and the ship fell to a slow drift. "Now take me to the safe room," Kai ordered. "Cuarto seguro." The man led him down the stairs into the hull of the ship. They came into a long hallway. At the very end, there was another guard into the front of a door. As soon as he saw them, he raised his pistol. "Suelta la pistola!" Kai screamed. The man dropped it. "Ven, vámonos!" The man walked towards him. Kai shot him once in the thigh. The shot echoed in the passageway, deafeningly loud. The man fell, groaning. Kai grabbed the captain by the collar, pushing him forward, over the top of the wounded man and towards the safe room door. "Open this door," Kai snarled. "Abierto!" The captain entered a number on the door's keypad. The lock audibly shifted. "Take this man upstairs and treat his wound," Kai said, pointing to the man he had shot. "Do not make me return. Vámonos." The captain picked up the guard and the two made their way back towards the stairs. Kai picked up the guard's pistol and stowed it in his waistband before pushing the door open. Inside, he found two men. The first was a well-dressed Mexican man. The second Kai immediately recognized as the Attorney General, Lawrence Handler. The first man looked terrified as he raised a pistol. Kai shot his hand and he dropped it, screaming in more terror and pain. There was a small table and some chairs. "Kick the gun towards me," Kai said in a thick, false Mexican accent he hoped would keep the disguise long enough to get the job done. "Both of you sit down." They complied. Kai shut the door behind them and pulled the metal lock bar across the door, locking it from the inside. He turned back to the men and sat down, his pistol hand resting atop the table and pointing the weapon at them. "Everyone on this ship is dead. Your survival will depend on what you say now." Kai pulled his satellite phone from his pocket and placed it on the table. "My FA is listening to our conversation. He will decide if your answers are satisfactory." The Attorney General looked like he would vomit. "You're making a mistake." "Shut the fuck up, gringo," Kai snapped, pointing the gun menacingly. "Explain to me why our agreement was not fulfilled." Handler spoke again. "It was fulfilled." "Do not test my patience," Kai gritted his teeth. "Answer the question." The Mexican man spoke. "Please, they have assured me that they will be making several substantial investments in Petrobras over the next 6 months. They have already started the first purchase." "Who is they?" Kai demanded. "Segway," the Mexican replied. "Segway?" "Si, Segway Capital," the Mexican nodded. "We told you this. Please." He squeezed his bloody hand. Kai cocked his head. "And why the fuck should I care about Petrobras?" Kai pressed, knowing each question might expose his ruse. "Please, our fortune is your fortune," the bleeding Mexican pleaded. "And we were just discussing the border agreement. We can guarantee you a 20% reduction in ship losses for the year." Kai cocked his head in silence before nodding. "And the Carmichael investigation?" Handler spoke again. "What about it? It's over. We kept our side of the agreement. And if you kill me, I assure you the Sonora cartel will pay a price like you won't believe." "This is not what was discussed," Kai said flatly. "It is exactly what was discussed," the Mexican pleaded. Kai looked at the phone. "What do you think, Jefe?"
"Mierda. Bullshit,"
said Keikoa, waiting on the line. Kai looked at Handler again, pointing the pistol. "Bullshit!" Handler screamed at him. Kai pointed the pistol at the Mexican and shot him again, this time in the chest. He fell to the floor and Kai turned the pistol back to Handler. "I'm done playing games," Kai snarled. "Your boss promised us more." "Who are you talking about? Cofield?" Handler blurted, his hands raised in futile self-defense.
You think Cofield gives a shit about you? He must have been talking about Gary Cofield, the White House Chief of Staff. That must have been where the order to kill Carmichael came from. And who gave the stand-down orders? That's who planned this whole damned thing. You think Cofield gives a shit about you? Kai roared as he stood. How do you know that Cofield didn't send me to off you the same way he did Carmichael? Desperation finally crossed Handler's face. What? Don't you find it just a little poetic that you're meeting your end here, on a yacht in the middle of the sea? Kai seethed. Just like those men who got left out there? Handler's hands slowly lowered to his sides as the desperation in his visage morphed into fear. Who are you? I'm a lion, Kai replied with calm certainty and not an ounce of bravado, just like they were. Kai fired the pistol again and Handler fell silent. Chapter 32. Palo Alto, California. 1st of May, 2021. 7:15 Pacific Standard Time. The driver pulled up the drive and underneath the portico where the guests were being received. One of the staff opened the door and greeted him. Good afternoon, Mr. Steinway. Thank you. Henry handed the man a folded 20. Another man opened the door leading to the foyer and Henry made his way inside. Decent place. Looked fairly new. Owned by one of those new money tech kids from the valley. The marble tile floors transitioned to hardwood as Henry was led to the back. He took a look at the artwork on the walls as he passed. All of it expensive, but showing terrible taste. Good taste was increasingly rare in these times, especially in art. They reached the back, where a stone terrace led down to another stone patio area, which continued into a grassy field and eventually onto what looked like rows of irrigation ditches, all overlooking a quite striking view of the land. The weather had cooled off, and the sun was beginning to cast long shadows down into the alley. There were tables set up with drinks and hors d'oeuvres, and a jazz band was setting up on the patio. He saw Mark making his way over to greet him, along with Gary Cofield. Mark, nice to see you, Steinway greeted. Lovely place. Thanks, Gary. I'm glad you could be here, the young tech mogul beamed. Gary, Henry nodded at the politician and they shook hands. When did you move in? Henry asked of the trio's youngest. Just last month. Mark was clearly very excited. We're pleased with how everything went with the construction. We're 100% carbon neutral and we're actually able to tie in with the local ecosystem. So if you look out over there, he pointed out towards the expanse of the property, you'll see the aqueduct system. It provides all the water and part of the power, along with our solar panels. Very nice, Henry said politely, fighting to keep a smile from his face. Eco-friendly policies were the gift that kept on giving, and it outlasted even the most optimistic estimations of their originators. His companies had made billions preying on wide-eyed sentiment like Mark's, but even more important than the cash flow was the control these policies had on social sentiment, which translated into direct control over public behavior. That, more than money, was the true source of power, and Henry Steinway had ascended to the loftiest summits by focusing on that fact. Mark stood, smiling in self-satisfaction before stepping back. Well, I'll leave you two to it. I should go check on the caterers. He walked away and Gary shook his head. What an idiot. Dreadful, Henry agreed. How are things? Things are good. Better once we wrap this up. Henry was sure they would raise a decent amount here. Plates had been about 10,000 a head. That and the opportunity to take the pulse of society in real time made it worth the inconvenience. Sure, Henry agreed. How's the president? Oh, you know how he gets, Gary sighed. Worked up about every little thing. I can't seem to get him off this Sea King incident. Was he very upset about Katie? Henry asked with partially genuine concern. Not quite, Gary allowed. He understood. But now Congress is going to open up this investigation and it has him all worried. I'd like to get him back on offense. I agree, Steinway nodded. This whole thing turned out to be quite a distraction, even if it was effective in its intended purpose. We're expecting Resolution 2326 to pass Congress, despite all the noise, Gary said with a measure of confidence that seemed unwarranted to Henry. I suppose that's something, Henry agreed. I do get rather tired of all this media. Young men like Mark are going to be the future of this movement. They can do in one day the public relations work it would take us weeks to do it the old-fashioned way. But it doesn't take a genius to see they lack the fundamentals to maximize their position. Gary flashed a wolfish grin. Just wait until you hear what they have in store for this year. He's planning an announcement next month. You know how we've always talked about compulsory engagement? Well, we're finally going to make it a reality. It's certainly about time, Henry said with mild surprise. What did they have in mind? Essentially, we're going to start telling vendors that if they want to use their advertising services, they have to exclusively use Bingle Pay. And in order to set that up, you need to have a full profile set up. Demographics, contact information, access to user history on major platforms, everything. They're in talks with Amazon about phasing out credit cards as a form of payment. So once that happens, that's it. There's nowhere else to go. We won't even need to have press conferences anymore. Brave new world, here we come.
Very nice, Steinway mused, sounding intrigued while remaining unconvinced. More than anything, we need to start pushing this technology out to the developing world. That's our next frontier. World Cultures Foundation is doing a lot in that space right now. In most of these countries, the governments already keep the internet regulated, so it's really just a matter of getting local governments to cooperate. But with technology like you describe in place, it won't even matter anymore. And then we can cut back these bloated lobbying budgets and focus more on what matters. I'm sure it will make our jobs a lot easier, Gary smirked in triumph. Henry turned in towards Gary and spoke more quietly. I don't mean to pry, but what's going on with this terrorist thing? Gary shook his head. What a mess. Some psycho ex-special forces guy. Took us a while to untangle it, but we finally figured out who he is. Looks like he knew one of the guys who got killed during the whole Sea King thing. Went off the deep end and flew out to Somalia. That's who whacked Mitch and shot up that hotel in Manhattan. Now he may have gotten to Gerald Carter, our guy in the FBI. He's been missing since yesterday. We think he may have even killed Mohammed Mombasi. Crazy. Reprehensible, Steinway deadpanned. Are you at all concerned? Gary shook his head. It's some real vigilante shit, but no. We just about have him. You'll never believe this. He lowered his voice and leaned in conspiratorially. Turns out this guy has a sister who works for the New York Times. How's that for irony? Henry stared at him for a moment before cracking a genuine smile. You must be kidding. Nope, Gary beamed. Too good to be true, in fact. I should be hearing from the FBI within the hour about their first interview with her. I must know half the columnists over there. Henry's mind flitted through the list in a span of 3 seconds. Who is it? The suspect's name is Kailani. Kailani Priest. Henry quirked a brow in surprise. Leilani? Bingo. Chapter 32. Palo Alto, California. 1st of May, 2021. 7:15 Pacific Standard Time. The driver pulled up the drive and underneath the portico where the guests were being received. One of the staff opened the door and greeted him. Good afternoon, Mr. Steinway. Thank you. Henry handed the man a folded 20. Another man opened the door leading to the foyer and Henry made his way inside. Decent place. Looked fairly new. Owned by one of those new money tech kids from the valley. The marble tile floors transitioned to hardwood as Henry was led to the back. He took a look at the artwork on the walls as he passed. All of it expensive, but showing terrible taste. Good taste was increasingly rare in these times, especially in art. They reached the back, where a stone terrace led down to another stone patio area, which continued into a grassy field and eventually onto what looked like rows of irrigation ditches, all overlooking a quite striking view of the land. The weather had cooled off, and the sun was beginning to cast long shadows down into the alley. There were tables set up with drinks and hors d'oeuvres, and a jazz band was setting up on the patio. He saw Mark making his way over to greet him, along with Gary Cofield. Mark, nice to see you, Steinway greeted. Lovely place. Thanks, Gary. I'm glad you could be here, the young tech mogul beamed. Gary, Henry nodded at the politician and they shook hands. When did you move in? Henry asked of the trio's youngest. Just last month. Mark was clearly very excited. We're pleased with how everything went with the construction. We're 100% carbon neutral and we're actually able to tie in with the local ecosystem. So if you look out over there, he pointed out towards the expanse of the property, you'll see the aqueduct system. It provides all the water and part of the power, along with our solar panels. Very nice, Henry said politely, fighting to keep a smile from his face. Eco-friendly policies were the gift that kept on giving, and it outlasted even the most optimistic estimations of their originators. His companies had made billions preying on wide-eyed sentiment like Mark's, but even more important than the cash flow was the control these policies had on social sentiment, which translated into direct control over public behavior. That, more than money, was the true source of power, and Henry Steinway had ascended to the loftiest summits by focusing on that fact. Mark stood, smiling in self-satisfaction before stepping back. Well, I'll leave you two to it. I should go check on the caterers. He walked away and Gary shook his head. What an idiot. Dreadful, Henry agreed. How are things?
Things are good. Better once we wrap this up.
Henry was sure they would raise a decent amount here. Plates had been about 10,000 ahead. That and the opportunity to take the pulse of society in real time made it worth the inconvenience.
Sure, Henry agreed. How's the president?
Oh, you know how he gets, Gary sighed. Worked up about every little thing. I can't seem to get him off this Sea King incident. Was he very upset about Katie? Henry asked with partially genuine concern.
Not quite, Gary allowed. He understood. But now Congress is going to open up this investigation and it has him all worried. I'd like to get him back on offense.
I agree, Steinway nodded. This whole thing turned out to be quite a distraction, even if it was effective in its intended purpose. We're expecting Resolution 2326 to pass Congress, despite all the noise, Gary said with a measure of confidence that seemed unwarranted to Henry. I suppose that's something, Henry agreed. I do get rather tired of all this media. Young men like Mark are going to be the future of this movement. They can do in one day the public relations work it would take us weeks to do it the old-fashioned way. But it doesn't take a genius to see they lack the fundamentals to maximize their position. Gary flashed a wolfish grin. Just wait until you hear what they have in store for this year. He's planning an announcement next month. You know how we've always talked about compulsory engagement? Well, we're finally going to make it a reality. It's certainly about time, Henry said with mild surprise. What did they have in mind?
Essentially, we're going to start telling vendors that if they want to use their advertising services, they have to exclusively use Bingle Pay. And in order to set that up, you need to have a full profile set up. Demographics, contact information, access to user history on major platforms, everything. They're in talks with Amazon about phasing out credit cards as a form of payment. So once that happens, that's it. There's nowhere else to go. We won't even need to have press conferences anymore. Brave new world, here we come.
Very nice, Steinway mused, sounding intrigued while remaining unconvinced. More than anything, we need to start pushing this technology out to the developing world. That's our next frontier. World Cultures Foundation is doing a lot in that space right now. In most of these countries, the governments already keep the internet regulated, so it's really just a matter of getting local governments to cooperate. But with technology like you describe in place, it won't even matter anymore. And then we can cut back these bloated lobbying budgets and focus more on what matters. I'm sure it will make our jobs a lot easier, Gary smirked in triumph. Henry turned in towards Gary and spoke more quietly. I don't mean to pry, but what's going on with this terrorist thing? Gary shook his head. What a mess. Some psycho ex-special forces guy. Took us a while to untangle it, but we finally figured out who he is. Looks like he knew one of the guys who got killed during the whole Sea King thing. Went off the deep end and flew out to Somalia. That's who whacked Mitch and shot up that hotel in Manhattan. Now he may have gotten to Gerald Carter, our guy in the FBI. He's been missing since yesterday. We think he may have even killed Mohammed Mombasi. Crazy. Reprehensible, Steinway deadpanned. Are you at all concerned? Gary shook his head. It's some real vigilante shit, but no. We just about have him. You'll never believe this. He lowered his voice and leaned in conspiratorially. Turns out this guy has a sister who works for the New York Times. How's that for irony? Henry stared at him for a moment before cracking a genuine smile. You must be kidding. Nope, Gary beamed. Too good to be true, in fact. I should be hearing from the FBI within the hour about their first interview with her. I must know half the columnists over there. Henry's mind flitted through the list in a span of 3 seconds. Who is it? The suspect's name is Kailani. Kailani Priest. Henry quirked a brow in surprise. Leilani? Bingo. Chapter 33. New York City, New York. 2nd of May, 2021. 0930 Eastern Standard Time. Since Leilani had received the files, she could think of nothing else. The day after she found them, she began to dig deeper into the death of Mitchell Stevenson. Information online was scarce since the entire thing was still classified. He had been killed during the fighting, but what did that mean? How did someone end up with his laptop? She had finally been able to reach an old contact at the CIA and begged him to look into it until he gave her more information. When she finally spoke to him, she could feel her heart begin to pound as he confirmed her worst fear. Really weird, her contact explained. They found his body at the bottom of the harbor in Mogadishu. Autopsy said he drowned, but they said it looked like someone held him down there. Leilani could barely keep her composure. She called out sick and left the office before lunch. She dodged cars as she crossed the street to the subway, frantically scrolling through her phone. Finally, she found it. McKenna Kailani. When she reached her apartment,
She sat on the couch, staring at the contact in her phone and trying to work up the courage to call. It had been years since they had spoken. What if it wasn't him? His estranged sister calls out of nowhere and accuses him of being a murderer? After a stunt like that, she really would never be able to go back. She had to call, even if it wasn't him. She had to know. She would start slow. She didn't have to say she suspected anything. Finally, she screwed up the courage to dial the number. After a few rings, Kailani was about to hang up. Just as she started to pull the phone away from her ear, the line connected. "Hello?" a woman said tentatively. "Oh," Kailani struggled for something to say. "Hi, McKenna. Is this McKenna? Who is this?" "Oh, I'm sorry. This is Kailani Priest." "Kailani Priest?" McKenna repeated in surprise. Yeah, hi, McKenna. Is this a good time?" "What do you want?" McKenna sounded tired and worn out. "Well, I'm calling about my brother, actually," Kailani stammered. "Is he there?" There was a pause. "No." "Can I ask where he is?" "He's gone." Kailani waited a moment before asking. "What do you mean he's gone?" "He left 2 months ago." Kailani nearly dropped the phone. She became dizzy and lightheaded, like the room was closing in. This can't be real. "Hello?" McKenna questioned. Kailani regained her composure enough to ask, "Do you know where he is?" "No, I don't know where he is. Since when do you care about Kailani?" "McKenna, I gotta go," she said urgently. "I'm sorry, I think something happened. I'll call you back, I promise." She heard McKenna begin to talk, but she disconnected the line. She needed to do something to cover her tracks. If Kai was involved in this, he could be anywhere now. He could be dead. If anyone found out, what would she say? That they hadn't talked in years? That she barely knew him? Would they believe her? She spent the next hour trying to write down her story, covering all the details. There was no way to do it. It was a nightmare. Forget about her job. She could end up in jail. After a few hours of pacing, she decided to open a bottle of wine and order a movie. She had to get her mind off of this. There was nothing she could do. She needed a break. She would figure out what to do in the morning. Her night was sleepless. When the next day finally came, she felt just as lost as the day prior. She called the office and let Ross know she would be out again. She began to think that maybe she should have gone in to avoid the suspicion. Her first thought was to try to reach him. The envelope he sent had no return address. If McKenna didn't know where he was, there would be only one person who did, and that was her uncle. Since her mother had passed, she talked to him about once a year, usually around the holidays. He and Kai were close. He would know. However, the more she thought about calling him, the more reasons she thought of why she shouldn't. If Kai really had done all of this, the CIA had to be looking for him. Any contact with him would potentially make her liable, an accomplice to his actions. More of an accomplice than she would already likely be accused of being. By lunchtime, she hadn't reached any real conclusions other than that she would go back to work the next day not to draw suspicion. She was known for never taking a day off. She realized she had left her phone in the bedroom. She got up off the couch and went to retrieve it. There was a missed call and a voicemail from an unknown number. Somewhat fearfully, she pressed play and then held the device up to her ear. "Hello, Mrs. Priest. This is Jonathan Helsby with the FBI. It's urgent that you give us a call back. Give me a call back when you have a moment. Thank you." She hung up the phone in disbelief. She felt like she would vomit. This was really happening. She would have to call them back. If she waited, it would look like she had something to hide. How could this be happening? She tried to control her breathing. They would find the files she had, and the conclusion would be that she colluded with them. How could she have been so careless? And what of the content on the files? Surely crimes had been committed, but no one would believe her. She wasn't sure if she believed everything that she had found. She could be missing details, some angle that she wasn't seeing. The files could have been altered, changed to fit a narrative. She had to make a decision on what to do. She briefly considered contacting an attorney, but decided against it. It would look too combative. She had to keep the files a secret, at least for now. Maybe she could get in contact with an attorney, or a whistleblower, someone who would listen and take the information in the files seriously. She looked outside. It was raining again. It was coming down in a torrent now, collecting in pools and little rivers which made their way down the street and into the gutter. It used to fall the same way in the islands. No matter where you were, the rain was always the same when it fell. Chapter 34. Palo Alto, California. 1st of May, 2021. 1800 Pacific Standard Time.
Breaching the compound would have been far more difficult if not for the aqueducts. Kai wasn't sure if it was divine intervention or just dumb luck, but the channels came down the hillside in rows and led all the way up to the top of the property. Getting in had been a simple matter of submerging himself and passing in under the wall which retained the closer confines of the property. The whole place was well guarded by Secret Service. Kai had scouted the place for about 12 hours before attempting to enter. The compound itself was laid out in 3 major sections. The main house sat at the top of the hill, and to the east of it was another, smaller house, which may have been for the staff. Finally, there was a massive garage which sat behind it, opposite Kai's approach. Thankfully, Kai would not be acting alone. Rick Grassley had delivered on his promise to help by leaving Montana to lend a hand. His brotherhood and assistance were treasures to Kai, just as they had been with Stephen and the others. He was both grateful and humbled by Rick's assistance. His plan had 3 parts. First, he would make entry into the compound. Once inside, he would quietly take care of as many security forces as possible, and let in Rick, who was staged outside a side gate. Second, they would make entry into the garage. There, he would commandeer a vehicle and stage it for egress. They had packed suits and would pose as Secret Service officers once inside the compound. Finally, he would create a distraction and attempt to extract his target, Gary Cofield, the White House Chief of Staff. He knew he would have to improvise, but the benefit of the location was that it was far from any town or city and was fairly self-contained. If all went well, it would be like pulling a fish out of a barrel. He also estimated that he would have 5 to 8 minutes before coming under pursuit. Rick had secured a safe house nearby, where they would hide out and prepare to go public. It was a good plan, despite its imperfections. More importantly, it was a worthy tribute to the fallen. Kai would accept the outcome no matter the result. As he floated along, slowly inching himself up the aqueduct, Kai only came up for air once. He checked his location while exposed, and heard Rick's voice over the headset. "They're all still out on the patio around back. You shouldn't be visible from that position." He made his way to the top and let his head come up and looked around. No one was nearby. The channel continued into a storm drain that led underneath the driveway. He inhaled deeply and let his heart rate come back to normal. Slowly, he lifted himself out of the water and lay prone in the grass which bordered the aqueduct. The driveway was long, and the bulk of the security was down near the front gate to receive guests. A large portico covered the front entranceway, and a few staff were positioned there. It was 50 yards to the side gate that he had scouted with Rick. 2 Secret Service were stationed there. After slowly making his way through the grass, Kai stopped behind a hedge and unzipped his black assault pack. He removed several long tubes and began screwing them together. The guards would be trained to call in the first sign of trouble, so he would have only seconds to hit both of them. When he was finished, he had assembled 2 4-foot blowguns. Next, he screwed the CO2 cartridges onto the back of them and folded out 2 bipods they had custom built for the job. Finally, he inserted a dart into the end of each one. Taking several moments, he aimed both devices and waited for the guards to be still. He would have only one chance to get this right. When both were aimed, Kai rested his finger on the first trigger. Slowly, he curled his finger past the release point. The sound and recoil were just like a spear gun. The dart went and struck the first man in the neck. He reached up and held the wound when the second dart struck his companion. Within seconds, both men were down in the grass. "Good hit," Rick acknowledged. "Moving to East Gate now." Heart beating faster now, Kai made his way over to the gate and unlocked it. Rick passed through the gate seconds after it was unlocked. He helped Kai drag the guards 30 yards up to the garage. After what felt like an eternity, they made it to the garage and its cover. Binding the 2 guards, they set to work on one of the vehicles. A black C-Class Mercedes was their best bet. Careful not to set off the car alarm, Kai went to work on the window with a blowtorch while Rick unpacked the suits. After about 15 minutes, Kai had the car open and Rick began to work on the ignition while Kai changed clothes. It took Rick longer than Kai expected to finish the job. Modern cars were tricky. Having completed that task, they prepared to execute the final portion of their plan. Kai gently pushed open the door leading back to the driveway and peered out. He quickly shut it at what he saw. "Got company." "Who?" "2 staff." Kai gestured to one of the vehicles. "We have 5 seconds." Quickly they hit the floor and pushed themselves underneath the white service van. They had just made it under when the door handle jiggled, and then the door opened. 2 men walked inside the garage. One of them asked, "Which one are we taking?" "One of the vans should be fine," the other replied. Kai looked at Rick, who knew the score as well as he did. They would need to be fast and quiet. "Which one?" the first man asked. "That one is fine," the other one said noncommittally. Kai couldn't tell which one they were referring to. They walked for a moment before one of them stopped. "Hey, what's this?" They must have been looking at the Mercedes. Kai's muscles tensed and he prepared to move.
"What is it?"
the other guy asked.
"Looks like someone broke the window,"
the first guy said tightly. Kai and Rick were already out from beneath the van, moving slowly around the other side to take the two men by surprise.
"Holy shit! Someone's on the ground over here!"
one of the men shouted. They had found one of the guards Kai and Rick had dragged inside. Kai knew they were out of time and was moving at a run.
"Call the Secret Service! Hey!"
One of them was already on the phone.
"We need help up by
the guard began, but Rick slammed into him before he could finish the sentence. 3 seconds later, both men were down and out, but the damage had been done. Kai looked grimly at Rick. Weapons. Rick was already unzipping a black bag. He pulled out 2 Sig Sauer MPX carbines and threw one to Kai, followed by a drum mag.
"Ready to crash the party?"
Rick deadpanned. Kai chambered the first round. Let's make some noise. Chapter 35. New York City, New York. May 3rd, 2021, 0400 Eastern Standard Time. Kailani had hardly slept. It was nearly light and she could hear the pace of the awakening city outside her window. She still hadn't called the FBI agent back, but she was going to call that day and hand over all the files. Kai should never have sent them to her. She shouldn't be a part of this. It was over. Kai had gone too far. She now realized it must have been him who called in the tip all those weeks ago. Well, enough was enough. Whatever the government had done, there was nothing she could do about it. Ross had been right all along. It wasn't worth the trouble. Finally, the first rays of light began to peek through her window and she prepared to get up. Stretching, she reached over to pick her phone up off the nightstand. She had dozens of text messages. "Are you okay? Have you seen the news? What's going on? Where are you right now?" Panicking, she sat up. What was all this? She pulled open a browser window and opened the front page of the Times. Attorney General found dead in Mexico. There, beneath the caption, was a picture of Lawrence Handler, the Attorney General, and beneath that was a picture of Kai with the caption, "Suspected killer Kailani Priest." This was it. She was finished. She felt the tears begin to well up in her eyes. She set down her phone and pulled a suitcase out of her closet. Frantically, she began to stuff clothes inside. She had to get out of here. She had to reach her uncle. He would know what to do. She had been packing for about 20 minutes when the sound froze her in her tracks, sending a bolt of fear to the very core of her. Rap, rap, rap. Someone was at the door. She struggled to pull herself together, trying to shove the suitcase back into the closet. Rap, rap, rap. Harder this time. More urgent. "1 minute, I'm coming." Her voice was as shaky and uneven as her mind. She walked into the living room and took a deep breath. Seeing the file drive on the coffee table next to her laptop, she quickly grabbed it and stuffed it into her shirt. Opening the door, she was greeted by 3 men in suits. 2 pushed past her and went into the apartment. The third held up a badge. "Good morning, Miss Priest. My name is Agent Helsby. I'm with the FBI. Why don't we go inside and talk?" Kailani looked into the apartment, where one of the agents was placing her laptop into a large Ziploc bag. She wiped away a tear as quickly as it came. "Sure, please." They walked inside and Kailani sat on the couch, where Agent Helsby said, "You look a little pale. Why don't I get you a glass of water?" After a moment, it occurred to her that the man was talking to her. Sure, whatever you'd like. The glasses are in the cabinet," she finally garbled out, not specifying which cabinet. The man placed a full glass down in front of her and then sat himself on a chair he pulled from the kitchen. The other 2 agents had made their way into her bedroom. "Miss Priest, I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm obligated to tell you that you are under investigation in relation to the suspected killings of several people by your brother Kailani. If you wish to speak to an attorney, you have that right." Kailani paused. No, I can answer some questions." "Great. I just want to say up front that this doesn't mean we necessarily suspect that you have committed a crime. If you cooperate, this will all be okay." "What do you want to know?" she asked, feeling as small as a 6-year-old. He fixed her with a steady gaze. "When did you last hear from your brother?